248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. John,
Yep.
the answer to your question is yes, it gives them a better chance, but I'd still, if I had to bet the game, well, I'd still take the Chiefs. I don't know about
How'd your bet go last night? Or what was it?
the Monday night, Thursday. I split.
Okay.
So I lost because I said I would parlay the Browns and the under, and it was the Browns and the over. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
So
yes, yeah, I would make the call, and I would give up next year's number one and anything else that was not crazy to get Chris Jones. He's not 30 years old yet.
2 number ones crazy.
I think 2 number ones might be a little crazy, but a 1 and a 2 is not.
Okay. I don't know that I want to give up that draft capital just because still TBD in regards to the first rounds from this year. Obviously, J-Mo and the resume of Brad Holmes, but I do like the way that he's building the team. I trust the process, and knowing that Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to need to get paid, Penei Sewell's going to need to get paid, Jonah Jackson's going to need to get paid, and you go down the list. And they got to figure out what they're going to do at the quarterback position. Do they pay Jared Goff more than he's making now and extend him? So I don't know that I want to make that trade, also knowing that I'm going to have to break the bank for Chris Jones. I also think this plays a little bit into my favor of I predicted that they were going to go out there thinking they were going to have Chris Jones. And we saw when Kansas City played against Tampa. Now, I'm not comparing this defense to Tampa's defense. But when you have the ability to pressure Patrick Mahomes and the fact that he doesn't have the same weapons that he had at that time to distribute the ball to, he still has Travis Kelce. I do like the odds improving for the Lions to go out there and get a win, knowing that 2 new offensive tackles, you're not going to have much experience up front because you're going to be relying upon a second-year player and a rookie to be your studs up front. I think things are looking a little bit better for the Lions in week 1.
Oh, I do too, but
I understand all you have to say is Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
And Travis Kelce.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So you got to find a way to slow them down and get after them.
And the other point, you can sit there, so people say, well, who cares that much about him? But he was very effective towards the end of last season in the playoffs. And Pacheco is questionable whether he's going to be ready.
Right. I think he'll be healthy.
Probably.
But it depends on, again, second-year player, running back. He was very effective last year, but it's a new offensive line, and he's not going to have much time in the preseason to play behind them and get the rhythm going of this offense.
That's a great point. By the way, Chris Villard mentioned in the update the Tigers won their 50th game in the season. Do you remember what the over-under was before the season started?
I believe it was
68.5, something like that?
Yeah, 68.5.
So do you think the Tigers, and I said over, and you said under.
I said under.
Yes. Do you think the Tigers could go 19-30 the rest of the way?
Nope. I'm still taking the under.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, whether I'm right or you're right,
I know.
It's going to probably be right there.
It's going to be close.
Yeah, there's a chance. There's a strong possibility. It could be 68 or it could be 69 wins.
Well, they still have to play. Well, it's really no comfort because they hammered them here, but they still have to go to Oakland and play 3 games out there.
Yeah.
So at least you
and
think
they still have all those games against the Twins. They still could get back in the division race.
I'm glad you got the laugh there. And they still have to play Kansas City a few more times too. So it's possible. And then come September when they're playing teams that are out of it as well. See, here's our guy with their Lions bucket hat, John.
Yep.
He looked great on the sidelines during preseason games.
We're going to identify everyone that walks by in a bucket hat today and sunglasses.
Yes, indeed. There will be a statue in front of Ford Field coming up before the home opener, which is against the Seattle Seahawks. Of the one, the only Barry Sanders. And I think it's well overdue, and it's the first statue that we've had of the Detroit Lion.
Yeah. Then the question becomes, first of all, I agree. Long overdue, well-deserved. I believe the greatest running back of all time. And when you have a player of that caliber play for your franchise, then you memorialize him every chance that you get. And this is another way to memorialize what Barry Sanders meant to this organization, but also what he meant to the NFL. And then you ask the question, okay, he's the first. Mm-hmm. Who's next? Has that player already played, or are we waiting for a guy to have the argument of the greatest of all time at that position? Not just running back, but I'm saying, at any position.
Well, it depends how they're going to do it. Are they going to do it like the Pistons put up retired jerseys? I mean, if they're only going to put up the absolute greats of their sport, Hall of Famers, maybe Calvin, and maybe because of the history. And he is in the Hall of Fame, but what he represents to this franchise for so long, and you could call it the curse of him, whatever. But Bobby Lane was the last quarterback to take this team to an NFL championship, although I believe the actual NFL championship game he was hurt and Tobin Rote played. But still, that would be the only ones. Look, they would probably put up a statue of William Clay Ford.
Yeah.
But right now it should be Barry, and I would say, besides maybe Orlovsky running out of the end zone statue, but that was in Minnesota. I'll say Calvin will be the only other one. Well, I thought maybe Lem Barney, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, an investigation is still ongoing after a woman was hit and killed on the Southfield Freeway Tuesday afternoon. Police had to close down the southbound lanes of M39 at Warren after getting reports that a body was just found in the middle of the freeway. And police received initial reports that there was a woman who was partially clothed and she was dancing on the freeway. And then later callers did report that she was unresponsive in the left lane. Unfortunately, the woman, who was later identified as a 62-year-old woman from Detroit, was pronounced dead there at the scene. And authorities say that the driver who hit the woman didn't stop. And, of course, now they're hoping that the driver will contact them and turn themselves in and for part of the investigation as well. According to the victim's family, she does have a history of mental health issues. The University of Georgia has fired recruiting staffer Victoria Bowles less than a month after she filed a lawsuit against the university's athletic association. Now, you may remember she is a survivor of that January car crash that killed football player Devin Willock and fellow recruiting staffer Chandler LaCroix. Now, the school did issue a statement, and they said that she was dismissed because she refused to cooperate with an internal investigation into the crash. Her attorney is speaking up, however, saying that she is being retaliated against for filing the lawsuit in the first place.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird position to be in. You're suing your employer and still drawing a paycheck.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's not a good look for Georgia, but I understand them wanting to interview her to get her take on it, but there's also a conflict of, hey, she's got her details and they could interview her with her attorney present.
Right, exactly.
Maybe in a deposition.
Yeah. This story, I'm still confused how this happened, but the photos are incredible. If you haven't seen it, you have to check it out. There was a driver that did sustain some injuries on Sunday afternoon after crashing into the second floor of a house in Pennsylvania.
Weird.
It's wild. You just look at the photo, and the car is literally lodged into the second floor, into this bedroom. There's an interior photo, too, that you can see inside. And the photos, the passenger side of the vehicle is resting on the roof. The trunk and rear tires are kind of hanging off of the home. Police say an investigation determined that the crash was intentional. So the person was trying to crash into the house, apparently.
Was there a ramp?
No, this is what's so wild. Apparently, they say the driver hit some sort of something on the street and then lost control and just launched it. I mean, the photos are wild.
She should have had those flying cars.
And then,
This is why we don't have them yet.
Well, the driver is now going to be facing some charges. He was transported to the hospital, and nobody in the house was injured, which is good news.
Good, yeah.
So I've got a couple of interesting dog stories to share with you. There's a woman in Tennessee that's kind of going viral. Her story is going viral right now anyway, because she's doing a bathroom renovation, and she recently had a random dog just stick its head through a hole in her floor. So She was in bed. She woke up to the sound of, a dog making some noises in her bathroom, and that's when she saw this little dog's face poking out of the floor. She had no idea where the dog came from or how it even got underneath her floor in the first place, but she was worried that it was going to get stuck there. So she was able to free the dog from the hole when she and her husband opened the crawl space, and the dog just came running out. The good news of the story is that she did find the dog's owner. The dog's name is Lulu. If you need to know, her favorite food is cheese. Anyway, it's unclear how the dog got stuck under the house in the first place, but the dog's homeowner thinks that Lulu might have been looking for some shelter from the rain. So happy ending there. Another kind of happy ending here. Unfortunate beginning, though. A woman was flying out of Pittsburgh. This was last Friday morning, going to some, I'm guessing, some lavish vacation at some resort, and she was going to try to take her French bulldog with her. At the airport, she said, "This is my emotional support dog," and they said, "That's a pet. So you can take your pet, but you have to crate him. Going to go in the crate, going to go underneath the plane." And it sounds like this woman did zero research, wasn't ready to crate her dog, but she was ready to just abandon the dog in a parking lot.
Oh, my God.
So she put the dog, she had it in a stroller, one of those dog strollers, left it there in the parking lot, and went on her trip. An airport worker found the dog sitting in the stroller later, gave it some food and shelter, and eventually police took the dog to an animal shelter, and they say that this owner is going to be charged now. They found the owner based off of a microchip, and she's going to face animal abandonment charges. And the animal shelter is getting tons of people that want to adopt this
adopt
dog
the dog
now.
and
Yeah.
whatever the opposite is.
But
for
who
the woman.
does that?
What an idiot.
Who
All right.
does that?
No one. All right, thank you very much, Heather. All right, coming up next, we'll be talking to Lions offensive line coach Hank Fraley. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, you want to get away, relax, and just simply have a good time? Get to the D Las Vegas for everything you need. The D has taken all the necessary precautions to make sure your stay is safe, and you can enjoy all the comforts of a high-end Las Vegas hotel without missing out on any of the high gaming energy and nightlife that you want. And if you want a great steak, the best one in Vegas, it's right there at Andiamo Steakhouse. You want something a bit more casual, you have the D Grill, American Coney Island, Bacon Nation in the morning at the D Las Vegas. The staff can catch you up with a round of golf, and you can party all night at the Long Bar. So get a group together, get to the D Las Vegas, book a room at thed.com. That's thed.com. Or if you're staying on the Strip, make sure you put the D Las Vegas in downtown Vegas on your agenda. The D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
Mike Tirico will join us at 9:35. We are joined right now by the offensive line coach of one of the best units in the National Football League, and he is Hank Fraley. How are you?
I'm doing good.
It's great to see you again. I got to say this right off the bat. Last year we had you on, and I talked to my friends in Philly. I said, "Yeah, we had Fraley on." He goes, "Oh, honey buns?" I said, "What are you talking about?" I mentioned to Johnny. He goes, so that's your nickname is Honey Buns for an offensive lineman?
It's a sticky nickname. It never went away. Try to make this a short story. Team pictures. B didn't leave me alone. It was either Trey or Donovan. Was, hey, you must be sweating some type of honey or something. And all of a sudden it became Buns, Honey Buns. And so anytime I see those guys, it's always Buns. It's never anything else. What's up, Buns? And you go back to Philly, the fans there.
Right,
You're from there. You'll get that.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? There's Honey Buns. It's like, oh. So it stuck around, and it still has. I try to keep it quiet. Some guys know it here, and so it's a good one.
Well, if it gets out, obviously we know who to blame.
Yeah.
And you can handle that one yourself. I tried to handle that this morning.
Oh, listen to the linemen sticking together again. Oh,
yeah,
sticking Honey Buns. Yeah,
there you go. Year 3 of Penei Sewell, year 3 of this of the Dan Campbell era, and you guys have been talked about in each and every year as a top offensive line in this league. How are you handling the expectations of living up to that?
Well, I just, you can't. I would say you can't hide from it because the media is everywhere, or friends and family, or whatever they say stuff. But it's up to us to go out there. It's hard work. It's grit. It's, I tell the guys, if you want them to write something and you want it to be good, you got to go out there and perform. Who cares what they write about? We got to perform, and just stay focused there, because it doesn't matter what you do. You can talk about it, but if you're not going to be about something, then who cares? Because if we go out there and lay an egg, what do you think they're going to write about? How crappy you played. So let's go out there, be focused, do our job. It's not going to be clean or pretty, but as long as we keep our nose to the ground, and who cares, the outsayers, what are they saying? We got to go out there and grind, and that's what it's about, and that's why we're in this camp here, trying to get everything right, sharpen ourselves and be ready to go.
The two biggest questions for your line going in has always been the health of Frank Ragnow, and congratulations to Frank and his wife. They had a baby, I think, late last night.
Yep.
So he won't be here for a couple of days participating. And the situation in right guard. How has Vaitai played? How healthy is he? And what does Graham Glasgow being back here due to this line?
Yeah, it's not just the right guard, too, Stoney. I know everybody's always focused on that. It's try to create competition. Even how do you push Sewell? How do you push Decker? How do you all these young guys back there are trying to do it. But the right guard situation's been there. I think Big V's playing very well this year. He's come back. He looks healthy. Yesterday was a good showing. And Graham, he's come in and given us a lot of different pieces, especially when Frank's not out. We know we can rely on Graham to go play center. He's a starter in this league, so it gives you another guy that you can count on that's played at a high level. And the competition's on, and those guys, I try to be transparent in our room. That's how I wanted it as a player, and I have never shied away from any of the competitions. I'm straight up with those guys, and from day one, it's been, hey, you're Big V, Graham, and everybody else, you're in a competition, and they've embraced it, and they've actually, like early in OTAs, it was just a rotation. I didn't have to tell them. It was like, all right, I'm up now. You're in. So hopefully by the end of this thing, we settle it all in. But we know we have players that can play, and we don't miss a beat when Graham's got to go in there.
How good can this offensive line be? Because we've heard about, hey, top 5 offensive line, but a couple of years ago it was Frank that missed some time. Last year it was Hal. How can this line be, and how relieved will you be to be able to make the decision on merit versus injury?
Yeah, it helps. Quarterback can help us, how good we can be. Running backs help us. They can make us look better than we are. But we can be as long as we just stay humbled and just go out there and compete and know we're not going to be perfect. There is going to be a play that we give up something here or there. How do we respond? That's the biggest thing is like, if I get beat, do I respond in the right way and keep going? And so we can – our unit can be sound and we can be great. And it's just keep our nose down, keep gritty, and it doesn't have to look pretty. Let's be mean, tough. Cover the ball. I think that's the art that you see that's lost in this league a little bit is linemen downfield, 20 yards, 15 yards. I tell them to just be around there and bump the DB. Let them know, hey, if that whistle didn't blow already, I'm there.
pick a couple guys off the pile.
Yeah, I mean, get that fine letter, I guess, from Runyon, I guess, from New York. But it's tough. You know, I've been there. You don't want to lose money that way.
How big a camp is this for Logan Stenberg to make this team? And conversely, your rookie draft choice from William & Mary, Sorsdahl, how's he been looking?
You know, start with Logan. He's out there competing every day. It's about putting it together, the consistency of the play. We have asked him to play center and guard this year a little bit more than in the past. So he's definitely versatile for us. So definitely go out there and just put it together. Back-to-back plays, days, stack them. And then our young guy that we drafted, Colby, he's come a long ways. I haven't moved him around as much as somebody like Logan or guys that have been here. But he's learning. He's learning on the run, because the biggest difference from going to tackle to playing inside is just the speed of the game picks up a little bit faster, and really those stunts. It's the twist. When you're playing tackle, you're normally just switching with the guard. Okay, am I snapping the penetrator or stopping it and getting the looper, or vice versa? Where inside, it's working center and guard, or there's a four-man game. How do I bang it back? So it's learning how to train those eyes and react with speed.
It's also knowing, as we talked to a guy who was, played in the interior
right.
offensive line, and we talk to TJ all the time, you always have sideboards, and it's being able to switch those guys off. And I do want to ask you, too, about Colby and the fact that when you guys drafted him, when you're evaluating college offensive linemen, what is it in the late rounds that you're looking for and say, you know what, I can develop this guy?
Especially in a guy at a small school.
Yeah, at a small school. Like, what are the traits that you're looking for?
You know, you got the physical traits, that's there. But it's hard to determine the heart and the mindset. But when you turn on that tape, is he grinding? Is he gritty? I think that, and especially in a smaller school, am I dominating my competition when I get a chance? And then if I go against a higher level competition, is he still dominating that level of play? And that's what we saw out of him. And we saw, out of the pro day, just watching it from afar, because I didn't go work him out, but just watching what he did, his movement skills, he can bend. And that's where we were like, hey, if you can bend, you can play inside. It's tough when you can't bend, because it's just a different leverage in there. Yeah. And then the flexibility he may give us one day, do we got to kick him out the tackle, and stuff like that. So the grit is the huge thing for me.
Offensive line coach Hank Fraley joins us on the Stoney and Jansen program. You go up against the defensive line every day in practice. Obviously, you're going against the Giants yesterday and today. But what have you seen from your own defense that fans should be excited about? Maybe some improvements, Aleem McNeil, people like that.
Well, I know this. Aleem came back quicker, still strong, just going against them. And those guys are playing with a different intensity, like nastiness. And I think it's another, like you said, year 3 and AG system, and those guys understand it. And they got a lot of smart players that they can move around. And so it's not like, hey, they're just lining up. You're going to see, those guys in the same spot every time. You come out and they're everywhere. So they're playing fast and they're playing physical. Hutch has looked really good versus us. He's sharpening us up. There's things we always got to clean up with him. And it's a battle out there on the edge.
How do you see Penei Sewell continue to improve and develop?
You know what's great about him, John? Anybody that's stuck around at practice or have been here, the guy goes right over and starts working on his own sets, his drills, and he's also coaching these young guys. So for himself is just staying in there, all right, what do I need to tinker with and fix, or not do too much, just hone in on my technique. Is it good there? How good? And don't let good get in the way of being great. Mm-hmm. And that's where I think most athletes, hey, I'm good, I can do this. No, how do I become great, So, and then what are my weaknesses? And he's always working on that, because he knows his buck's out there. And it's like, how are people trying to defend me or defeat me? So I need to make sure I got that sharpened up and still hone in on what I am good with, make it great.
So in the Viking game, did you know that the play was being called for him to catch the ball?
Well, we were in a certain personnel package, so I knew he was in there. And when it was getting called, I was like, okay, he's a good athlete. Here we go. I hope they're not covering him. But it was a great play. He was reminded, and he's got a great football IQ. I think that's what makes him so special. His football IQ is out of this world, and it comes from, his dad's a high school football coach. He's been around the game, all that. But, like, tuck the ball, get down, first down, game's over, stuff like that. So it's amazing watching that young man work and how hungry he stays. And him and, like, all offseason, it's really – him and Jonas stay here and work out all off seasons, which is fun to see down there in that weight room.
So you mentioned quarterbacks and running backs, as you and I both know, can make you look a lot better as an offensive line. Jared Goff isn't going to make a lot of people miss. He's going to be able to do that by getting rid of the ball. But Jahmyr Gibbs, what have you seen from him from an offensive line's perspective of what he provides this offense and how he can help make you guys look even better than you are?
I think his patience, but speed through the hole is in his vision is really good. As a whole offense, he can do a lot of things. Yeah. But running the ball in his hands, along with Montgomery, they have a certain vision and patience behind us, but yet speed through the hole has been there. That burst that 26 has, right, 26, he can freaking go. Yeah. It's amazing just watching him early on with no pads on, even in OTAs. It was wow. And some of the cutbacks or the rollbacks or whatever, that vision's there. And now he's just got to get – each team's going to present different issues or how they set the edge or how the backers play or linemen, D-linemen. So that would be his, just picking up the speed of the game up here.
So what part of the hype machine train, the hype train are you on? Are you the conductor, the bellhop, so to speak?
We're probably just shoveling the coal, man. Okay. We're shoveling the coal. All right, if there is a train, we're down there in that room, engine room, just working and just sweating and grinding.
All right. Buns, thanks a lot for joining us. I appreciate it. Hank Fraley, offensive line coach of your Detroit Lions here. Stoney and Jansen, Mike Tirico coming up next, 97.1 The Ticket.
But I just think the adding of Teddy Bridgewater, there's not just, the fact that they're getting a quality backup. I mean, their best backups in Sean Hill. It feels like it's a position that they have blown off. And
all right, live from Allen Park, and we talked to
not having
this gentleman frequently during the show, but during the season, but usually not in person.
Want somebody who can win you.
We're thrilled, ladies and gentlemen, from NBC Sports, Peacock, the Golf Channel, and more importantly, just a great guy. He is Mike Tirico. What's happening,
gentlemen? Good morning. I hear that Woj just pissed at me.
Yeah,
let's just get that right out of the way here.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
But if you're not pissing somebody off, you're not doing it right?
And,
exactly.
And how come he's not here today?
I know.
Yeah. Right?
Well,
2 days.
I know. That's not that hard.
He saw enough. He's a supreme evaluator of talent. He saw enough.
Right.
Before we all get going, it's great to be in person with you as well. I know a lot of people who listen to your show, listen to the Tigers. I just want to express my personal condolences to Jim Price's family, the Tiger family, especially Dan Dickerson.
Yes.
I wanted to make sure I was back at my in-laws' house last night. I wanted to make sure I listened to the game last night so I could hear Danny during the game. And Dan, we are spoiled. We have as good a baseball announcer for a team as you could have in the league. And it had to be a tough night for Dan and everybody there. So I just want to share my thoughts. I've been around Jim a bunch and what he's done for autism with Jack's Place and all that. What a great guy. And just thinking of his family, the Tiger family,
absolutely.
And Danny today.
And we're thankfully that Dan does not work for one of the Angelos brothers.
Oh, my gosh. How about that? Go after my Syracuse guy,
I
Kevin
know.
Brown. It's one of our guys. Look, if you want to hire somebody from Syracuse, you're going to get somebody really good.
I know.
You're going to get somebody who's going to tell the truth.
Yeah.
We're not going to sugarcoat it. And that was
sugar-coated.
That was a textbook way for a home announcer to explain our team has been atrocious, and they're actually
really good.
And it was textbook without taking a knife to the organization. And that's, as Gary Cohen of the Mets so well said, you draped yourselves in infamy with your performance with John Miller. You're doing the same here. Anyway.
Yes, absolutely. You will be not only doing the Lions-Chiefs opener on September the 7th that everybody can't wait to see. You'll also be at the Big House. You got that East Carolina depth chart ready?
We're not there yet. We're getting there. I was working the Michigan radio color analyst. I don't know if you know him.
Yeah.
I was working him for info yesterday. He's
lost a lot of weight, though.
I barely know who he is. I am the first voice of hope for our state this year because there's so much hope that this is Michigan's year and so much hope that this is the Lions' year. So I'm happy to kick off both. Now, I hope I don't leave both of you miserable as fan bases 5 days later. But it's fun for me. I haven't done a game in the Big House. I was talking to John yesterday. I think it's been since 03 or 04. So I'm just excited to go back in the building and call a game. It'll be a lot of fun, opener or not. A lot of hype.
If you leave us in misery after the Michigan game,
oh my God,
we've got bigger problems.
Exactly right.
I'm not really worried about what happens on September 7th. But they are going to start off with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Is the hype around the Lions, do you feel it's legit, and can they be a team that follows through on it?
Of course it's legit. You don't win 8 of your last 10 by accident. You're not a top 5 scoring offense in the league by accident, and they were last year. But, John, your eyes are far more trained than me, far more trained than Stoney. But just out here 3 years ago, 2 years ago, yesterday, what a difference.
Oh.
Like the good players will be cut from this roster.
Yeah.
As long as everybody stays healthy through camp. That's that barometer always. You go, well, maybe they can get a third one of these off of somebody's roster when they cut, right? That's not what you're saying out here right now. This is a really good, deep, talented team. So, yeah, that backs up all the hype. And if you needed to say any bit of confidence that this team could do things that other Lions teams couldn't, just go back and put in the tape of the game at Lambeau. That's week 18. Everything on the line for Green Bay, nothing on the line for Detroit. And not only do they win, but they end the Rodgers era in Lambeau, and that, I think, helped fuel a lot of this momentum into the season.
And the hype, I mean, because here, those who grew up here, who've been here a long time like myself, we've just been beat down so much that a lot of I was with somebody yesterday. I won't believe it till I see it. I refuse to believe it. Most of the hype is national because they haven't been beat down.
Well, yesterday, I didn't know I didn't know who was going to be here. I was here because we have the Giants the opening Sunday night of the season. So this is great for me. I get 2 days of back-to-back, and Chris Collinsworth is here today. Right, and you come down the street, and it's a perfect day to see a couple of teams. But Jay Glazer was here. Andrew Siciliano, Brian Baldinger, NFL Network were here. Kurt Menefee, the host of the Fox pregame, was here. You got a lot of national media folks. Jarrett Bell from USA Today. He's the one who got the Sean Payton quote that started the whole dust-up with Sean Payton and Nathaniel Hackett. So a lot of people are making sure in their camp tour that they come here because this team has earned that attention, and they earn their spot in that opening game. That opening game is always going to rate. It's the first real NFL game. People are dying for real ball. You got the champs hanging their banner. So all of that brings people to the table. You could put a lot of teams in that slot. You could have put a division team. But I think the league just trying to say, okay, we think the Lions might be ready. Here they are.
2 questions. 1 or 2 parts. What's the one thing that you feel like you could hang your hat on when you watch the Detroit Lions, and what is the biggest concern?
Because it's you is not the reason I'm saying this. Offensive line.
Yeah.
I mean, you know better than I. That's a really good offensive line that has never played together. The 5 best offensive linemen have not played together, and you've got a swing tackle. You've got an inside guy who can play multiple positions. You've got, if you lose your left tackle, your right tackle can come play left tackle and be maybe just as good. Where else in the league can you say that? So they've got a lot there that you can bank on, and when you need 3, you turn and you can get 3. When you run over that right side and get a yard and a half, you got 2 physical, powerful guys over there. That's gold in this league. And because you have the new additions of Gibbs and the tight end Laporta to go with the receivers like St. Brown. You won't see J-Mo for a while, right? But Marvin Jones can still do it at his age. All that stuff, Josh Reynolds. Now you can decide how you want to play.
Yeah.
You don't have to play. Let's go play a Madden game, try to score 40. You can go win a grind fest, right? And against Kansas City, let's say you score early and get the lead. What do you want to do? You want to keep the ball out of 15's hands. You could actually screen, slow play it, and grind the clock down and take snaps away from Mahomes. So now you have those options, which was never before. So that's the value to me of an O-line.
I think I see a little bit of belief that he thinks the Lions can beat the Chiefs.
Oh, absolutely they can. Now it's hard.
See, Stoney doesn't believe it at all.
It's hard to win that opening night.
Yes.
Yeah. It's hard to win there.
That's why if Chris Jones doesn't play, I'm happy.
And that's why the Chiefs are and will be, and should be favored. But it's not outside of the realm of possibility. You're not holding mirrors to the sun on a full moon.
It will not be a blowout.
To come up with the equation. And on top of all of that, the Lions came out smoking on offense last year. They scored 35 in that opener against Philadelphia. I don't think Ben Johnson's offense is going to tiptoe into the season. So the position of concern is what you mentioned. I want is the linebacker well, I guess it's a little bit D-line. A little bit, and that sounds weird to say because I think McNeil losing weight would be even quicker and still strong, and Hutch looks great. I spent a bunch of time with Aiden talking yesterday. He's awesome. What a dude.
He looks good, doesn't he?
What a dude, and what a good guy and good family, and everybody here knows that story. So are they the deepest D-line where they're rolling 8 like a high level? No, but they're solid. Can the linebackers raise it to an elite level? I think the DBs are okay if they're healthy.
Yeah.
Can the linebackers raise it to an elite level? And some of that competition may bring out the best in situationally. 53 is good here. Anzalone's good here. The rookie's going to be good here. You got options now maybe that you didn't have a couple years ago.
I'm curious, 2 of your favorite things to call over the years have gone through some major transformation. Is there any corollary between live golf and what's going on in college football?
There will be. Florida State's talking to investment bankers about bankrolling some of the money to help them buy out of the ACC. So could we very well see the PIF, the people from Saudi Arabia, the Public Information Fund, Interest Fund, who put the money up to create Live, could they come to a college conference? Absolutely. Now, would the school take them? I don't know. But college presidents have looked the other way when the answers become finances and resources. As a body, and I'm not saying every one of them, as a body, what the university CEOs, presidents, and chancellors have allowed to happen to intercollegiate athletics is an embarrassment to their profession. They have really let this thing go wild and out of control. What started this recent domino? Colorado moving, right?
Right.
How many in the last 4 full seasons? I'm taking out the COVID year. Last 4 full seasons. Colorado's won 14 games.
That's more than I would have guessed.
Georgia won 14 games last year. They've won 14 games in 4 years, and their move started this trigger. Florida State is trying to get the ACC to pay based on your performance on the field. Let's incentivize good play, and they get a little bit more of the money. Florida State's 21-27 the last 6 years in conference. They've been a bad football team, and they're 500 the last 6 years. They're saying we should get more than the other teams in the ACC. So the whole thing is a house of cards in so many ways, and so disappointing that nobody has thought of anything but some football matchups. And our business, my business, we have contributed to it. There's no doubt about it. But how do these university presidents, who are supposed to be the smartest leaders of getting the next generation to the right place, how do they not get together and do something with intelligence? You figure a college president is going to act based on intelligence and longevity of success for an endeavor. And this has been a complete, abject, throw it up like pieces of confetti and let it fall.
Well, I said this earlier.
Awful.
It's kind of what's wrong with America. It's corporate greed. And
Yep.
the academic people are basically succumbing to football.
Because every school is challenged for money.
Right.
Because the tuitions have gotten so high, because the cost of a university.
That's another show.
It's not just athletics,
Yes.
right?
And the
It's
impact
everywhere.
that we had of shutting everything down a couple of years ago, it's the impact on athletic departments, it's the impact on universities.
Hey, John, Michigan soccer is going to go out and play Washington and Oregon? Really? Do we need that? Is that good for the kids? Is it good for we spend so much time talking about 2% of the athletes who are going to play somewhere.
Right.
And academics. 98% of them, and Johnny, you know this because you see these kids. Most of these kids, great kid at Michigan, great player. You didn't even see this training camp.
Yeah.
He doesn't make a 90-man roster. And so what does he do the rest of his life? He works. He gets a job. He or she is, so many female student athletes. They do something with their degree. We've completely thrown that away. Hey, let's send volleyball out. It's going to be great at Heck Edmondson Pavilion on BTN at 11 o'clock at night. And we got Rutgers taking on UW in volleyball. Woo! Let's go. Who sits down and says, this is a good idea for everyone involved? Have you heard a coach, an athlete say, all this movement's great for us?
No.
Not one.
No.
Why?
Because
Why?
it's not. And it's they're making if you take the football team as a whole, 100 student athletes versus all the other student athletes that are on campus. It's a football decision based solely on money.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And look at NIL. Michigan tried really hard to stand on the principles of and had to give in.
Yes.
Had to give in. Why? Because if we don't, we're going to get passed by. And guess what?
Right.
We're not going to have 108,000, whatever numbers we all count
And even
as.
in the other sports, they got outbid on Hunter Dickinson. Whether they wanted to keep him or not is a whole different argument. But
The whole thing, it's a great example of why leadership on a football team for your company as you're driving to work, for your charitable endeavor at home. Yeah. Leadership is essential because the lack of leadership in college athletics has changed this thing forever, and I don't think any of us think it's for the better. It may be more fun for a few football matchups, but I don't know.
All right, you got a big day today after here, right? You're hitting the road?
I'm hitting the road. I'm hitting the Thunder Road. I'm going to see Springsteen at Wrigley.
My guys!
Stoney's not going to be there till Friday, so I want to make sure that the
Yes.
concert's at his level, John, as you know.
Yes.
Has he taken you to Springsteen yet?
I offered late
last
minute. Late minute. It was last minute because my daughter had
but
COVID.
I did see the day after that he did go with one Jim Harbaugh.
Wait, you and Harbs went to
He was there by
Springsteen?
himself, and
wait,
saw
so
it.
Harbs was
I
there
got
by
him in the
himself?
pit. I got him in the pit. Yeah, or not again. There was somebody of the Little Caesars.
No, just pull that clip. That's it.
Yeah. I have pictures. Hey, this is the man who helped save my life. I forgot to even talk about that. The last time I saw this guy before yesterday, I was like, I have such bad eye contact anyway.
Yes.
I'm trying to talk to him because he was so nice to talk to my daughter, Marissa.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there wavering. And
Lights
he
are
goes,
going dark.
Get him. He's bringing me water. I go to the medical tent. Next thing I'm knowing, I'm in an ambulance.
Stoney, he was fond of Aaron Rodgers. He did his own darkness retreat for a little bit, and he's come out better.
That's right.
What could go wrong? There's
Exactly.
optimism for the Lions, optimism for Michigan football.
That's right.
And Stoney's good.
Enjoy the show tonight,
Thank you.
and we enjoy you all the time.
Same
Thanks
here.
a lot.
Great
We
to see you
appreciate
guys.
it.
Talk to you
Yes.
before the opener.
Yes,
Let's
Carson
go.
Anderson coming up after our program. We'll say hello to those guys coming up next. Stoney and Jansen live, Allen Park, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, John Jansen here for our friends at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Southfield. Summer's flying by, but there's still plenty of time to make this the summer your best one yet. Visit Fox CDJR of Southfield for the Make This the Summer sales event to shop exciting specials during the month of August. Here's a couple. Lease a 2023 Jeep Compass starting at only $299 a month, or a 2020 1500 Bighorn for $399 a month. The best part is Fox CDJR of Southfield's easy 3-step process for purchasing a vehicle. First, work with the expert product specialist to pick out the perfect vehicle for your family. Next, the team will help you find the best price or payment for your budget. And finally, after you say yes to your new ride, take delivery in less than an hour with their expert delivery team. Stop by the dealership today at 11 1/2 Telegraph for the best guest experience you've ever had, or visit them online at foxchrysler.jeepramosouthfield.com. That's foxchrysler.jeepramosouthfield.com. See dealer for complete details based on bank approval, proper and required documentation, employee number, registration, and funds.
Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful. And I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge. Because going against someone's – what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason, and the results have him looking like...
So I was wondering, 248-539-9797, real quick, who's the worst Lions quarterback in your lifetime?
Well, that's a terrific question. And
in your Lions fandom.
Unfortunately, there are many to choose from. And if how far are we going back? We just going
Your
30
life-
years?
your
My
li- your-
lifetime?
your lifetime.
Okay, all right. I got to believe at the near the top of that list would be one Ty Detmer. Was 1-3 as a starter, threw 3 touchdowns, and that's where the positives end. 3 fumbles, and had 10 interceptions. This all being, let's go back, 1-3, 4 games.
Yeah. I mean, what was it, 6 or 7 in one game? I think he had 6.
6.
Against Cleveland. That was
Yeah.
the first game after 9/11. And he had another one that was
Detroit, are you still using that old traditional water heater that keeps your monthly gas bill through the roof? Carter's Plumbing is here to help. Did you know that your gas is running all day to warm up that giant water tank? Well, with a Navien tankless water heater, you start the heating process when you turn the knob on your faucet. Don't wait for that expensive bill to come again this month. Do what I did and go to callcartersplumbing.com today, and their licensed technicians will come to your home and they're going to get your tankless water heater installed. Visit callcartersplumbing.com today and mention me, Heather, for $50 off your Navien tankless water heater.
Two 248-539-9797. Like I said, Carson Anderson coming up in a couple of minutes. This place starting to fill up. The bleachers getting packed. Ready for day 2 of scrimmages. Now, you might remember last year when the Indianapolis Colts hosted the Detroit Lions. Day 1, John, was all about the Lions getting their ass kicked.
Yep. And what we reported or what we heard yesterday, what we saw is that day 1 here, Lions were the ass kickers.
Yes. So what we would expect in day 2 is the Giants to come up with a little better effort. And I'm just saying effort. And I'm not saying they're going to win the scrimmage, not even if they're keeping score or whatever.
Well,
but the other thing is that we might expect is a little more physicality and a little more tempers.
Sure, and I don't think it was a lack of effort. It wasn't a lack of physicality. It was just the Lions performed better yesterday than the Giants did. And, yeah, you would expect them to respond. They come out a little bit more juiced up. But here's what I want to see from either Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson, or Dan Campbell is you're expecting them to give you a little bit different look, match up differently with Jahmyr Gibbs, and maybe today – hey, we're going to put Jahmyr Gibbs out there. He's going to be the decoy. We're going to find ways to get him the ball, but now all of a sudden you get Sam Laporta the ball a little bit more. There are different things that you can do to change things up so that you always keep that other team guessing, and that's what I want to see from the coordinators and play callers today.
All right, Carson Anderson are coming up next. Doug, what's happening?
Just spent some time talking with Mike Tirico.
He's the greatest, isn't he?
What a jerk.
I know.
Seriously, he's like the nicest guy
He
ever.
is. Yeah. Right.
The fans coming up to him, he's taking pictures.
He's the best.
Here's something I've learned, and I'm so bad at it, and I'll never forget Ron McLean Hockey Night in Canada.
Yes.
Years ago, another Radio Life, I'm just starting out. We get Ron McLean on, which is a big land as a guest. My intern, Chad, calls him up and says, "Hi, Ron, it's Chad. Are you ready for your interview? Chad from WTK, are you ready for your interview?" And he says, "Yes, I am, Chad." And we do an interview, 20 minutes, long interview. We get done, put him back on hold. He doesn't hang up. Chad picks up the phone and says, "Thanks, Ron." He goes, "No problem, Chad." And like he remembered the producer who called him 20 minutes later. Mike Tirico just introduced him to my son.
Right.
He's like, "I remember you when you were this big, blah, 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 blah. Great to see you again, Brendan." And I'm like, does he remember his name? I don't remember what I did yesterday.
Yeah.
I know.
Tarico, he's such a class guy.
I know, and I always call your son Brandon. So
I know, yeah, right?
Because I screw up every name.
Yeah, you
Let's
do.
go.
I got to tell you.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go.
Oh no, jeez, John.
From Stoney himself.
Good
No.
Lord.
At first, I thought you were making a Dave Brandon reference, which is in some people's eyes
Again,
even worse. Not
let's
mine.
go.
Yeah.
Well, I had a chance to listen a lot this morning because we didn't go into the station beforehand. Did all
Right.
the prep work from home. Kang and I talking, and Gator, show sheet all sent over. And I went for a walk and I was listening to the show. I laughed 10 times, not because you guys were trying to be funny. You just were.
On the Sean Payton stuff.
No, it was. You were talking about Hall of Fame this, and Stoney said, and now you're sitting next to me. Good job for being a Hall of Fame candidate.
Right.
To sitting next to Mike Stone.
Exactly.
Burst out laughing.
So we gonna get play-by-play out? 'Cause
I mean,
they're performing
seriously,
in front of you.
I'm going to struggle with golf back to pass. I mean, I may as well start
Yeah,
warming
hey,
up for the
start warming
season.
up. Let's go.
And Gator will do color, and I'll do play-by-play at practice.
All right.
Sounds good to me.
So you can be
Absolutely. Carson Anderson, live from Allen Park next. 97 won the ticket.
All right, Carson Anderson from the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. It is football. And, Gator, we've been here several times. It's been a few years. And we can see the practice field this year, which is going to make this one of the more difficult shows to stay focused because I'm just going to want to do play-by-play. And I'm not quite sure we shouldn't.
You want to get some practice in before the season starts for yourself?
I think it's a great idea. Reps.
Okay.
And, the more the merrier. But how are you today?
I'm good.
Yeah?
I'm good. Went to the baseball game last night, and glad to see a Tigers victory. Nice shutout there.
Yeah.
There were apparently 16,000 people there, so some people still care.
Yep.
But really, I wanted to go and say hi to Dan Dickerson and express my condolences for the loss of Jim Price, the longtime one of the voices of the Tigers broadcast. And, you know, I was fortunate enough when we first got the rights to the Tigers back in 2000, 2001, I was fortunate enough to be part of that broadcast team doing the pregame and the postgame shows. So I was there at the ballpark for every home game and doing shows for every away game. And through some bad years, 2003 was a horrible year. But Jim was so welcoming.
Yeah.
When I joined that team, it was really he made me feel at ease right away. I mean, it could have been a difficult situation, new kid on the block here, and he didn't care. He was just, hey, nice to meet you, and wanted to get to know me a little bit. And Jim Price was one of the truly nice guys in all of sports, and not many people. I haven't heard anybody has a bad thing to say about Jim. He was really, really great. And just one quick story of what I loved about Jim Price is that he had a great friendship with Al Kaline. I think we're best buds. And it was one of the really cool things about going up in the broadcast booth before games was more often than not, you would see Al come into the broadcast booth and just shoot the breeze with Jimmy. And they would sit there and talk like they're old friends because they are old friends, and they are best friends. And it was really cool. And there's Hall of Famer Al Kaline, and here's Jim Price. And every time that I was in there, when Al was in there, Jim took time out and said, Al, you remember Scott, don't you? And I was like, yeah, hey, how are you? And the last time I saw Al Kaline up in the broadcast booth a couple years ago, Jim did the same thing. And the three of us just sat there and had a conversation for about 15 minutes about not baseball stuff. And it was one of the coolest moments I've had in sports broadcasting that wasn't even broadcasting, but I was given the opportunity because, the relationship I had with the guys. And it was really awesome. And Jim's going to be missed. I mean, he really, really will be missed because, he epitomized friendly,
So something I didn't quite understand as it was going on through the years that Jim Price used to do for us. And again, I didn't get it really until last year when I really started to put two and two together. You and I have done probably 100+ shows from down at Comerica Park, from Gate A. And the show ends at roughly 12:40, 1 o'clock starts. And, when we go to games, right after that, you walk down the hall or down the side of the building into the media entrance, take the elevator up, and we kind of always do the same thing. We walk in and we go straight to the booth to say hi to the guys. And Dan and Jim are so gracious with their time. They take their headsets off.
Yep.
I would sit down in the front row, and I would actually sit on the stairs right behind because it's kind of a two-tiered. And Dan was on the left, and the stairs go down on the right. And I would sit right there next to Jim Price. And he would take the headset off, and he would turn, and we would talk. And we would talk for as long as I wanted to talk, okay? Not that I would just, when I would say, hey, okay, good, great to see you, then he would say, all right, great to see you, shake your hand, and go back. Last year I did play-by-play for the first time. And right before the game starts, it's kind of crunch time.
Yeah, it's a little
and
hectic.
It's a little hectic, and you're like thinking of everything that you're making sure you're prepared for everything, right? That's crunch time. And I didn't realize we were walking into their crunch time. The game is about to start. They're in the taped A.J. Hinch interview. The clock is ticking. Any last-second preparations, they are doing right then and there.
Right, like the engineer's ready to tap you on the shoulder, man. Hey, we got like 30 seconds. What are you doing?
And we would come in at the worst time possible. And, of course, we should have known better. We should have known better.
Yeah.
But, we didn't. And we walk into that booth, and they would engage with us in crunch time. And Dan's the same way.
Yeah.
They'd never say, hey, we got to go. Ever. They never said that to us once, Dan nor Jim. And Jim would sit there, and we'd talk about the team. We'd talk about, he would ask about our kids, and Dan the same thing. Just the entire broadcast, class all the way. And Jim would sit there and talk. And then mostly because of the proximity to where he was and where Dan was, I would spend a lot of time talking with Jim. But Dan is just as gracious as time. And I didn't realize until really last year that right before the ball kicks off, is probably not the best time for me to get visitors, but, take that as a cue. Take the headset off and be kind to people. And Jim was he was a class guy, and he will be missed. And the catchphrases, too, that you just get used to, the art of pitching. I don't know if you get there's an art to pitching, which all of Detroit knows now. Yeah. All of Detroit knows what a yellowhammer is.
The yellowhammer, it's buggy whip, and
all these great terms.
Arsenal
that
and all
he
that
used.
stuff.
He used the term arsenal.
They had some kind of fundraiser. I think it was T-shirts were printed up with all the Jimisms on them to raise money for Jack's Place for Autism, which was the foundation that he started back in 2002 for autism awareness. And just an amazing man. And he's Jim would say when things were going badly and be like before the trade deadline, I'd be up in the booth and before the game, and Jim would go, Scotty, a lot going on. Can't talk about it. A lot going on. And when he would say that, I knew he was genuine. Like there was something was going to break. He wasn't going to tell me and betray the trust of his sources.
Right.
But suffice it to say, Jim knew something was going on, and then sure enough, a week or so later, there'd be some giant move that happened, or somebody was sent down to the minors, and you just kind of smile, and you come in the next day, and he's like, I told you something was going to happen. And you're like, yep, something happened. And, he did what he loved until he couldn't do it anymore. And his last broadcast, I believe, was the Thursday before the All-Star break. And you think about that. And the man died Monday night. Yep. So it's a matter of a month, 3 weeks, whatever the timeline was in between. I mean, he loved baseball. He loved the Tigers, and he loved coming down to the ballpark. And it became really obvious this year that this was going to be a trying year for him. And when I talked to Dan yesterday, it's what he said. He said, when I saw Jimmy in spring training, I knew that this was kind of on borrowed time. But he lived a great life, left an amazing legacy, and, just the person that he was, you won't forget the person he was, and wearing his Tommy Bahama shirts all the time.
Yeah.
I remember talking to him years ago, and we'd talk about his athletic prowess when he was younger and playing football and basketball and what a golfer he was and how he didn't really golf anymore because his ankles were so bad, the calcification and all these issues he had with his ankles, he really didn't play golf anymore. But everybody would say, oh, Jim was a damn good golfer.
Yeah.
Just a great guy. He's going to be missed.
Okay, so we will talk about Jim throughout the day. We are live at Lions training camp. Practice starts at 10:30. Lions insider Dave Burkett's going to join us before practice starts. For those of you, we do have the Twitch feed up and running, so you can see us, and the YouTube feed. If you want to watch the show, go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, or you can watch on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search up 971 The Ticket, and there we are. And I'm going to pick up my laptop here and turn it around so people can see our broadcast position. And maybe you can see.
And Stoney's back.
There's Stoney's back, yeah. Stoney's back. And Jansen. And Boy. There's Boy, who's talking to Stoney and Jansen. And then there's Jared Goff. I don't know if you can see him or make him out.
I don't think that's a good motion to be showing on the camera.
I think it's a great motion to be showing. He's going through some sort of warm-up.
He's skiing.
Yeah. I know. You probably can't see him. But
I hope they couldn't see
I think it was pretty funny. Anyway, I have a prediction of what's going to happen today at practice.
Okay.
I have a prediction. So anyway, we will get to that coming up. Lions insider Dave Burkett. We will cover as much of what we see in front of us. Hopefully a repeat of yesterday, because everyone said yesterday the Detroit Lions looked great. It's Carson Anderson from Allen Park, 97.1 The Ticket.
So this is a true story of what happened last night at the ballpark. I was literally talking to the person next to me up in the press box about how there was this ice cream place in Redford that had the soft serve ice cream cone of the rock and rye flavor. And we're like, oh, that sounds really good. 10 seconds later, she shows on her phone an ad that comes up for that. And we're like, you got to be kidding me. This just happens. I mean, you got to be tired of this stuff being tracked online. Do something about it. Download the DuckDuckGo app. Help block those trackers when you're browsing and when you're searching. And if you use DuckDuckGo as your browser, you're going to be able to conduct private searches with the help of tracker blockers that will help to prevent the spies in your searches. So keep those searches and your browsing activity more private. Don't delay. Download it for free today or visit DuckDuckGo.com.
Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover.
Clearly believe they're going to 20. I think there's hesitancy on who it is.
All right, so obviously there's a lot to talk about today with what happened yesterday here at Lions Giants practice, joint practices. And Gator, by all accounts, it was an extremely good day for the Detroit Lions. I went to plenty of New York websites to see what was being reported on that side. There wasn't a ton of praise for the Giants.
What kind of sites were they? Like WeSuck.com?
That was one.
Yeah.
Gotwhooped.net. Yeah.
Why isn't ValentiGM.com? Things like that.
Yeah. All the positive that has been created and talked about from the Lions' perspective, all the buzz that came out of this, and it wasn't just what the fans saw and what the local media saw. National media was reacting to how great the Lions looked in practice. This is similar to a great first 100 yards of a marathon, right? That's all it is. But in the context of 10-2,
that's it.
Yeah, we're going to talk about what we see in front of us, and I'd rather be the team that looked great than the team that looked bad. An astute listener sent me an email last night, and you tell me what you think of this.
Okay.
The Giants kind of got put on the Russian front yesterday. I think that team today is going to come with some fight. Not just figuratively, but perhaps literally.
Well,
you think about, first of all, we are not in the media epicenter of the world, but the media epicenter of the world is visiting us. There's a spotlight on everything that a New York team does. And if they're getting filleted over what happened yesterday at practice, right?
Right.
How do you think they respond today?
Oh, I don't think they're going to be happy about it at all. I think they're going to be very grumpy Giants today.
Yeah.
And I would expect that they come back, dust themselves off the canvas, and try to hit the lines with their best punch early too. I mean, it's just there's pride that kicks in, right?
Yep.
And I think they sounds by all accounts like they got shown up yesterday. Nobody likes that. And when there are reports of C.J. Gardner-Johnson chirping at Amani Oruwariye, where Johnson comes in hot and says some unsavory things, or things that you would fully expect to get a rise out of the competition. And when you call somebody soft or allegedly call somebody soft,
right?
Football players don't like that. That's like the worst thing you could say about them. So, yeah, I think that things are going to get a little dicey out there. There's going to be a lot of competition, and there's going to be a lot of jaws that are flapping while the gums are flapping while this is going on. And hopefully the Lions answer the bell. And this is where I want to see depth coming in and playing well. Because it's one thing for the ones they're going to go at it, but it's the whole practice, right? And the ones don't get the whole practice. Everybody's getting practice. You're trying to evaluate stuff. So we've talked a lot about the Lions' depth. It's the depth guys, I think, that are the ones that really step it up. And maybe this is going to be a spirited practice, I would expect.
I have a feeling that we are going to want to keep our eyes on what's going on today. I have a feeling that the Giants feel a little bit called out, and that they may the response could manifest itself in perhaps things getting a little bit out of hand. But we will keep you up to date on what's going on today as we welcome in our first guest from out here at Allen Park, who I can't believe made time for us because he's busy. Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press. What's up, man?
Doing well, man. How are you guys?
We're good.
Good.
I know practice starts soon, so thanks for stopping by.
Oh, it's been fun out here, man. It's a different environment for sure.
Okay,
No
so
doubt.
here's my first question for you.
Yeah.
Is there any reason that you have seen, any evidence that people should be tapping the brakes on their enthusiasm?
Look, I think the Lions are going to be really good this year. I mean, I've covered this team. I started at the Free Press in 2010. And there's been hype before. I think, coming off that 2011 season, there was a lot of hype for 2012. Just, young Matthew Stafford and Sue and Kelvin. And I don't know if I quite bought in. They didn't do anything in that offseason. This offseason, they went for it. And that's the biggest difference to me. And so I don't know that they're a Super Bowl team, but I expect them to win the division. I expect them to get a home playoff game. And if that happens, you're couple wins away from the Super Bowl. I mean, you're within spitting distance of the Super Bowl. So I'm not trying to.
Wow, you were the first person to use the word Super Bowl today.
Yeah. I mean, look,
wow.
Wow. So I don't want to say I don't think the Lions are a Super Bowl team, but it's not that unreasonable that people have this belief that, wow, we're getting closer to that, I guess is the point.
Well, the way they're building this team, it's kind of foreign from what we've seen in the past. I mean, they're absolutely doing it for the draft. And free agents that they've signed typically have been one-year deals to try to add to the depth a little bit. And then there's been a couple of longer-term contracts handed out. But they haven't been handed out to, like, the top free agents out there.
Yeah.
They've been smart signings to good players, improvement players. And when you go into the offseason, look at the second half of last year where the defense gave up a quarterback rating against the last 10 games of 80. Right?
Yeah.
And then they go ahead and add to that. Like, here comes Sutton, here comes Gardner-Johnson and the others, and then you've got a draft. How are Lions fans not supposed to be giddy about what can be impressed on the defense?
Gator, look, honestly, I mean, I sat down with Aaron Glenn, back at the end of June, to write a little something before camp, and we talked about that a little bit. Just and his point was, I don't care what the numbers say. I liked how we were playing at the end of the year, and it's tough to argue. I mean, they were allowing 20 points a game at the end of the year, and that's winning defense. And you look at the moves they made this offseason, bringing those guys in, all on reasonable contracts. They haven't done anything. That's the next, I think, step for Brad Holmes, for Dan Campbell in this building process is, right, you acquire this talent, then it's about keeping the talent, paying the right players, making sure that you don't handcuff yourself in a lot of ways. And I think what the Lions have done so far is they've brought in good vets that complement this young nucleus. And really some of the young players they've added, guys, Brian Branch has been one of the most pleasant surprises of camp. He's going to play a really big role this year. And maybe that means that their initial role for C.J. Gardner-Johnson and how they used him is going to change a little bit. Maybe C.J. plays a little more safety and Branch is your nickel and fewer snaps for Tracy. But those are good problems to have.
So yesterday's practice.
Yeah.
Rave reviews. What does it mean? One practice,
yeah.
But what everybody says was clearly the better of the two teams.
Yeah, and look, I'll pump the brakes on that a little bit just because, for me, I spent yesterday watching the offensive field. Today I'll watch the defensive field. And so I don't know exactly. There's so much going on. I liked what the Lions did and what I saw. I think they're a good team. I don't know. They beat the Giants last year, right?
Right.
We thought they would be a better team. I'll tell you the thing that really stood out to me, though. And I think this is really how it's been all camp. But I thought it was really evident yesterday. The last period that the Lions had, red zone period, last period of the day, both teams come together on one field. When the Lions make plays, offense scores a touchdown, Jamar Jefferson runs someone over, the defense, there's 10 defensive guys on the field celebrating. Like the energy that they have, the belief that they have in themselves, the way that they can walk with their chest out, their shoulders back, how confident they are in themselves. That's pretty clear. It's pretty clear what they believe in themselves and what they think they can be. I didn't necessarily see that from the Giants, and maybe I wasn't watching them as closely, but I think the way the Lions have carried themselves and what you see from them on the sidelines, they act like they're a team that's going to win a lot of games this year. And that's hasn't always been the case. And to me, that goes a long way, and that's a big part of maybe why I believe this is going to be a good year for the Lions, too.
Is that swagger the most tangible difference you can see? Is it team speed? Is it just being more experienced? What is it tangibly that you're like, there it is?
No, I think that's a big part of it. And someone had asked Dan in his press conference this morning whether he coaches energy or he hopes that his rubs off. And he said, no, I think it's really in the guys that we brought in. And whether that's the case, Dan obviously exudes some of that. I mean, he came out yesterday morning and he looked like he drank about 4 of those big coffees that he says he usually has because he was so pumped. And so it's natural some of that's going to rub off. But I do think that everyone is sort of believing in what they've built and where they've come from and what they're going to be. And so that's a big part of it. Gator, I think the other thing is, that youth that they have, maybe it's not easy, but you see it a lot of times where teams have one good draft class, right, and there's some good players. The Lions have put together maybe 3 straight pretty good draft classes, and so when you start stacking that young talent year after year, you have depth at a lot of places on your roster where you didn't used to have it. So I think the depth and the young depth is a big thing.
Dave Burkett, Freep.com, and at Dave Burkett on Twitter. The offense, okay? You can make a case that they have no elite skill position players.
Right.
They were top 5 offensive team in the league last year. They might be better this year. How's it possible that they're this good where there isn't a Tyreek Hill or there isn't a Saquon Barkley? How are they able to do this?
Well, 2 things. Ben Johnson's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And the offensive line. And, Doug, I was thinking about this a little bit, just kind of exactly what you were saying. Maybe is the offense set up to take a little step back? I look at the receiving core, and I don't see much there beyond Amon-Ra St. Brown. Khalif Raymond's their second-best receiver.
Who's good.
You watch some of his one-on-ones, you're like, wow, that's a really good player. We don't know what Jamison Williams will be. But there's so much of it has to do with the offensive line. And, I said this a few weeks ago somewhere, and someone wrote to me, sort of like, are you serious? Are you giving Bob Quinn credit? Because I said, Bob Quinn brought in 4 of these starting offensive linemen. I said, no, the point is that building an offensive line, a really good offensive line, is like a universal truth in the NFL. Like Matt Millen tried to do it, right? Dominic Raiola and Jeff Backus, his first 2 draft picks. Bob Quinn tried. I mean, every GM who's come through here has tried to do it. And the Lions have one of the best offensive lines right now. And so I think that is the easiest path to offensive success in the NFL. Jared Goff, if you look at the numbers, he wasn't great against pressure last year. He's one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. But he was really good against the blitz because he had all these answers and the Lions kept that pressure off him. So if that offensive line is healthy, this offense can do a lot of good things.
Where are your eyes looking today? Another spirited practice we're expecting. Where are you going to be training your eyes specifically?
Yeah, so my process when I'm out here is there's so much going on. Like I said, yesterday I watched sort of the offensive field that the Lions were on. I wanted to see Jameson. Jared Goff was talking. I figured that'd be a good place to start yesterday. Today I'll be watching the defense just to kind of see how they do against the Giants' first-team offense, and specifically the run game, right? I haven't checked, but hopefully Saquon Barkley's practicing. Get a little read on that run defense because, to your point from earlier, the defense wasn't great last year, and against the run specifically, they had some problems early on, and I think they're much better up front, that depth that they have. But you want to see that out there today, and maybe make sure another pass rusher besides Aiden Hutchinson, comes to play, because I think Hutch will be there this year. I think he's going to have a really good season, but he's not going to be able to do it by himself.
Final thing from me, give us a player or two that you think will really surprise the fans.
Well, we've written about him now, but I think there's an undrafted rookie on each side of the ball that has a really good chance of making this team. And Starling Thomas, the cornerback, undrafted rookie out of UAB, you watch him, he takes no guff from no one, right? Whether it's Jameson Williams in practice or someone on the Giants and it's a special teams period or a defensive. The guy he's got a level of compete about him that you can see why Dan Campbell liked him so much. And he's going to be a backup, but those backup cornerbacks play because that's a position that gets hurt. So he's a guy that definitely has flown under the radar, but people are recognizing now. And then Dylan Drummond, Eastern Michigan guy, another undrafted guy that, I mentioned it. I think there's a lot of questions at the receiver position. And, Marvin Jones was hurt to start the year. He's 33. Josh Reynolds just hasn't popped a lot this camp, but, he's Goff's guy. We'll see what Denzel Mims is if he's back from his injury. But Drummond's a guy that pops every practice. So those two guys will be two to watch.
Real quick, week 12, are we going to be complaining about the kicking?
That's one thing that could hold them back because I do think that's one of the biggest question marks on the team right now. Yeah, Romo, the guy that they got from the XFL, huge leg, immensely talented. Patterson, not nearly as big a leg. Both of them have been inconsistent. I do think that'll be a question.
Appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
You got it, guys.
Dave Burkett, FreakFreak.com, and, of course, at Dave Burkett on Twitter. Got to get to a break. We'll come back and get to your reaction, and practice will be getting underway. You heard the horn. Did you hear the horn?
I heard the horn.
Practice starting up from here at Allen Park. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
I'd like to know the people's viewpoint on another hype train that is soaring right now. This train is gathering steam, momentum. Now, I'd like to say I am guilty as being a part of it. I have said that this particular team is the largest threat to the established champion this year. The hype train is Michigan football. And it's not just, hey, they're going to be really good, or hey, they're going to beat OSU. There is the Blake Corum remark, which I'm not upset. I think Corum's earned the right to say it. He's been in school for years. He's the team's best back. He is the bell cow. And he said it's national championship or bust. I don't have a problem with that. You have the national media. Michigan, Michigan, Michigan. Okay, normal. But, boy, we have audio today where I went, okay, timeout. Just a quick TO. And it is one of the most unbelievable things I've ever heard. But then I checked.
Clearly believe they're going to 20. I think there's hesitancy on who it is.
Well, I think the hesitancy is it going to be Cal and Stanford, or are they going to wait to see if the ACC, if there's a mass evacuation from there, because then you'd have a chance at schools like If you wanted to dip into Florida, you've got Florida State, Miami, North Carolina, and Virginia seem like better fits as universities. But I think they're waiting to see if they want to go that route and leave 2 slots open, or if they just want to fill them right now with Cal and Stanford.
But the SEC, if the Big Ten goes to 20, I think the SEC is eventually, and people think it's a given that the SEC is going to just grab 4 ACC teams.
Yeah,
I do think Oklahoma State and Kansas are potential possibilities. And it's because of the rivalry with Oklahoma, Bedlam. You're keeping that, and I think a respected football program, and then Kansas from the basketball.
I think they have populated this roster with good players. They have populated this roster with professionals. There's less nonsense, and these guys can play. Dan Campbell has kind of set the tone for the culture, and Brad Holmes, who built draft boards with the Rams and did a great job without first-round picks for Les Snead, setting up picks in second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth round, and helping that team. They basically drafted well and supplemented with huge moves. Brad Holmes has come here, and he has drafted well. I think they have populated this roster with good players. They have populated this roster with professionals. There's less nonsense, and these guys can play.
All right, let's just set the scene here from Allen Park. We are by the south end zones. What we are looking at is the Giants on the right field going through pre-practice warm-ups, broken into position groups. I think many people, if you've been to a game early and you've seen the position groups go through their various warm-ups, that's what we are watching right now in front of us on the right field, the Giants. On the left field, the Lions doing the same thing. Again, pre-practice warm-ups in their various position groups. They will break into the Giants offense on the right field with the Lions defense, and then the Lions offense on the left field with the Giants defense. Our camera for the Twitch feed and the YouTube feed probably isn't great because we're so far away, but occasionally we'll try and turn it around and show people, especially
the Practice Network.
The Practice Network. This has been
your dream for a long time.
This is my I wouldn't call it $1 million idea. I'd call it probably $1 million loss idea. But I want to start the Practice Network where every day you are basically press conferences, walkthroughs, pregame skates, and training camp, college practice. All I need to do,
post-practice scrums.
All I need to do is to get every single league and every single coach and every single program to approve us going live from their practices at all time. And I also need an unlimited budget. And we'll start the Practice Network.
Well, you'll get on the horn of the Saudis any second now. And I think the first thing to line up is William and Mary's women's volleyball.
There you go. Whatever. You start somewhere.
Yeah, you got to start somewhere. So I'm looking at the Giants side. And when I see their practice jerseys, and it's great, they're wearing the white jerseys with the red numbers and the classic helmet, right? I can't help but think when I look at those jerseys, I don't know why, but all I'm seeing is Eli Manning looking for Plexico Burrs.
Oh, really?
I don't know why. That's what I see when I look over there.
It's funny because you know what name popped into my head, who I envisioned? Wasn't the running back Brandon Jacobs?
Yeah.
Why?
Why not?
I have no idea why. Not Lawrence Taylor.
No.
But
no, that's too old, right?
Yeah, I guess.
That team.
So the Lions' first line on the field today was Jared Goff, quarterback. Yesterday it was Jamison Williams. And look, I think that today we'll find out a little bit more because yesterday, by all accounts, didn't go well for the Giants. This team is going to try and show up and respond to all the criticism. And we will we'll see if they do and, try and bring you some of the flavor and color of the day and what's going on. And indeed, if they do put up a bit more of a fight, like I said, figuratively and literally, we'll maybe flip the camera around and allow people to check it out. If the Wi-Fi cooperates.
Do you expect this to behave like a pregame skate in hockey where we're looking right down center ice?
We kind of are.
And you got one team practicing one side, the other team practicing the other, and periodically players would come and meet at the middle and start jawing at each other? Is that what you want to see?
Well, apparently there was no shortage of jawing yesterday.
No.
So I fully expect more of that today. But, I mean, what can we say? A context is important here. And I think that, we can't say enough. It was just one practice, but it was exactly what we wanted to see. It pales in comparison to what's going to happen on Friday in terms of the games. And those games in preseason pale in comparison to what we are going to see come the regular season. But you take these baby steps, and the first steps are getting prepared. It was interesting, Dave saying one of the things that stands out for him is how the Lions are looking like a team that is preparing to win big, which, I mean, maybe it's the type of thing that I guess you can't measure, and you can't really know that you have it until you do.
But would that be the first, because I asked him about the swagger, and he's like, yeah, something like that. Is that something that makes Lions fans a little bit nervous, right? Because you don't want them reading the press clippings and believing in that. I mean, they're believing in themselves, and that's fine. I don't know if I have a problem. I don't think I have any issue with guys having swagger, but it seems like that is one thing that Dan Campbell is trying to make sure that this team isn't doing, and that is believing they've accomplished something before they have, because they haven't accomplished anything yet.
Right. It's cool that they have big goals.
Yeah.
It's cool that they have gone out and had the kind of off season, and it's cool the way they finished last year. But I've heard multiple players say the same thing. We haven't done anything yet.
Yep.
We haven't done anything yet, in spite of the fact that people are predicting big things for them. Okay, one guy scored 3 touchdowns in red zone situations yesterday. Want to talk about him? We'll get to that coming up today at 10:48. We'll keep you updated on what's going on. Practice right in front of us as we continue from Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's hump day. Cure your midweek blues with bourbon and brews at Twin Peaks. Your favorite Twin Peaks girls are dressed to impress in their finest black lingerie, ready to serve up a variety of liquors and craft cocktails. This week, Twin Peaks featuring the rye whiskeys. From 5 to 7, the Twin Peaks girls are serving up some rye samples along with the Bullet Rye Old Fashioned. They pair great with the in-house hand-cut New York strip steak and the scratch-made garlic mashed potatoes and fresh-cut broccoli. The perfect combo. You won't want to miss it. And here's the thing about the food at Twin Peaks. It's not heat and serve. They got people there bright and early. I drove past the Twin Peaks the other day driving into work. It was like 7:15. And I was like, man, are they open? No, they weren't open. The parking lot was full because they got a crew in there preparing the food fresh each and every day. That's how good it is. You won't want to miss it. If you haven't been there, make sure to book your fantasy football draft party. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com for details and join the E-Club. Sign up and stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit TwinPeaksRestaurant.com/Peaks-Club to get started today. And to find a location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com.
Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful, and I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge, because going against someone's – what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason. The results have him looking like...
So I was wondering, 248-539-9797, real quick, who's the worst Lions quarterback in your lifetime?
Well, that's a terrific question. And
in your Lion fandom.
Unfortunately, there are many to choose from. And if how far are we going back? We just going 30 years? My lifetime?
Your lifetime.
Okay, all right. I got to believe at the
All right, we're at Lions training camp, and Giants are here at joint practices, and both teams continue to warm up on their respective sides of the field. The Giants to our right, the Lions to our left, and occasionally when we get a chance, we'll try and turn the cameras around and let you peer in on what's going on. It's not a great, I think it's going to be hard to see, but whatever. It's a taste of football, and that's where we are. It's football season, and it's game week, and the Lions play on Friday night. We're very much looking forward to that. In the meantime, Gator, yesterday, the Lions offense excelled in the joint practice, and one thing appears to be unanimous, and that's the Lions do not have elite skill position players. But Brian Daboll, the head coach of the Giants, said after practice, these guys got a lot of weapons over there. And maybe none stood out more than Jahmyr Gibbs. Barry Sanders went on the NFL Network yesterday and said of Jahmyr Gibbs, look, the talent is there. But then he mentioned his attitude and his approach to practice and how you can run a fast 40 and you can be fast in a straight line and you can be fast against air. But when you are prepared, you play fast. Slow guys play fast when they know where to go. Fast guys are unstoppable when they know where to go. And if you have the right attitude and practice preparation, which Barry stopped to point it out yesterday during his interview on NFL Network, I think that's incredibly important. And, I mean, they got into the red zone periods, and Gibbs scored 3 touchdowns. And, one of the questions is who's going to make up for the loss of Jamal Williams a year ago, who had a great knack for the end zone. He had a nose for getting the ball across the line. And Jahmyr Gibbs did it 2 through the air and 1 on the ground. His versatility was on display, and he really stood out in the red zone periods.
Yeah, that's exciting to hear about. And we know that Jahmyr Gibbs is super fast, but it sounds like he's picked up the offense and hasn't missed a beat in practice, which is really encouraging because they drafted him. And if you watch that Inside the Den special that they have on YouTube, the 90 minutes worth, you'll hear them talk immediately about Gibbs being a weapon. It's not just stuff we've heard over the last couple weeks when they're talking about it. This is something they've discussed from way back before the draft. Jahmyr Gibbs is a weapon, and he's learning 2 different playbooks. He's got the running back side and he's got the receiver side, and he's handling it all, and he's just devouring the playbook, and he's a very, very smart player from what it sounds like. He's got great football IQ, and seems to be pretty grounded, and it's really nice to see because that's kind of the flash that we want to see. We want to be able to see a guy catch the ball maybe on the sideline, make somebody miss, and then go for 65 yards.
Right.
We saw it briefly with Javid Best, and we've seen it briefly with other running backs, but this guy might be the best of the bunch in terms of his speed and the overall talent that's around him.
Well, yesterday his dual threat ability was on display. And here's the other thing. I can't remember if it's Tim Twentyman or Colton Pouncey, one of the insiders. There's so many out here that do a good job. And again, thanks to Dave Burkett, who joined us earlier. They said that Jahmyr Gibbs is spending as much time with the wide receivers as he is the running backs, and that is where a player's versatility might really stand out because, as we all know, they're going to be missing a key component on the outside for the first 6 weeks. So, having him to line up out there and be a pass catcher, and he is a legit threat in the pass game. And look, Ben Johnson is going to deploy him in all kinds of ways. So there was a highlight, and the Birchie kid wrote about it on our website, and our website has a lot of great content, and we don't plug it enough, but you should check it out at 971theticket.com.
Oh, another horn, Doug.
That's
horn.
right. Session 3 is about to start out here. Bobby Okereke was one of the Giants' big offseason signings, a linebacker, got like 4 years, $40 million. He could not cover Jahmyr Gibbs.
Love it.
And, he's supposed to be a big part of the Giants' defense.
And Alex Anzalone, unprovoked yesterday.
Yeah. That was a great quote, wasn't
He's like, thank God I'm just glad I don't have to cover Jahmyr Gibbs today.
Yeah.
Okay. Glad to hear it. You didn't have to. Nobody asked you about, hey, what's Jahmyr like? He just volunteers that information. And it's a veteran linebacker talking about a rookie. And, we're all excited about it.
Yep. So as we continue to take in, the Lions have broken out and doing some 7-on-7s to our left. And it's going to be hard not to do play-by-play. But the Gibbs stood out. They said everything that Sam Laporta has done from that happened when there was just the Lions here themselves and not the Giants. Everything that he's done here in that regard, he continued to do when the Giants were here. And I'll give you an example of how that's not always the case. With the Giants, apparently Darren Waller's had his way with the Giants defense. The Giants tight end has had his way with the Giants defense during Giants camp. And he got out here yesterday and did very little against the Lions defense. So to see Laporta continuing what he showed when it was just Lions on Lions to do it against the Giants was also very encouraging. Something else that happened yesterday. And Laporta, they say that the learning curve is steep. When he makes a mistake, which all rookies are going to make, he doesn't make it again. He learns from it and gets better. That's all practice, baby steps, first 100 yards of a marathon.
Well, these are the things we were hearing last year about rookies and the year before about rookies. It started with Penei Sewell a couple of years ago. He doesn't make the same mistake twice. Aiden Hutchinson last year, we heard that about him. And now hearing it about some Lions rookies as well, and Sam Laporta specifically, you like to hear that. And knowing that the tight end has become more of a marquee position in the NFL, and kind of hoping the Lions would get one of those guys, and they used a second-round pick to get one of those guys. They expect him to be a marquee player down the road. Nothing wrong with the triumvirate they had last year after they traded T.J. Hockenson. They were very productive in the red zone. But this is a guy that you expect to be part of the offense, 1st and 10 from your own 20. He's on the field making plays.
Yeah. So we'll continue to monitor what's going on out here at Allen Park and try and just watching Lions, Jared Goff completing a pass underneath to Khalif Raymond. Giants just scored a touchdown on 7-on-7s in red zone with C.J. Gardner-Johnson in coverage. But
your head is on a swivel.
It is on a swivel because we got Giants.
I wasn't even thinking over on the other side of the, hey, they're running defense over here.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll be keeping our eyes on what's going on out here. But the other thing is defensively, again, the Giants didn't do much. And they've been working a lot in their own camp on deep balls and trying to complete the deep ball. No team in football had fewer completions of 20 yards or more last year than the Giants did. So they've been trying to address that. Daniel Jones in the passing attack, trying to get the ball downfield, and they had success in camp. And then yesterday, no success. I mentioned Waller tearing up the Giants camp, didn't do much. And I tell you, you heard Dave Burkett bring him up, and I think it was Tim Twentyman, it might have been Burkett that wrote, Brian Branch is here to stay. He was mad. He went to the draft. He expected to be a first-round pick. And when someone's a first-round pick, you know that there is a chance that they will play right away. Then he drops into the second round. And the Lions acted on draft night and inside the den like they just got one of the what they think was one of the top. Remember, they had the bucket of 14 at the top? They felt like they got one of the bucket of 14 when they got Brian Branch. And, my God, did everybody passing on him and him just falling into the Lions' lap? Is that going to really work to their benefit that they've got a starting caliber player in the secondary who's showing out here already?
It might be the difference between a team that drafts for need versus a team that's just drafting talent. And the Lions are just drafting talent. They want football players, regardless of what position they're at. So you've got teams that get to the middle of the first round, towards the end of the first round, and maybe they're more concentrated on, you know what, we really need to shore up our offensive line. Let's look at tackle here. Or we need a weapon at wide receiver. Let's do that. And they're ignoring the fact that Brian Branch is graded as a first-round safety.
Right.
And he slips to the Lions, and this is the benefit of just getting players, you know. And the Lions contributed to that too, right? Because they went for what made sense to them, unconventional, take a running back and a linebacker in the first round. That's unconventional these days, but that's what they did. They wanted to draft talented players, not necessarily positions of need.
Well, looking good so far as they head towards the first preseason game of the year on Friday night against this Giants team. All right, so when guys start to stand out, and we've talked about this at great length, is do others become, that have been on the roster that we've had expectations for, become, I put in quotes, victims of that? Well, maybe. There are guys that have played here that are going to have to work very, very hard to keep their spots. We'll get into that in the 11 o'clock hour. And then our guy Kang back in the studio has often played the role of tap the brakes guy.
Yeah.
Which is fine. But I know in crosstalk every single day we talk about the Lions. Mike Valenti is super enthused about this Lions team. And he is, I think, typically more skeptical than we are, but he's on board.
Well, he's been on board with what this team has done.
Yeah.
And you know, welcome aboard. I've been impressed with how they've drafted, how they've spent their money and assets in free agency, and just building a winner. And they're doing it in the likeness of a team that's built with character. And it's so far it's trending in the right direction. It hasn't yielded a playoff spot yet. Nope. They haven't won a division yet. It's year 3, but from year 1 to year 2, you had 3 wins and a tie in the first year that you didn't get that first win till well into the second part of the season. And then the second year, you start off as poorly as they did, but finish 8-2. There's reason to be encouraged that this is the year that the team takes a bigger leap, gets to double digits and wins, and probably wins or has a chance anyway to win the division. But I expect them to win the division.
We'll talk a little bit more about the Lions practice, what's going on. Ken, can I ask you a favor?
What's that, Doug?
Can we do the show from here every day?
Yeah, even when they're not practicing?
Yep.
Well, just dress appropriately.
Yeah. Lions practice from Allen Park. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful. And I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge. Because going against someone's what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason, and the results have him looking like...
So I was wondering, 248-539-9797, real quick, who's the worst Lions quarterback in your lifetime?
Well, that's a terrific question. And
in your Lion fandom.
Unfortunately, there are many to choose from. And if how far are we going back? We just going 30 years? My lifetime? Okay, all right. I got to believe at the near the top of that list would be one Ty Detmer. Was 1-3 as a starter, threw 3 touchdowns, and that's where the positives end. 3 fumbles, and had 10 interceptions. This all being, let's go back, 1-3, 4 games.
Yeah. I mean, what was it, 6 or 7 in one game? I think he had 6 against Cleveland. That was the first game after 9/11. And he had another one that was...
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson from out here at the Allen Park headquarters of the Lions, 248-539-9797, the phone number. Meantime, they have just wrapped up 7-on-7s, and I'll give you a little bit of what we saw during the commercial break. Now, a lot of special teams work going on at the far end of the field, but Gator saw Nate Sudfeld touchdown pass to James Mitchell, tight end, big play guy at Virginia Tech, and a guy that might be counted on quite a bit this year. And Nate Sudfeld still operating in the role of QB2. Teddy Bridgewater will not be in uniform, Dan Campbell said, until next week. And then Gator, QB3, Adrian Martinez, threw an interception in his rep in red zone 7-on-7s, picked off by Jamon Green, the Michigan Wolverine, who came out and was an undrafted free agent.
Wait a minute. He threw an interception to a Big Ten player? Sorry, that's uncalled for. Shots fired. But
yeah.
I love his athleticism of Martinez.
Yeah.
You know, is it safe to say he's the most athletic quarterback we've had in a long time? I mean, look, I don't think he's long for camp. You know, he'll make the team for a while, maybe. Well, maybe not a while.
So I mean,
you've got Bridgewater and Sudfeld.
The thing about Adrian Martinez is I would watch games at Nebraska where he would look great for 3.5 quarters, maybe the first 52, 53 minutes of a game, but it was late, and he needed to make a play. I will tell you, it didn't seem to click for him when the game was on the line.
No, but you know where he can be very important for the Lions in the season is week 1. You need to have somebody in practice try to do their best to emulate what, in the first couple weeks, what Patrick Mahomes can do with his feet and what Smith can do with his feet out in Seattle. And he can definitely do that.
Yep.
He's as athletic, so I think it's worth – I don't know if they're going to be able to – I imagine he'll be able to be put on the practice squad. But we'll see how that works out. I'm just trying to find a role for Adrian Martinez after taking shots at him for throwing the pick.
But
it's practice.
Well, what you got to do is, if you're a player, you figure out, okay, where do I fit in? What is my role? How do I embrace it? and hope to parlay this into a career as a professional football player. Even if my role won't be, first team all-pro starter, can I get a job? Can I keep a job? And for his, might be practice squad for a couple years, try and develop your skills and turn yourself into, a number 2 quarterback and work
another horn.
Another horn.
Yeah,
bringing it into the special team session. They're kicking field goals down at the far end of the field. All right, I want to make something clear here. I'm not saying this in a disparaging way at all, okay?
All right.
But the truth is, as you add more talent, it gets tougher to make this team. And this guy's going to make the team. But honestly, a year ago, he emerged as kind of the camp phenom. He was the story of camp. And there was nothing but great things for him. And this is nothing but great things for this team. But we're hearing about a player that's bouncing back and a rookie that's standing out. And I'm wondering, where will the snaps be for Malcolm Rodriguez this year? Because Alex Anzalone is so trusted by this coaching staff, right?
Yep.
And in spite of the fact that I think he is considered a non-spectacular player, but he's solid for sure, the coaches love his veteran presence and leadership. Jack Campbell has had a quick ascension to a point where people are speculating that he will be a starter. But if not, he's at least put that in play.
Yeah.
And Derek Barnes has had a great bounce-back camp. He was dealing with some injuries, but everybody says that this guy has really bounced back. So, again, I'm not disparaging Malcolm Rodriguez, but last year Alex Anzalone played 1,080 snaps for the Lions defense. And Rodrigo was 614. And Derek Barnes was 349 snaps for the Lions defense. Jack Campbell had none for the Lions defense.
Last year?
Yeah.
All right.
Where are the snaps going to come from if they're in a lot of times they're in a 4-2-5? Where are the snaps going to come from? Now, if everybody is taking fewer snaps, but they are fresher,
yep,
it's just great for this football team, right?
I think that's something I've been preaching about. It's the depth of this team, and that's what I love about it. I think that they can definitely, if you're looking for snaps, you give guys a rest. It's interesting. You bring up those numbers. Anzalone over 1,000 snaps, and the other two guys combined were right around 1,000 snaps, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would imagine that Jack Campbell gets quite a few, that he'll replace the snaps that Rodriguez got, and that Rodriguez will get some of Anzalone's snaps perhaps.
Yep.
And they'll find a rotation. They'll find plenty of rotation with the 4 linebackers. I think we're going to see plenty of play from those guys. Then, of course, you got special teams play as well. But it's going to hash itself out during training camp. What players are more adept when it comes to coverage out of the backfield. They're picking up the tight end. Those guys are going to stay on the field longer.
In the meantime, in theory, is the defense going to be better? I mean, it's hard over the course of a 17-game regular season. It's hard to imagine them being worse over the course of a season, which, again, in theory means they won't be on the field for as many snaps. So I think everybody's numbers maybe go down with the exception of Jack Campbell, who will have more than 0 snaps behind injury. But the other thing about that is just straight-up luxury of depth is really felt when starters get hurt. When guys get hurt, that's where your depth really pays off. It's great to spell people here and there, but you can also focus on again, what is your role? Are you going to be the guy that primarily is on the field on 3rd and medium or 3rd and long? Or are you a guy that's going to be on the field for run stuffing situations, which, 3rd and short, 4th and short, which I imagine Jack Campbell will, given his size. But I'm just pointing out Rodrigo out as an example of how things change year to year. I still love having him. But he's probably not going to play as big a role this year because they have more wealth to spread around.
Yeah, I get it. And I think when you think about the thing, that's a lot of thing. When you think about what is the biggest area where the Lions need to improve upon,
mm-hmm.
could we agree it's run defense?
Yeah.
Okay, so having these guys back for another year, they know what to expect fully. They should be able to position themselves on the field better. They should be able to read what's coming at them better. And that's another year for Derek Barnes. It's another year for Rodriguez. And, Jack Campbell's coming in as a true rookie, but that seems to be one of his fortes, is being able to handle that. So I think they should be improved regardless, just because of the experience factor. But how much more improvement are we going to see because Jack Campbell's coming in fresh and already has a head start, because this is what he does, because he comes from a conference where they run the football. He knows about how to stuff the run.
248-539-9797. Phone calls plus your ticket text. Comments on the Twitch feed where we have the cameras up. We're live from the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. It's packed out here. Their fans have completely filled the grandstands off to our left. The tent we are in is buzzing with people. The grandstands to our right also packed, as Lions fans' enthusiasm high for the 2023 season. All right, when do you hear this and say, all right, that's too much? That's too much. I draw the line there. We'll get to that today at 11:20. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So, Gator, we talked earlier in the show about how during crosstalk we hear from Mike Valeni, and a guy who's been skeptical historically about much. But he likes his team, and he likes the direction of this team. Guy that, he's not playing a role. He's typically tapped the brakes guy on our show. The guardrails of responsible analysis often comes from our producer, Kang. Kang, we bring you in from back in our 97 The Ticket studios. You, my man, have kind of gotten wrapped up in this. You kind of got caught up in it, haven't you?
I have fully admitted I'm probably reading way more into this than anyone should, and I admit that. But I think I was talking to you this morning, Doug, and Gator, I think you'll respect this. I'm having my Gator spring training moment here. I know it's just practice, but the sound of the pads, right? The sound, the sound of the juke on the grass. I don't know what you call it, but it's just one practice, and it really, in the end, it doesn't mean anything. But it's not just the fact that we see highlights, and they're highlights. I get it, of Jahmyr Gibbs running past a linebacker easily, all the receivers making catches, Brian Branch, C.J. Gardner-Johnson making, defending the sticking to receivers like glue, defending passes. What put me over the top, Doug, and all on board this hype train everyone's calling it, is Jared Goff was just dropping balls like in the bucket, dimes all over the field. And like I said, I know they're highlights. And I know no one's rushing him, essentially. And he's just standing there with the red jersey on with all day to throw. But that's what we expect, because this offensive line should give him all day to throw. When he operates with a clean pocket, you saw what happened last year, right? So much talent has been added, like you said, Doug. But the key still remains Jared Goff. If he plays as well as he did last year, with the upgrades to the talent all around him on offense and defense, this team should win the division, should host a playoff game, and should win that playoff game. I'm all on board now. Once I saw Jared Goff and the way he's throwing with no one rushing him, it's my spring training moment, Gator. I admit it. I'm falling in love with this hype. The expectations are there, and I'm right along with it. I can't tap the brakes, because the other day when you were talking about where do you sit, Doug, and how do you do you enjoy this ride? I was gonna say, yeah, I'm enjoying the ride, but my safety belt's on and making sure the airbags work, the brake fluids are all checked, the brake pads are there. I'm enjoying the ride, but I'm preparing for caution. Is still right. After one joint practice against the Giants, who needs a safety belt? Just ride, baby. Just ride.
Wow. So look, I mean, Jared Goff looked good when there was a pass rush. Well, in theory, it wasn't much of a pass rush because the Lions' offensive line is providing a pocket that is comfortable. We heard Dave Burkett say it. He said with Goff, he isn't great under pressure, and he wasn't great under pressure, but he was not under pressure. And the Lions, they had answers to blitz schemes that other teams had. And look, I think many Detroiters have grown comfortable with trying to win with Jared Goff as your quarterback, but some still have a degree of skepticism. And I would describe you as maybe one of them. I think you recognize what he did for this team last year, but it was still sort of not a full embrace. But you're starting to come over to this side, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. And Burkett's right. I think, you could look at the stats. Under pressure, a lot of quarterbacks aren't good, but especially maybe Jared Goff. Clean pocket. My man was money last year, and I expect a lot of clean pockets this year. And if he doesn't have that clean pocket all the time, he's got Gibbs and Laporta, which he did not have last year, as, the quarterback's best friends out of the backfield and the tight end, right? So this team is only going to go as far as Goff can take him, and I think with all, with what I've seen and what they've added around him, I think he takes him pretty far. Who needs brakes, guys? Selfless driving, right? Automated driving. Just sit back and relax.
Wow, RELAX. So, well, the other thing to look at with this is that the defense they're going against yesterday and today and what we'll see on Friday, Giants have a pretty good defense. When you talk about the battles up front, you're talking about Dexter Lawrence, who's one of the best defensive tackles in the league. You're talking about Kayvon Thibodeau, who a high first-round pick edge rusher, thought of being perhaps the first player taken overall a year ago. Azeez Ojulari, another guy who was highly thought of as a pass rusher. These are guys that can get into your backfield. And to Kang's point, we didn't hear a whole lot about that yesterday. Now, maybe that changes today because you look like maybe the Giants got embarrassed a little bit by what happened yesterday. But so far, it sounds pretty good.
So, crashing recklessly into high expectations, can this team win 12 games? Can this team battle for the top seed in the NFC? And can this team compete to go to the Super Bowl? I want to know where people do say, okay, tap the brakes. As a fan, where have you drawn the line to say, okay, that's reckless. That's too much? Where have you said that you guys are getting carried away, or that caller's getting carried away, or that tweet is too much, or that social media post, you're getting carried away? Where do you draw the line and say that's too much for the 2023 Detroit Lions? Or is there really no reason to put any shackles or any ceiling on a reasonable expectation on this team?
I think there's reason to, and it's just because and we've all been hurt before.
Yeah.
Right? We know the history, and I get it. What happened in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, 2000s has nothing to do with this year's team, other than it's always in the back of our mind. And I think it's, setting the bar to win the division is not setting it low.
Yeah.
Right? So I think if you set that as your expectation, nothing wrong with that. If you're winning a division, you're hosting a playoff game, and winning that playoff game that you're hosting, I don't think that's setting the bar too low. When you start talking about, championship games, I start to get a little bit nervous. And then when I hear Dave Burkett mention something like Super Bowl,
he did it unprompted.
Completely out of context in a way.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, it's a reporter who had mentioned those words together, not us. I think that's the line where I'm like, okay, stop. Leave some room to be pleasantly surprised.
Right.
Yeah.
Because the truth is, given the context of where this organization has been and what we all collectively have been through, winning the division is a BFD around here. And it's you can't look at just simply coming out of this year with a division championship and hosting a playoff game. If that's all they do, that's a big step in the right direction. It'll be a disappointment if they don't win said playoff game, but it'll be a big step in the right direction. So I don't want to create a reality right now where winning the division isn't enough. But if they go, 13-4 and then lose to a wild card 9-8 team, we can talk about disappointments, but I can't believe the context of which we've already ventured into.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So what have you heard as a fan where you've said, that's too much, I tap the brakes there? 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls as we continue. The Lions doing 7-on-7s, actually now full team scrimmages. To our left, the offense to our left, the defense to our right. We're at the Allen Park headquarters, joint practices with the Giants. We go to Ron. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ron.
Hi. Hey, I got a wild idea. Is it possible we could turn Jack Campbell into a defensive tackle the way Dallas turned Randy White into a defensive tackle?
Well, that's different eras of football. And Randy White was a middle linebacker out of Maryland that ended up being a Hall of Fame defensive tackle. And I get your point there, but that era, defensive tackles weren't nearly as big as they are today. I mean, you're talking probably a 60-pound difference.
I understand.
So I think that's kind of far-fetched.
Well, I was just thinking about that.
Let's walk before we run.
Randy White wore an odd number, and it's because he was drafted to be a middle linebacker.
So, I'm not sure the number he wore really matters. You're right about different eras, different sizes of players at that time.
Full disclosure, Randy White, one of my favorite players of all time. And it was a brilliant decision by, I think it was Tex Schramm at the time, that and the like, and Tom Landry, they all decided, let's move him to defensive tackle. It was a brilliant decision, and it paid off handsomely for the Cowboys. They won a Super Bowl almost right away, his second year, and then they, competed for another one. But it's just, you're talking about 70s era football versus 2020s.
I got a thought, too. Let's see if he can play linebacker before we see if he needs to change positions.
How about that?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson from the Allen Park headquarters of the Lions. 97-1 the ticket. Asking when you feel like it's gone too far, when the hype has been too much, where do you say, now tap the brakes there, Lions fans? And look, Gator, I'm comfortable with talk of division championship. I'm comfortable with talk of winning a playoff game. I'm comfortable with talk of actually getting to the NFC title game. I think it probably stops there. And then I ask myself why. Because the NFC is not the loaded conference.
No, it's not. It's not. You think about the class of the conference is probably the Eagles.
Somebody's got to win this thing.
Yeah. Eagles lost a lot of players from their team last year, but they also were smart with how they drafted last year. It looks like they drafted their replacements, and then they added more in this year's draft too. But that should be it's still a really good football team. But after the Eagles, you got question marks about lots of teams. You know, is Dak ready to lead the Cowboys? Well, if they're not going to win the division, it's a wild card team. Who's going to be quarterback for San Francisco? Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Trey Lance? Who's leading that team over there? How good is Seattle really? Are they actually a playoff team or not? Are the Rams going to come back and be healthy enough to compete for the West? And then nobody has any respect for the South in the NFC, and I think there's reason to believe that way. They got to prove themselves. So I think it's kind of wide open in the NFC.
Feedback coming in. Big hit by the Lions defense over on the field to our right. As I can't see who made the hit. The receiver for where the Giants took the hit was the rookie Jalen Hyatt. James in Ipsy says, Goff has been dropping dimes all camp. Every clip I see, granted, they're highlights, but those balls he's throwing are beautiful. I'm all in. Brian writes in, you nailed it, Doug. The added talent on this team will show up when the starting players go out for a play, a quarter, or a game because of injuries. Plus, special teams will be more talented because of this as well. I think the confusion with Jared Goff is from Sean McVay. McVay is a horrible game coach and needs a quarterback that can bail him out. His system is fine, but he goes passive. Stafford bailed him out on all 3 playoff games. Goff is not a come-from-behind quarterback, and that's what McVay needed.
Well, I think Jared Goff is benefiting from having a staff that believes in him, and it's clear that Sean McVay did not believe in him in the last couple of years with the Rams.
The player that levied the hit was Derek Barnes that we just saw over on the field to our right on Jalen Hyatt. Let's get to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. We go to TJ next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, TJ.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you, Mr. Anderson?
I'm doing well,
and
TJ.
Stoney the legend. What's up, fellas? What an electric time to be a Detroit Lions fan, man. We've been waiting on this for how long, guys? You know, and it's about the hype, right? Like, are you feeding into it? I mean, why not, though, you know? I mean, you got outside states, you got other broadcasters, you got a lot of different outside sources that are kind of beefing it up as well. Should we take the division? I mean, why not, right? You know, I'm all in, man. I mean, I can't lie. I'm all in. I'm excited for this season, man, and me and my buddies are all excited, man, and we're all buying in, you know. About 10 weeks ago, I went through $500 on the Lions before the draft and before the trade deadline and all that crap, man, and it was plus $1,600 for them to go to the Super Bowl and win the division. And I'm all in, man.
Wow.
That's a hefty investment.
That is a hefty investment. He believes, though. That's the thing.
I believe,
feel
brother.
Like,
say it again.
Yes, there you go, TJ. You believe. I feel like the Lions fan right now, the way they feel about the Lions is that they don't want to be cautiously optimistic anymore.
No.
They don't want the trepidation. They want to fully believe. TJ exemplifies that. Now, what we're asking is, how much do you believe? How much are you allowing yourself to believe before you kind of pull back on the reins and say, all right, slow down. Let's be very happy. This is my expectation, but I'm uncomfortable with talking about blank.
I'm new here too, so it's common.
No, it's good. Look, Stoney's a legend,
yeah.
And then there's Doug Karsch.
Let's go to Victor next year at 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Victor?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're good.
So I mean, it's reasonable to expect for the Lions to be able to make the playoffs in any facet, whether it's winning the division or making the wild card. But let's just be honest. We all know. Week 1, you got the measuring stick right there. They dish an L to the Chiefs at their Super Bowl homecoming party. Man, you will never hear a Lions fan call in and not say they're winning the Super Bowl. And it's just going to be the hype is going to be off the rails. the narrative is going to be like Detroit crashes everybody's parties. They ended last year by ending Aaron Rodgers' career in Green Bay. They start off this season by crashing the Super Bowl party in Chiefs Town. What the heck is going on? This team is unbelievable. So the narrative would be crazy.
Look at him paint that narrative. I like it.
I got to tell you, I mean, we've talked about how outrageous the reactions are going to be, win or lose, the Friday after that game, because we are conditioned to panic.
Exactly.
But have perhaps unprecedented enthusiasm about a season.
And then overnight, Detroit is seen as the heel of the NFL. So just bring it on. We're the villains again. Let's do it.
The villain, yeah. Jamison Crowder for the Giants just caught a touchdown on a good scramble drill throw from Daniel Jones. And I believe it was Will Harris in coverage who got beat there. And that was a pretty impressive throw from Daniel Jones. Looks like the Giants have responded a little bit here today. There's been a couple of occasions, the pick earlier and now this. And I'm seeing a Giants team that looks like they want to show that yesterday was not the way this season's going to be. But
perhaps Dylan Drummond just caught a nice pass for the Lions, the receiver from Eastern Michigan. Real nice play.
Yep.
I couldn't see who threw it, if it was Goff or not, but it was a nice 20-yard and out pattern.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Where do you tap the brakes? Where do you say that's too much? Where do you say, I love the hype, but you've gone too far?
It's too much.
Scott in Commerce says, hype train madness? A mock draft, Walter Football, for 2024 has the Detroit Lions picking 31st.
Oh, come on.
Apparently they lose to Cincinnati in the Super Bowl.
Walter Football, huh?
Mm-hmm. Walter Football's been around for a long time.
I know. Walter's been doing it.
You guys set expectations like they've already happened to be real. Have fun. Every outcome is possible, including failure. So
well, that's fun.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this. I don't know how often we are supposed to say to just try and be responsible. How many times a show should we say it's just practice?
I don't know.
How many times?
This is why we're talking about where do you start to feel uncomfortable. And for you, I guess it's for that
already.
For that texter, it's
already.
Yeah. Anytime you talk about winning.
So, but I mean, what we have to keep in mind, and what's totally true, is just take a look at the MLB season, right? I mean, the Mets and Padres really moved the needle before the season. The Mets just unloaded everybody, and the Padres are trying to scrap and claw to get a wild card spot. Things don't go as planned all the time.
No, the Mets are eating, $70 million in salary a year for the next couple of years?
Yep. So things you can't predict. You can try to predict, but you can't predict how seasons are going to go. It's not always the way it looks on paper. From Mike, it's reckless to assume that they're going to win the division. Everyone is acting like this is some great team. Crazy the way a 9-win team is being hyped.
Well, I love when people say this because it's as if they don't take into account what happened in the offseason. Mm-hmm. Or what happened down the stretch when they went 8-2 and the defense was one of the best defenses in the league, giving up 20 points a game, a quarterback rating against of 80. Those are two pretty good numbers to look at. And then you look at what they did in the offseason, where they add 3 guys to the secondary, where they go into the draft and then they draft the middle linebacker and they draft more depth in the secondary with Brian Branch, in addition to help at some skill positions offensively. Yes, they've made improvements. It's a better team. I think on this roster is better than the roster they had last year.
I would say just that's fine if you're skeptical, but then sit down, look at the division, and tell us who you like more.
Okay, right. Green Bay. Is Green Bay a better roster this year than we were last year?
I would argue that they've lost their most important player.
They did. So, I mean, you would expect that to be a drop back. I think the Bears have improved themselves. The Vikings, I don't know if the Vikings roster is as strong as it was last year.
Without Dalvin Cook?
Yes, and some others on that team. But and then you look at how many, close games that they won last year. And it's like 11 or 12 of the 13 games they won were those tight scoring games. Can they do that again? Maybe, maybe not. But I think things have set themselves up nicely for the Lions to do something special this year.
If you're going to tell me that anything's possible, I will agree with that. If you're going to tell me there's somebody else in the division you like more than the Lions, I'm open. But please explain why it's reckless to assume. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's assuming anything. If you're predicting that the Lions are going to win the division, I think it's a strong prediction based upon roster and where organizations are. I mean,
but don't give me the tired excuse of, well, it's just destined. I mean, it's what they've done. Don't give me that.
I mean, if you're going to say because it's the Lions, then I have no counter to that. There is no counter to that. It's not offering up anything other than that's what history tells you. And, if that's something you want to go with, then fine. No. I tend to try and judge each team and each regime in the time span that they've been here.
Definitely a different buzz about this team this year, without question.
248-539-9797. This group of players hasn't started well, 0-7 and 1-6. That's the team trend. They have to show me something different in the start of their season. That's actually pretty good.
I agree with that.
That's one that somebody is giving us a reason, and they're right. And, it's not easy when you dig yourself a huge hole. In fact, it's harder because guys can give up on the season, right?
Yes.
So I will say that, they've got to break that trend. That has been something that's happened the last couple of years. 248-539-9797. Fans, what are you hearing that makes you uncomfortable? You say, that's it, you've gone too far, you have to tap the brakes there. It's Carson Anderson. Hey, Marvin Jones is going to join us today at 12:30.
Okay.
We're live from the Allen Park headquarters of the Lions. 97.1 The Ticket.
So I'm in search of a better night's sleep. I definitely want to sleep better and wake up refreshed and ready to go for the day. So a few weeks ago, I stopped into a True Sleep store out in Shelby Township, and Paul was great. He helped me, look through all the different mattresses. I test drove at least a dozen of them, and I came away saying that I decided I wanted the Posh and Lavish mattress. I'm very happy with it. Can't wait for it to be delivered. Should come to my house in the next couple of weeks. And I'm telling you, if I'm going to sleep better, this is going to be a game changer. I want you to try to check it out for yourself. If you've been thinking about getting better sleep, go to True Sleep. They've got reasonable pricing for high-quality mattresses. So find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep. It's Michigan's largest Nectar dealer. They're in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, we're out at the Lions Allen Park headquarters, and right now teams are divided with the Giants offense to our right, red zone period, and the Lions offense to our left. And Gator, I had a chance to watch the Lions for 4 plays.
Yep.
Play 1, Jared Goff finds Sam Laporta in the flat.
Here are the defensive
10 yards
players
out. Touchdown, Detroit
that
Lions.
were amongst the list of 10 players who
Play
stood out
2.
early in camp.
Jared
One,
Goff.
defense.
Back to pass. Actually, my bad. It was Nate Sudfeld back to pass. Fires a jump ball to the corner of the end zone. Marvin Jones versus Amani Awarie. 2 men went up. 1 came down with the football.
Little Thunderdome, huh?
Marvin Jones came down with the football.
Hell yes.
After that, Jared Goff finds in the flat. Jahmyr Gibbs turns upfield. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. 3 plays, 3 touchdowns.
Wow.
Then Nate Sudfeld hands the ball to Mo Ibrahim, running right. Cuts upfield, splits a pair of defenders, puts his head down, powers into the end zone for a Lions touchdown. 4 plays, 4 Lion touchdowns. Now, prior to that, I went over there and we have an observer on that field over there.
We have an observer.
We have an observer,
Yeah.
somebody who's our sideline reporter. Happens to be the son of the former sideline reporter for the Michigan Wolverines.
Nice.
I said, what have you seen? He goes, 3 fumbles. So it's not all good.
No, it's not. And from what I can gather on the other side of the field, the defensive side, it sounds like the Lions defense might be struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
I saw at one point Alex Anzalone looked exasperated, started pointing at the defense and trying to get guys on the same page. So it's not all sunshine and rainbows.
No. But it's to be expected. Yesterday was good. And today it looks like the Giants have responded a little bit. We'll keep our eye on what's going on. And we'll talk with Marvin Jones coming up shortly. 248-539-9797. Lions and Giants joint practices. These 2 teams will play coming up on Friday night at Ford Field. Gator, we did have big news overnight. There is a winner for the Mega Millions.
Uh-huh.
I apologize. Sorry, buddy.
Sorry.
I was hoping, but not.
Look,
not
I was
you.
looking forward to putting the sideline reporter through school for another year. So
I was looking forward to it, believe me. The one winner comes from a Publix in Neptune Beach, Florida. Have you been to Neptune Beach?
I don't think I've been to Neptune Beach. I couldn't tell you where it is.
It is near Jacksonville.
Okay.
And so what I found interesting is I had Good Morning America on today. People were showing up at the Publix. Why?
I don't know. Why would you? What? I mean, I guess I would understand to interview the person who sold tickets there, who owns the Publix. I mean, because they get some cash out of it.
I'm not talking about the networks.
It's just people.
People.
Like people showing up on Woodward for the Dream Cruise. It isn't for another week. But people have been doing that for weeks and weeks and weeks. They just show up.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's something to do.
I don't get it, man. What I am looking forward to is hearing the stories of Florida person that won, because we know every crazy story starts with Florida man.
Yeah.
I'm not assuming it's a man that won the prize here. It's somebody from Florida, and it's crazy regardless. So
Florida man builds moat.
Yeah. What is Florida person going to do with the money? What's the first thing we hear about? First of all, is Florida person going to be open and in the public about this, or is Florida person going to be? Oh,
I was thinking in the state of Florida, you are required to come forward, and I started thinking about
that.
that.
Do that.
Given the inordinately high percentage of people that lose their money when they win lotteries, and we had that stat a few weeks ago, and it's amazing how many people blow their money and end up broke. Staying anonymous is helpful. I think it is. I think we need to look into this. You shouldn't have to come forward.
No, you shouldn't.
Well, guys, I think it's because of integrity, though. It's like, so it's not rigged. So you know who, they're not just handing it out to their friends or it's a backdoor deal. You know what I mean? It's people are always skeptical of things, and I appreciate that, actually. I think there always should be someone fact-checking or just checking, checks and balances here. But there's always there's always a way around it, anyways. Like you just got to start a trust or an LLC or something like that.
Corporation, or yeah.
I guess I just find it to be. I think we could check the integrity and be aware of the integrity. How are you supposed to rig it if it's broadcast live? What numbers are drawn?
Doug, people think NBA drafts are rigged. All right,
right. I was going to say
NFL
the
drafts.
cold envelope,
Yeah, come on.
People aren't believing the election results.
Yes,
let's call it not reasonable people.
It doesn't matter.
Not
people.
reasonable people. Yeah, I know, but not reasonable people.
I know some reasonable people that say some unreasonable things.
Which
I'm just saying.
Which I think that's where we struggle with the definition of a reasonable person.
Because what you think is reasonable, somebody else doesn't. So it's all left up for interpretation. I'd rather see it be you can claim anonymity, and I don't think there'll be too many people who would come out and say, oh, we need to know, we need to know, we need to know. I think it just does more harm than good if the people that win these lotteries have to come out and publicly claim it.
I agree. And, Kang, I suppose you're right, as to why you have to, although in some states you don't.
Yeah, it's weird.
In Florida,
yeah.
you do.
Mm-hmm.
And this winter is going to have to come out and out themselves. But, yeah, I was watching a live shot, and people were just showing up.
Well, maybe it's double coupon day.
Maybe it is.
Could be.
Yeah, you could be right. That would explain a lot. But maybe they just hope some money falls into their lap because they're at the Publix where this was sold. And by the way, that's the other thing. Los Angeles convenience stores and Florida Publix. There also seems to be an inordinate amount of winners that come from convenience stores in Los Angeles and the Publix grocery stores in Florida.
Is it inordinate, or is it just the last two?
Well, we've got Petco. Wasn't that was a Los Angeles convenience store.
Right.
And then a Los Angeles convenience store just won Powerball. And I've seen multiple ones by Publix. There are other places that sell tickets, is what I'm saying.
There are lots of
Maybe
places.
that's why. Maybe now I am being an unreasonable person, is the fix in. Publix and LA convenience stores. Now I'm crossing the line. But Neptune Beach, Florida, my man.
Yeah, I was disappointed. I read that this morning. I didn't watch the live drawing last night. I waited this morning. I want to have another night to dream.
Yeah.
And sadly, alas, it didn't happen. And yet, Powerball is already up to $170 million.
Is it?
Right. I love how they have the two dueling, jackpots, and one just gets spent, and now it starts back over again at $20 million, and the other one's already up. It's already up to $170. It's great.
Yeah. I want to stop buying tickets, though, Gator. I got to stop. Like, I don't want
Right. No, I get that.
I got to start with Powerball now.
So are you back in?
I don't know. I already posted on X this morning. That's right, posted on X that
Nice.
I could finally stop buying lotto tickets. But now you tell me the Powerball's up, and I'm like, you bring me back.
Mm-hmm.
I want to dream.
Didn't take much. Well, keep dreaming, my friend. Hey, that big truck you want to buy is right around the corner.
Yeah.
All right, so the teams have split. Now they're going full teams with the Lions and Giants to the field on our right. And special teams work. They're working on kickoffs, kick coverage. But over the next half hour is where it really gets lively when they go live, 11 on 11 with 1s-on-1s and 2 versus 2s. And I am looking forward to that part of practice. And Marvin Jones of the Lions, he will join us after practice is done. We're told around 12:30. 248-539-9797. All right, the Lions are taking on an endeavor which I think is rather challenging. We'll get to that today at 12:02. It's Carson Anderson from the Allen Park headquarters of the Lions here on 97.1 The Ticket.
I think they have populated this roster with good players. They have populated this roster with professionals. There's less nonsense, and these guys can play. Dan Campbell has kind of set the tone for the culture. And Brad Holmes, who built draft boards with the Rams and did a great job without first-round picks for Les Snead, setting up picks in second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth round, and helping that team. They basically drafted well and supplemented with huge moves. Brad Holmes has come here, and he has drafted well. I fully believe that. And I think this is going to be one of those seasons where when the final 53-man roster comes out, there are going to be some painful cuts. We're going to be like, oh, I didn't think they cut him. And for the first time, I'm watching other teams play preseason games, and I usually watch for guys that I hope get cut by those teams that maybe the Lions can pick up. I think the Lions have moved past many of these teams talent-wise that they're not even going to be able to or want to pick up other teams' cast-offs because their roster's good. I think the talent is here. And, there's some prove it to it. There's some prove it to it. But, my God.
Damn it.
What?
The touchdown pass from the Giants to number 12. I have the wrong roster sheet.
Well,
I don't know who that was.
I do.
That's Darren Waller. Of course I should know. I'm like, it was that big tall guy that caught the pass.
Yep.
It's the uncoverable Darren Waller.
Covered him yesterday, but I mean, one of the stories today, it does feel like the Giants have competed a little bit better than they did a day ago. But we've seen some good stuff from the Lions, and we're at the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. And, Gator, we have some hostility coming our way.
Do we?
Some good old-fashioned American hate.
I love it.
Yep, here we go. Jim and Oak Park, LMAO, pump your brakes, Detroit. They strung together a few games last year. They have not proven anything. Get that in your head. This is just hype from a starved fan base. When they finish at 500 or a little better and lose the division to Green Bay, you will all come back to earth. I hope for the best, but I have nothing but the same old Lions my entire life. I feel bad for the idiots that bought season tickets.
I'm sorry, did you say something? I just said David Montgomery go for a touchdown.
Did you?
Did you say something?
Look, nobody has said they've proven anything. They haven't said they've proven anything. Fans haven't said they've proven anything. Fans think they're ready to win. And, I mean, Jim, tell me what you see about the Packers, and this is what I'd really like to see or hear. is what do you see about the Packers that tells you that they are definitely better than the Lions? I will take that. Like the one guy who said, gave us something to chew on, something to think about. 1-6 or 0-7 or whatever their starts have been the last couple of years have been brutal. They've gotten off to bad starts.
Well, that's the type of person that the response is, because of the Lions.
No, but I don't think Detroit fans have said they've proven anything yet. We have said a million times there's one non-negotiable here, and it's winning in the fall. They have to win in the fall. They can do everything right in the offseason, and that's the thing is it feels like they've done everything more right than wrong the last few off seasons. That has set them up. That has set them up for a chance of success. I mean, let me ask you this, too.
Yep.
When you talk about the percentage of your enthusiasm, I will say that I am touchdown Amon-Ra St. Brown right in front of us on a patch from Nate Sudfeld.
He was well covered.
Yep, that was a heck of a throw and a nice catch. But
nice dance.
My enthusiasm is a lot over what the Detroit Lions have done. And there's not a small chunk of not a small percentage is Aaron Rodgers isn't in this division torturing us anymore. Aaron Rodgers isn't around to make our lives miserable.
No, he's torturing the nation because he was on Hard Knocks last night.
Yeah, how was that?
My biggest fear of watching Hard Knocks last night came true.
Which is?
He's likable.
Yeah.
He's really likable.
Well,
he exudes leadership.
Yeah.
It's sickening. It's just sickening. He's funny. He's affable. And there's no question he's a leader. He's showing the younger guys the ropes. He's teaching other people how to become leaders. It's, hate that guy.
You hate every second of it. but I'm, like, it's.
But it's a huge loss to the division.
It's a huge loss to the division. And, I mean, the thing is, when you talk about a team that won a lot last year, that people were skeptical, and then when they went to the playoffs and bombed out, it's the Minnesota Vikings. Like, because when the Vikings lost last year, they looked terrible. They got blown out in games.
They lost to this Giants team in the playoffs, right?
Yep. This Giants team went to Minnesota and won. And, I just relived the whole thing watching Quarterback on Netflix.
Exactly.
And the Giants the Vikings found ways to win and credit them for it. But, the Chiefs aren't in this division. The fact of the matter is the Eagles aren't in this division. Lions are set up as well as anybody. But no, they haven't proven anything. A, they haven't proven anything yet. And B, it's just, if it doesn't happen, then all this is a bunch of noise. But, we've said it a ton. It's the non-negotiable.
Well, you got two quarterbacks in the division that are very inexperienced, but both have talent.
Yep.
You've got a quarterback in Kirk Cousins who's probably cresting his career here in terms of his prime, but he's a better than average quarterback. And then you've got Jared Goff, who's, creeping back into top 10 quarterback territory. Of course, the game's more than just the quarterback position, but that's how you start things off. And when you take Aaron Rodgers away from the Packers, you've effectively neutered them until they prove otherwise. And a lot of people say the same thing about the Lions.
Yep.
Look, they're neutered until they prove otherwise. Until you show me this is a winning football team. And, 9-8, technically it's a winning season, but you didn't get to the playoffs.
No.
So until they're there, they're going to sit there with their hands crossed and say, prove it. And I can understand that. Like, they're reluctant. We've all been hurt before, and you don't want to lean into it only to have the rug pulled out from underneath you yet. I happen to think that this is a different team. It's a different regime. It's a whole different culture here in Allen Park and at Ford Field, and I like what I see.
From an unnamed texter, I will say this a million times. There is no carryover in the NFL. So I assume that this person's saying season to season. Remember when Jared Goff started to play well at the end of the season 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Did that carry over into last year?
It did.
Yep. So, I mean, everything's not linear. I'll agree with that. Everything's not linear, but some things are.
Yeah, and this is where I'm hoping that we're going to see the same thing this year because the defense played so well in the last 10 games. Can they build off of that? Now, I more agree with the texter than I disagree with him, but I think when you look at a team there's a difference between a team that is young and they're building to something as opposed to a veteran-laden team that might lose some of those veterans in the offseason. Who do the Lions lose on defense?
that they wanted to keep?
Right.
Nobody.
So that's, I guess this is more reason why I'm optimistic about the defensive side of the ball being better than they were a year ago. Rookies made a big impact on the team last year, and I expect that they'll be better in year 2 because I don't think you regress from year 1 to year 2.
From Paul in New Haven. Hey, guys, the Detroit Lions need a kicker. They don't have a veteran kicker. I would say Riley Patterson is a veteran, but is he?
Touchdown.
Who was that down there?
Well, I'm trying to see. That looks like.
Well, it was Nate Sudfeld was a quarterback, and I believe.
I think it was Jahmyr Gibbs.
I thought it was Ibrahim, but it's hard to see from
here.
Far side, and threw a bunch of people. But, yeah, Lions just scored a touchdown in red zone, 11-on-11 situations. So we're talking about what is the praise, what is the expectation, or what is the prediction that makes you uncomfortable? You say, that's where I tap the brakes. We have seen any expectation or any enthusiasm. Some people think tap the brakes. But what is it with you? I fall short when you start talking about winning the NFC, where I'm like, okay, I'm not quite there. But do I think they can win the division? Do I think that's a reasonable expectation? Yes. Do I think winning a playoff game is a reasonable expectation? Yes. Do I think they can win the NFC? It's going to take a lot of things going their way.
I would agree with that. So I think you and I are kind of in lockstep here and where we start to feel uncomfortable. But to me, there's nothing wrong with having the expectation to win the division and win a playoff game.
Yep. 248-539-9797. What have you heard that has made you say, ugh? Okay, I mentioned before the break that the Lions have taken on an interesting endeavor. Building a statue for Barry Sanders. When I think of Barry Sanders, I think of the most elusive athlete I've ever seen play any sport. I think of a player that is like trying to catch water coming out of a faucet, constantly running water in one hand. I think of a player that was poetry in motion. I think of a player that played it with a style nobody else has ever played with before. People didn't play the position the way he played the position. Would you agree with all that?
I would agree with all of that.
How do you come up with a statue that perfectly captures, because there's nothing more stoic than a statue.
Right.
How do you come up with a statue that represents the way Barry Sanders played the game?
I've got an idea how you can do it, all right?
Right.
And it's, of course, you have to have Barry's in the statue. That's the first thing, with his hips one way and his body the other way.
Right.
But the part that makes a statue quintessential Barry is that you've got a defensive player who's on the ground and slipped with one hand on the ground because Barry's changing direction.
Okay.
So I need to see the defender in the play who's not going to make the play because Barry was doing Barry things.
Because there's nothing that moves less than a statue.
Exactly.
But there's nothing that moved more or better than Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
So it's going to take some creativity to come up with a statue that fully captures the essence of the way Barry played the game.
Yeah, I don't think it's just going to be him standing on the sidelines holding his helmet. Or him, lightly tossing the football to an official after he scored a touchdown. I don't think it'll go with that route. I think it'll be something where ball in one hand, his hand is helping to balance what he's doing. His legs are shifting in a different position, and he's looking one way. It looks like his body's going the other way. I mean, you're right. Everything you said about what he was as a player is spot on, because he was one of a kind. You didn't see players like him. Gale Sayers, everything I heard about Gale Sayers was shifty and had great speed and all that. And if you watch highlights of Gale Sayers, you can see some Barry Sanders in it. But Barry was all unique, man. There were guys that tried to be like him. Was it Eric Metcalf? Was it the one?
Yeah.
From Cleveland, who had some Barry moves, but he wasn't. Darren Sproles built low to the ground like Barry, but you're not Barry Sanders. It's funny. I'm looking at the Lions roster, right, and looking at the size of the running backs, and they come across Mo Ibrahim, 5'8", 203 pounds. You know who was 5'8" and 203 pounds? Barry Sanders. Is Mo Ibrahim Barry Sanders?
Nope.
But totally unique.
What's funny is, too, when you say so-and-so made a move that looked like Barry Sanders, Everybody knows what you're talking about. You basically gave somebody a dead leg and they flew right past, or you paused and the whole world moved around you, and then you shot past everyone.
There's a defensive player who's sitting on his butt trying to get himself back up, and he's like, oh, crap, there he goes coming back my way. I should have gotten up early.
There is a touchdown run in which if it were one-hand touch, Barry would have scored anyway.
Exactly. He was the most elusive player. I mean, you said it brilliantly. He's the most elusive player in any sport I've ever seen.
And they got to try and capture that essence in a statue. Good luck.
You know, the one thing I always thought was amazing, well, there are a million things amazing about Barry Sanders, but one thing that stood out to me was that he never took a solid hit.
No.
He never got drilled in the backfield. He may have gotten caught in the backfield because he was trying to make something happen and takes a loss on a play, and it happened quite a large percentage of the time.
Yep.
But he never took that one solid hit. It was like watching Antoine Randall play quarterback in Indiana. He was the same way. He was a water bug who darted all over the place and never took the big hit. As soon as he, knew that he was done, he'd give himself up and just kind of crumble to the ground without getting drilled. And I think there's something smart about that, and there's reason why Barry didn't miss many games in his career.
But you hear about all kinds of guys who are elusive and, they won't take a hit like that in the NFL. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, you do.
248-539-9797, open lines. All right, what is the praise that made you uncomfortable? You said, all right, that's too far. Tap the brakes with that. Where do you draw the line on Lions preseason hype? Talk with Marvin Jones coming up from the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking for the next great fun thing to do in downtown Detroit, look no further than this. You can play, practice, and party the way you want at 5 Iron Golf. It's the nation's leading indoor golf and entertainment experience, and now it's open in downtown Detroit. They've got 13 TrackMan simulators, certified instructors. There's a full bar and restaurant. The whole family can tee up the great times over at 5 Iron Golf. Heck, you want to play Pebble Beach or any other course for that matter. They've got 200 courses that are online there that you can play in the simulators. You can take a lesson. You can compete in the league. How about joining as a founding member or spice up your next date night? Yeah. How about visit 5irongolf.com first of all, and you get 50% off your first booking when you mention me, Gator, at the checkout. That's 5irongolf.com.
Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful. And I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge. Because going against someone's – what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason. The results have him looking like...
So I was wondering, 248-539-9797, real quick, who's the worst Lions quarterback in your lifetime?
Well, that's a terrific question. And
in your Lion fandom.
Unfortunately, there are many to choose from. And if how far are we going back? We're just going 30 years? My lifetime?
Your lifetime.
Okay, all right. I got to believe at the near the top of that list would be one Ty Detmer. Was 1-3 as a starter. Threw 3 touchdowns, and that's where the positives end. 3 fumbles, and had 10 interceptions. This all being, let's go back, 1-3, 4 games.
Yeah. I mean, what was it, 6 or 7 in one game? I think he had six against Cleveland. That was the first game after 9/11. And he had another one that was
Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up in a few moments. But we have a special guest joining us here at the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. From the Lions, Marvin Jones. How you doing?
What's going on, fellas?
We're doing great. How are you?
Doing amazing, doing amazing. It was a little hot one out there today.
Let's start with the contested catch you made in the end zone right here, jump ball. Take us through it.
I just went to a spot and just told him, I always just tell him to throw it up, You throw it up, good stuff is going to happen when I'm around. So, yeah, that's what I pride myself off of.
Do you talk to young receivers like Jameson Williams about what you do in that situation, focus you in the ball, how you win a jump ball? Because in the NFL, there's contested footballs all the time. It's not like you're running wide open and it's an easy job. So what are the keys in those situations?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And if you just have one small window, if you have an inch, the inch is wide open in NFL, So, we have these quarterbacks that could, that fit it right where they need to. It's all about focus, and focus and confidence, So when the ball's in the air, it's nothing but you and the ball. Yeah, forget that guy, he can't catch anyway, so it's all good.
Do you prepare yourself any differently when you're in a practice situation like this? You line up for a play, you look in, and you say, oh, wait a minute, it's Nate Sudfeld instead of Jared Goff, or here's Martinez or Hendon Hooker, or whoever it's going to be. Do you look at this and think differently through your head, okay, this is what their skill set is, a guy be prepared for a ball being thrown this way, or does it not matter at all? You just adjust?
No, to me it doesn't matter. It's all about me adjusting. So as long as they're, if they're throwing it to me, then, I'm appreciative. So it really doesn't matter who it is. The work is the work. And, the football, it comes down the same. So it's, if it hits our hands, then we should get it, So it doesn't matter.
Marvin Jones of the Lions, you've played on division championship teams that have won 12 games in your career, multiple occasions. Do you see any similarities between those teams at this time of year and this team?
Well, I actually do, just because, we have just so many talented people, so many talented, we have a talented group, so, and we work hard. I think from top down, from the coaches to the players, I think we're all in one accord, and we all have what it takes to get it done. So when you're on the offense and you look at, you're with the offense and you look to your left and you look to your right and there's ballers. So everybody's gonna make a play. So I think there's some similarities for sure. But at the same time, we have to put in the work. We have to put in the work to be. Who we want to be and to reach our potential.
11 training camps, man. You're the crafty veteran.
Yeah. So it's crazy, just being in here, going through the meetings, and I just like at this point, I just like being on the field. Take me to the field and let me make some plays.
How have things changed over the years, though? I mean, from year 1 to year 3 to year 7, and now year 11. I mean, have you learned different things about training camps through the years to get you prepared for the next one?
Yeah, I think when you're in year 1, you're steely-eyed and you're just ready to prove. And I think, for me in that aspect, it hasn't changed, because I'm always ready to prove that I'm the guy, and I can make great plays for the team and stuff like that. So that side doesn't change, but in terms of being the wide-eyed rookie, it's a lot different. I'm definitely not that. So I just prepare, just want to get out in the field.
Tell us about Jared Goff and what you think are his strengths and why he can lead this team to maybe live up to the expectation everybody thinks they can.
I think there's two big things. He always knows what's going on around him. He's very aware. the biggest thing that I see is his anticipation. His anticipation when the receiver is getting in and out of the breaks. He knows where the ball is supposed to be. And when you're running routes, you better be at that same spot. There's some quarterbacks that they wait for you. And they wait for you to make your break and stuff like that. And, that could work too. But with him, he has great anticipation. So you have to expect that ball right on that hash or right at the depth that you're supposed to be. And I think that's what makes him so good.
And we hear great things about Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator. You haven't played a game yet in his offense, but can you see why everybody expects him fast-tracking to be a head coach? Is there something about Ben Johnson that differentiates him from every other OC?
For sure. He just has the it factor. I think in this league to be a head coach, that's what you kind of have to have that. If you're going to be a budding star, I think who he is. At that position. But I've known Ben for a long time, when he was doing QC over here, and every time he spoke, they had him speak, to the offense or him install install something or a defense. And when you hear him talk, you know that he's brilliant, and I think that's one thing that sticks out about him. And, I just can't wait to be in this offense and light it up.
When free agency hits, there's a lot of big name receivers that are out there. The Lions went out and they targeted you. What did that mean to you, and what was it like for you to learn that there was interest? And did you show interest in them first?
Well, it meant a lot. It meant a lot to me because my family had moved my family back out to San Diego, and at one point it was just going to be either the West Coast or I just won't play. But Detroit was here. Detroit was here, and they had the interest. And obviously I had interest in them. If it wasn't, and I would say, I was like, hey, the only team that I'm going to that's not at home is Detroit. And I would do that 10 out of 10, and it ended up being a situation where it happened, and they showed interest in me the whole way, through the whole way, and it played out, and it was perfect, and so when it happened, I was over the moon. So yeah, I'm glad to be back here. Where it's my second home. So yeah, it's amazing.
Who was the first person you talked to here in Detroit when you found out this is where you were going to be?
Well, I was actually in Belize, so I didn't talk to anybody. My agent did. They were always in communication.
You throw the phone away when you're on vacation? I'm not even going to.
No, I just let my agent handle it. And once he said, hey, do you want to do this thing? I was like, well, I said, let's roll. I said, well, let me announce it. Tell them not to do anything. I'll announce it. I was somewhere on the beach with my kids with a nice cold drink. But it was it was amazing. It was amazing. It was an amazing feeling. It was surreal because when I left, I didn't think I was going to come back, So it was, just an amazing moment for it to happen, around my family. I was on vacation, and right when we came back, we all came up here, and just a great moment, just seeing the city and it buzzing the way it is. It's amazing. So I'm glad everything worked out.
So you've seen a lot of receivers in this league. Tell us what you see when you see Jameson Williams' skill set.
I mean, that dynamic, and he has all-world speed, and that's what's crazy about it, So the guy, his potential is out the roof, and the thing about him is he's asking questions. He's asking questions, and he wants to, you can tell he wants to be a good one in this league, and I mean, it'll happen for sure.
Still singing?
Always.
Anybody want to do duets with you? Anybody calling you up?
Yeah. There's a lot of people. Yeah, but there's some people on the team that think they could sing or rap. So
like who?
Yeah, I'm honestly. I'll tell you that later. Yeah, I don't want to put them out there like that, but it'll be a surprise. I'm gonna do a couple songs with a couple people on the team. So.
Well, I hope you guys have a lot to sing about this year.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I do too.
Marvin, thanks for stopping by.
Appreciate it. It's my pleasure.
Thanks,
always.
Marvin Jones of the Detroit Lions joining us from the Allen Park headquarters of the Lions. Lions and Giants practice has wrapped up. We'll get back to your phone calls and feedback next. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Thanks to Marvin Jones who just stopped by. Practice is wrapped up, and I mean, look, we have a limited view in terms of what we can see, but it looked to me like the Giants bounced back a little bit today after the Lions dominated practice yesterday, and of course they did, but still saw plenty of good from the Lions, especially the offense.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at the X feed and see what people have said about it, but it did seem like the Lions are having a little bit of problem on defense.
Yeah,
stopping the Giants' offense.
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Joe. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
What's shaking, fellas?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, you guys are talking about Barry Sanders' statue that they're going to unveil next month, and a perfect representation of that statue was actually traded about 20 years ago by a toy company called McFarlane Toys, and it's a perfect representation of what Barry Sanders should look like in that statue. If you guys want to Google it up, it should be like McFarlane Toys Barry Sanders version 1, and he's pivoting off of one foot, the other foot is in the air. He is basically sideways, shifting his entire body weight from one to the other way. And if the Lions don't put a statue like that in front of Ford Field, they have literally dropped the ball.
It's obviously a difficult thing to do because we're talking about representing the most elusive athlete in the history of sports, trying to represent him in a statue. And Gator just brought up the image, and yeah, I can see that is the image in the McFarlane Toys Barry Sanders image is pretty good. It's pretty good.
Oh, look at this right now. They haven't planted. Oh, damn it! Yeah. They haven't planted in the ground.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's what they should do. Great call, Joe. Great call. 248-539-9797. A lot of feedback coming in on how do you do a statue of a guy like Barry Sanders. Let's go to Bob next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hey, guys. For me and the Barry statue, first of all, I hope it looks like him because we've seen some messes in the past. But I would like them to focus. We already know his body and his movements, his eyes. Like every still picture that you can see of Barry, he's looking downfield with his eyes is wide open and down. That Barry look, you know what I mean? He just has it. And I'd like to see that. The eye look.
The vision that running backs have, and that's what separates the good from the great. You know, it's a big reason is their vision. And he had amazing vision and foresight in knowing what his body could do and how fast and quick he was, and to be able to size that up on the defender so quickly and look for an alternate route. He was the best.
Yeah. Well, there's only one player that I can remember with his eyes wide open when he made a play, Deion Sanders on an interception.
Or that.
Those eyes, Deion.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, Bob. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Tons of feedback on this from Bill on a cell. Put a Chicago Bear jockstrap on the ground behind him. The Barry statue must include a fax machine.
Oh.
Jeff in Traverse City. Dallas run in the playoffs with a guy
Tony Casillas
shredding his knee on the ground in the statue. Casillas didn't shred his knee, but Casillas
was left looking around like, what happened?
There are two guys.
Yeah, I know the other one.
Yeah.
The other one's my buddy.
Yeah. What'd he say? Remember that run?
Yeah. It was Harlan Barnett, former Spartan great and now defensive back coach with the Spartans, but was playing in the NFL at the time, was with the Giants, I think, when that happened. Patriots. And I remember asking Harlan in a pregame show for Michigan State football years ago, I said, did you ever get a chance to play against Barry Sanders? And he just smiled and he goes, yep. He says, yeah, I remember that highlight where he's running down the field and he turns that guy inside out and then keeps running down the sideline. He's like, yeah. He goes, yeah, that was me. You know, it was just what a highlight. He was the best. Love watching that guy play. I mean, the Barry Sanders highlights, when they're on TV, you can't turn it off. You're watching until the highlight package is done.
Right.
You know, go to commercial and then you can change the channel. But it's one of those things that you have to stop and watch as it happens.
Next up, Joe in West Bloomfield. I can totally see the huge shoulder pads on the Barry statue.
Yep.
It's funny when you look at highlights, and in that time, it all seemed normal. But my God, there were some big, big shoulder pads back in that era.
Yeah. And it's funny because it's not like he ever got squared up and hit. He was never hit solid, so do you even need those? Would he have gained more yards if he had the smaller pads?
Next up, how about the base of a statue with just his name on it, but nothing there because he's here one moment and gone the next?
That works.
Yep. I would say the play where Barry Sanders broke Rod Woodson's leg stands out the most to me. That's Big Ken in Waterford.
Was that a preseason game?
Might have been. Did he tear his ACL? Is that what it was?
I forget what he did, but it seems to me it was like a preseason game.
Yep. Can't we just use that RoboCop statue that hasn't found a home and slap a 20 jersey on it? That's from John and Lake Orion. Gator is right. Harlan Barnett should be in the statue.
Well, I don't want a Harlan in the statue. Maybe make Casillas would be better.
It sounds like Harlan's like, whatever, he did it to everybody.
He kind of was. He's like, yeah, I wasn't the first.
I didn't choose to say, I didn't at any point say, I got this.
Yeah.
I'll tackle Barry Sanders like nobody ever has.
No, unfortunately, it's one of those highlights. It's iconic. It's like watching Bo Jackson run over Bosworth, right?
Yeah.
It's just it's part of the lore of professional football and the legend of Barry Sanders.
But I mean, if I got dunked on by anybody who ever made it anywhere, I would brag about it. I'd be like, hey, I was on the court and I know what it's like to get humiliated. The way the best athletes in the world got humiliated by this guy. So the Barry statue, we were just talking about how, hey man, it's hard to put into a statue what an elusive player like Barry is, but it can be done.
Sure it can. And I heard the guys at the morning show talking about it, like how many statues do you think the Lions are going to end up doing? And Stoney was saying that he hopes that they don't do too many. Maybe Calvin. Is it possible Bobby Lane, even though the curse of Bobby Lane and all that? And I thought, the Lions have plenty of players you can do it for legitimately without turning yourself into the Pistons retiring jerseys, right?
Yeah.
They legitimately have amazing Hall of Fame players, whether it's Calvin Johnson, Barry Sanders, Lem Barney, Joe Schmidt, Bobby Lane. I don't have any problem if they do that. I'd love to see statues all over the concourse at Ford Field. I think it's awesome to go out there at Comerica Park and see that lineup of statues. It was cool, and they started doing that at the Joe for the Red Wing players, and they bring those into LCA. I want to see more.
It just it's hard to capture in a statue. Maybe it'll be the first statue ever that is also a hologram at the same time. All right, Lions practice just wrapped up. We saw some stuff, including a lot of, I would say, good stuff from the offense, specifically in the red zone situations. I will also give the Giants credit. I thought their offense looked pretty good in red zone situations as well. I can't imagine what yesterday was like from beginning to end to have everybody just shredding the Giants, but they got the ball to Darren Waller today. They got the ball to running backs out of the backfield. I did not notice Saquon Barkley out there, but they had some success in the field to our right where the Lions defense was. So they did bounce back today, and as we thought that they might, there was no fight, though. I thought there might be a fight.
No, I didn't say that. Well, maybe they're saving it for Friday night.
Well, they could. They certainly could.
They very well could. I'm looking out in the field to see who's still here, and Amon-Ra St. Brown looks like he's ready to catch some more passes from the Jugs machine. This guy.
Which is so on brand. So on brand. And by the way, there's more than a few players still milling about, and if you ever come out here or make it out here, I wouldn't leave right when practice ends if you're seeking an autograph, because it looks like guys are continuing to walk over to the fans and say hi and sign stuff. So there's always that chance that they do it on their own. We're at Lions training camp. Oh, look, the feed's back up for Twitch. It's been down for a while. It's up Twitch and YouTube. You can watch the show from where we are broadcasting. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, if you're not on Twitch or YouTube, I encourage you to log on to twitch.tv and search up 971 The Ticket. Go to YouTube and search up 971 The Ticket. Because I'm going to try and turn the cameras around here and show you what's going on right in front of us. We are at the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. They had the joint practice with the New York Giants. And practice ended 30 minutes ago. Okay? But it doesn't mean everybody has gone in.
Nope.
Kirby Joseph was on the field talking to some people, and then all the fans chanted his name, and he ran over here and met with the fans. But this has been going on constantly, and I don't know. I'm going to try to turn the camera around so people can see it. And I'm not talking about this gentleman folding up the tablecloth, but right behind him, there we go. There is a player out there, and he has been working with the jugs machine constantly. I have only noticed it the last 10 minutes. But that is Amon-Ra St. Brown.
And he's catching a pass roughly every 2 seconds.
And this has been going on,
Let's say 5 minutes he's been doing this for us.
Security guys have gotten in the way, but hopefully they will move past it so people can see Amon-Ra.
Got to stay hydrated.
But, yeah, he's catching a pass, like you said, every 2 minutes. This has been going on.
Seconds. Yeah.
Every 2 seconds. This has been going on for over 10 minutes. We've noticed it in the last 10 minutes. But is he finally done? Did he finally say that's enough?
Finally be done, yeah.
I mean, that would be 1,000. Now he's shaking the hands of the guys from the staff that helped.
Hey, thanks, man. Now here comes another receiver to do the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, but I mean, did he have 1,000 reps on the jugs machine? Is that too much of an estimation?
I think it might be a little high.
Yeah.
But now the next receiver is doing it. Does not have the same flow as Amon-Ra had before. Amon-Ra had this thing
He's
down.
not moving as fast.
No. He's kind of joking around, throwing the ball back, but it's still like every 3 seconds he's catching one.
I mean, you don't have to the guy is the cliche, right?
Yeah.
All we want you to do as an athlete that plays for us is practice, work out, sleep, and eat healthy.
That's right.
No social life. Nothing. You never stay up past 10 p.m.
No, we're not supposed to be seen in public.
No, you are.
You're concentrating on football.
All you do. This is all you do. Which, of course, is unrealistic, and there's nobody like that, except for maybe Amon-Ra.
So, by the way, I think I have the exact number of how many catches St. Brown caught on that jugs machine.
Yeah.
Okay.
202.
202.
Yeah, exactly. 202.
Is that?
I think you're shy.
I think I'm spot on.
Why do you say that?
Because Amon-Ra St. Brown says he catches 202 balls from the jug machine on after every single practice.
Well, there it is then. It's probably 202.
Well, you know what's funny is he left the jugs machine, and now he's helping another receiver. Isn't that him right there? See the receiver?
Right side? Yeah.
See the receiver in white?
Yes.
Who is now working the jugs machine, catching passes and flipping them to Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's helping the team manager reload the jugs machine. So, again, I turned the camera around so people could see it.
If you go back to the left, you can see off in the distance Hendon Hooker.
In the red jersey?
Yeah, doing some light running and whatnot, some drills.
So earlier, I wouldn't say they had him cutting, but they had him running in like an S pattern. Hendon Hooker. Well, that was a little bit more cutting we just saw.
That's a run.
Yeah, that was more of a run. So they're definitely giving Hendon Hooker his share of work. So, and he ran behind the pole here of the tent, so you probably can't see him anymore. But that's just some of what's going on out here from the Allen Park headquarters. Okay, hey, look, we opened the show mentioning this, and we did get some sad news as one of our colleagues passed away, Jim Price, the color commentator for the Detroit Tigers. Jim had a style unique to himself, and he made some phrases that anybody who listened to any Tiger baseball got accustomed to hearing. Things like the art of pitching, late movement. We like to talk about late movement. The yellow hammer, I would have had no idea what he was talking about. I remember a few years ago. them explaining a yellowhammer was a type of bird that was known for kind of darting movements, and that's how he described curveballs. So
Buggy whip
was another one.
Double buggy whip, triple buggy whip.
Miguel Cabrera was known as the big man. He seemed to have an affinity to announce who was batting third.
Yeah.
And so, look, Jim, the story I will tell about Jim Price, and I didn't realize how gracious he was with his time until I kind of was able to be in his shoes. And that was before a game, play-by-play. He's getting prepared. We would do our show live from down at Comerica Park, and we would, we wrap up at 12:40, and if we walk right into the press box, take the elevator up, you and I kind of have a routine. We walk into the press box, walk past the media, down the hall, the broadcast hall, and to the right is the Detroit Tigers play-by-play booth. And we will walk in there and see the engineer, always say hi to them, and then down the steps is where Dan Dickerson and Jim Price sat. And Jim was next to the steps. So I would sit on the last couple of steps, and Jim would take the headset off. They were usually in a taped pregame interview, and he would sit there and talk to you as long as you wanted to talk. Dan Dickerson as well. And I didn't realize until this past year when I was doing Michigan football, moments before kickoff is probably not the best time to take visitors.
Yeah, it's crunch time.
It's crunch time. But Jim Price would take the headset off and turn and talk to you and talk about things other than baseball, including ask about my kids, which was great, but in crunch time. And he never said, "Hey, I got to go." He never said that. He would talk as long as we would talk to him. And I'm grateful for having those moments with him, but it also says a lot about Jim Price, the individual. And so he will be missed, and certainly had a style unique. And boy, I think the last game he did was the combined no-hitter.
It was the Thursday before the All-Star game, I thought is what Dan Dickerson said yesterday.
I was reading in the paper today, but it might not have been, but I thought I saw that. But anyway, Jim Price will be missed.
It will absolutely be missed. It was so appreciative of the way that he welcomed me into the Tiger family. When I was part of the broadcast back in the early 2000s, when WXYT first got the broadcast rights, I was doing all the pregame shows and the postgame shows, and Jim was so welcoming and accommodating to me. He introduced me to a bunch of different people, and every time Al Kaline came to the booth, he's like, "Al, this is Scott Anderson." Scott, Al. I'm like, of course I know Mr. Kaline. It's and just did it in conversation. And the last time that I saw Al Kaline, Jim reintroduced and said, "Al, Scott." And he's like, "Oh yeah." And the three of us talked for like 10, 15 minutes.
But he's looking out for you.
Yeah, he's looking out for me, like to make sure that I felt comfortable. And clearly, a situation where I wasn't comfortable being in the presence of Al Kaline, because Al's a legend, right?
Right.
And here's Jim Price, Al's best friend, and they're just talking like best friends would talk. And he's like, "Oh, come on in, talk in the conversation we're having." It was awesome to see that. And Jim loved all the little gifts that people would bring to the booth, and there was a few times a year people would bring the pies from different pie companies. I think there was one in Traverse City. People would come down from Traverse City and bring a couple different pies into the broadcast booth, and always put a smile on his face there. He's always wearing his Tommy Bahama shirts, and I'll miss Jim greatly. I'll miss the visits before Tiger games and seeing him. And when things were maybe not going so well, or if you thought something was going to happen towards a trade deadline, you go and talk to him, and he's lot going on, Scotty. There's a lot going on. Can't talk about it, but there's a lot going on. And sure enough, there was some big move would happen shortly thereafter that he knew about, but he wasn't going to betray the trust of his sources. And it's just it kind of hit me last night. I felt compelled to go to the game last night and go and see Dan before the game and give Dan a big hug and just be part of it all. And then the game happens and the Tigers get the shutout win, and that was great. And Cabrera has 2 hits and passed your idol Tony Gwynn on the all-time hit list. Now he's tied with Robin Yount for 19th overall, and it's just there was a lot to look forward to with this season, and Jim made the most of it and was right there up until a few weeks ago. He just loved baseball, loved the Tigers, and it was unquestioned.
Well, Jim will be missed, and I can almost hear alongside my broadcast partner, Jim Price. I'm Ernie Harwell as they are reunited and can call games from heaven.
And here's Al Kaline coming into the interview and the whole bit. Yeah, and Jim had a wonderful family, and our thoughts go out to his family.
Yep. Certainly a Detroit broadcast legend. 248-539-9797. Okay, earlier in the show we had a chance to talk with Dave Burkett, who had some interesting things to say. We'll bring you some highlights as we continue from the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. Lions and Giants have wrapped up joint practices. Now the two teams, they will next convene at Ford Field on Friday night for the first preseason game of the year. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
But I just think the adding of Teddy Bridgewater, there's not just, the fact that they're getting a quality backup. I mean, their best backup since Shaun Hill. It feels like it's a position that they have blown off and gotten away with not having a quality, veteran. Like you want somebody who can win you football games on a Sunday, not somebody who can win you a division. I mean, that's great if you have a backup that can win you a division, but guys who can win you a division typically are starters elsewhere.
It's funny. We have such fond memories of Shaun Hill, the Shaun Hill era.
Yep.
He was 3-7 as a starting quarterback with the Lions.
Yeah, but typically, I think people remember it as it wasn't his fault.
Well, right. I think you're right with that. I mean, because those were some really bad teams. Well, it was actually the one year in 2010. That's when he got all his starts with them when he was 3-7, and then didn't really play a whole lot the last 3 years when he was a Lion. But this is how we remember him. And
I'd like to know the people's viewpoint on another hype train that is soaring right now. This train is gathering steam, momentum. Now, I'd like to say I am guilty as being a part of it. I have said that this particular team is the largest threat to the established champion this year. The hype train is Michigan football. And it's not just, hey, they're going to be really good, or hey, they're going to beat OSU. There is the Blake Corum remark, which I'm not upset. I think Corum's earned the right to say it. He's been in school for years. He's the team's best back. He is the bell cow. And he said it's national championship or bust. I don't have a problem with it. You have the national media, Michigan, Michigan, Michigan. Okay, normal. But, boy, we have audio today where I went, okay, timeout. Just a quick TO. And it is one of the most unbelievable things I've ever heard. But then I checked my...
Clearly believe they're going to 20. I think there's hesitancy on who it is.
Well, I think the hesitancy is it going to be Cal and Stanford, or are they going to wait to see if the ACC, if there's a mass evacuation from there, because then you'd have a chance at schools like, if you wanted to dip into Florida, you've got Florida State, Miami, North Carolina, and Virginia seem like better fits as universities. But I think they're waiting to see if they want to go that route and leave two slots open, or if they just want to fill them right now with Cal and Stanford.
But the SEC, if the Big Ten goes to 20, I think the SEC is eventually. And people think it's a given that the SEC is going to just grab 4 ACC teams.
Yeah.
I do think Oklahoma State and Kansas are potential possibilities. And it's because of the rivalry with Oklahoma, Bedlam. You're keeping that. And I think a respected football program, and then Kansas from the basketball.
I think they have populated this roster with good players. They have populated this roster with professionals. There's less nonsense, and these guys can play. Dan Campbell has kind of set the tone for the culture, and Brad Holmes, who built draft boards with the Rams and did a great job without first-round picks for Les Snead, setting up picks in second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth round, and helping that team. They basically drafted well and supplemented with huge moves. Brad Holmes has come here, and he has drafted well. I fully believe that. And I think this is going to be one of those seasons where when they final 53-man roster comes out, there are going to be some painful cuts. We're going to be like, oh, I didn't think they cut him. And for the first time, I'm watching other teams play preseason games, and I usually watch for guys that I hope get cut by those teams that maybe the Lions can pick up. I think the Lions have moved past many of these teams talent-wise that they're not even going to be able to or want to pick up other
Get to
teams'
some of the
cast
most
off.
interesting things Dave Burkett,
Because
Lions
their
insider
roster's
from the
good.
Detroit Free
I think
Press,
the
had to
talent
say
is
coming
here.
up in a moment.
And,
Gator first.
You're
out here for practice. Can you say that you liked any part of practice?
When I played?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I liked the one-on-one stuff. I liked being a defensive end. I liked battling against an offensive lineman.
Okay.
In pass rushing drills, I love pass rushing drills.
Okay.
Because I was good at it, so I liked it. Typically at least on our team in practice, I was stronger than almost everybody on the team.
Look at you.
Not just a humble brag. I was also slower than everybody else on the team, but that was the one thing that I could do that I thought I did pretty well. Unfortunately, it was in an era where nobody threw the football, so my pass rushing skills really didn't come into play all that often. But I love that part of practice. It sounds cliche, but there is something about just being with the guys. These are your friends, and these guys you're practicing with and playing with, and you stick together. And there's something about that I really enjoyed. But by and large, no, I did not enjoy practice, and it was the running.
So it's funny because I don't think I liked practice that much either, and I do remember some long runs. Some long runs. And I'm like, it was high school soccer. It was travel soccer. And I'm like, I'm a goalie.
Right.
But we'd still have to go on these incredibly long runs. But, it might have been a decade ago when I was playing adult league hockey. I guess I'm still playing. But, we had a lot of guys on our team that worked in the University of Michigan athletic department. And Billy Powers was an assistant coach, and he took a day and let us all crash Yost Ice Arena and put us through a practice where he had us working on face-offs and breakouts and where to go, and having somebody who knows what they're doing, like as an adult, teach you something on how to play the game. I was like, I love this. And I think it's like a lot of things in life, like guacamole. As a kid, you don't like it, but then you get to be an adult, and you're like, this is great, yeah. And looking back, I'm like, damn, did I waste those opportunities to have somebody who knew what they were doing teaching me how to play the game, and I didn't love it. I should have loved it.
I think it was because it's funny when you mentioned that. The instruction that we got in high school, at least at my high school, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but my experience, there wasn't a whole lot of teaching technique. It really was about, okay, here's the playbook, we're running plays.
Right.
We have some drills that we're going to run, but there wasn't a whole lot of, okay, your pass rush technique, let's work on your rip, or let's work on your club and move, and here's your spin, or whatever. There wasn't a whole lot of that stuff, and that's stuff that I think I would have enjoyed because you could tell when you're getting better at it. Instead, we spent so little time on that and so much time doing, practicing against the demo offense to show us what we're going to look at. And I get it. There's different priorities. But I think as you get further and further advanced in what your skill level is as a player, no matter what your sport is, that's when things start to they work and they hone those attributes that you really want and really need.
Kang, did you like practice back in the day?
Hated practice. Hated it. No matter, I played basketball, obviously, growing up a lot, and I never liked practice. I was only there for the game. You had to practice to play, of course. But ironically, what I did love growing up was going to basketball camps. I love camps. I maybe it was different coaching or different. I don't even know if it was necessarily different drills. Maybe the different kids that you're around or different, other players, or just getting out and being like somewhere different. But yeah, camps were always fun to me. I enjoyed that.
I think that's the difference. I think because the camps I think that's where you are working on those skills. You're working on your jump shot in basketball, or your dribbling skills and your passing skills. Practice like on a team is to me it's totally different. Because you have to work out a game plan. It's I think camps totally make a difference. I remember baseball. I love baseball practice.
Did you?
Baseball practice was totally different because you're hitting or you're fielding grounders or fly balls or you're pitching. Like there wasn't a whole lot of this stupid running thing.
Well, there isn't a lot of running, but there is a lot of standing around.
There was a lot of standing around.
That's the thing about now being on the coaching side of it. You're trying to do everything in your power to keep all the kids moving, and so that nobody is standing around.
Get different stations going.
At the same time, and it's if you have 8 coaches, it's a lot easier than when you have 2 of us, and you're trying to keep all the kids moving. But anyway, just observation, practice. Because I would love right now to go through any kind of hockey. I'd love to go through a hockey practice and somebody teach me how to do something. But and Newsy, did you hear her doing the community outreach program, working with kids?
No.
He needs to come work with my beer league team.
Okay, I'm sure that's where he wants to spend his time.
We need all the help we can get. All right.
Come on, Fish, let's go.
Let's get to some of what Lions insider Dave Birkett told us earlier today, starting with the fact that this Lions team, there's a lot of hype, a lot of buzz, and a lot of it is centered around the fact that they have populated the roster with a lot of young talent. Here's Dave Birkett, Lions insider from the Free Press. I think of Seattle's drafts from I think it's 2010 to 2015, and you go back and see Richard Sherman in the 6th round and Cam Chancellor in the middle. You look at what they were able to put together, and you go, okay, that's the backbone of a championship caliber team. I mean, heck, their quarterback they got in the 2nd round in Russell Wilson, right? So you're seeing the backbone of a championship caliber team being put together with shrewd drafting. John Schneider and his staff up there did a great job. And, he just said 3 straight draft classes, all have shown great promise. Clearly not everything works out, right? Not everything works out. You don't hit with every draft pick. But there are signs being shown with what feels like about 90% of the draft picks that there's guys showing promise.
Well, they've reworked the roster almost completely. I mean, there are a handful of leftovers from previous regimes, and it feels like they're all on the offensive line. And good. They need those guys, and that's really the heart of the team is what's up front and offensively. Because you get the offensive line right, you can do anything. You can run the football, you can throw the football because you got time to, and then you can start adding those pieces to the puzzle as well in the skill positions. And, this year they went in the 1st round with a running back, 2nd round, a tight end. They still haven't gone ultra high with a wide receiver. Well, that's not true. Jameson Williams was a first-round pick last year. So because the offensive line is set, now you can go ahead and get the shiny things in the skill group that are going to help you win football games because they're difference makers. And that's the one thing you can look at with all those guys, Jahmyr Gibbs and Jameson Williams in particular. They're fast, man. They're really, really freaking fast, and you need to get the ball in their hands in space. And when that happens, great things can happen for this offense.
Well, do you remember? I mean, we haven't had a chance to talk about it, but you and I both had in our show sheets a couple days ago. ESPN came out with a list of players that are about to become stars, and they kind of did, all right, from unknown to known, from known to Pro Bowler, and from Pro Bowler to superstar. Penei Sewell was on the list of Pro Bowler to superstar. And, to be able to get the kind of commodity that is an offensive lineman, that is a dominant offensive lineman, man, it makes it so much easier to build when you nail that.
Yeah, and that pick fell into their lap, right? When nobody expected Penei Sewell to get past the Bengals at that point, and they took Jamar Chase. Lions got Penei Sewell. It worked out for both teams.
Yep.
But I'm glad they got their right tackle, and he can play anywhere on the offensive line. But because they've got a great left tackle and Decker, that they're able to switch him over to the right side, and it was a near seamless transition. There was a lot of talk that rookie year of how difficult it was going to be for him to switch from left to right, and it hasn't. I mean, if it has, he's not let on. You don't see it in games. I mean, it felt like from game one, this guy was a plus player at right tackle, and now he's one of the better right tackles in the NFL, and he's only entering his third season.
Much more from Dave Burkett coming up. What stands out so far, and the Lions, how good can they really be? A couple of questions he answered, which might catch your attention. We'll get to that coming up straight ahead from the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Add curb appeal, value, and beauty to your home with new Therma-Tru entry doors from Builders First Source. The experts indoor installation, Therma-Tru doors, the brand preferred by building professionals, offers durable, energy-efficient doors in a variety of beautiful styles. Then have your new Therma-Tru doors installed properly the first time with the expert installation team from Builders First Source. Find their 2 Metro Detroit locations in Clinton and Shelby Townships, and also at buildersfirstsource.com.
There's some prove it.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. out at the Allen Park headquarters of the Lions. Practice is over. Crew out there working on the field. Lions and Giants, the joint practices are done. Giants, I would say, from what I could see, bounce back today. Looked like they bounced back after yesterday. Straight humiliation.
They answered the bell.
Yes, they did. But still saw some good things from the Detroit Lions. And, of course, these two teams will play on the field Friday night at Ford Field in front of the fans. First preseason game of the year. There will be preseason football tomorrow. There's a couple games tomorrow night. So that to look forward to. In the meantime, earlier in the show, right at the beginning of the show, we had a chance to talk with Lions insider Dave Burkett, bringing you some of the best and most interesting of what he had to say, including the question, what stands out so far? Here's what Dave Burkett had to say. So one of the questions I asked Marvin Jones was, he was, I think, a part of 2 division championship teams in Cincinnati. He was part of a division championship team last year in Jacksonville. Does he see the similarities? And he said, oh, yeah. And it comes down to expectation, and it comes down to how you carry yourself. And earlier in the show, we were talking about Jahmyr Gibbs and how Barry Sanders, in an interview on the NFL Network, talked about his physical gifts, but then he said, look, there's an attitude and a preparation that Jahmyr Gibbs puts into this thing as well. And when you are prepared and you know what's coming, it allows you to play fast. Slow guys can play fast when they know what's coming. You don't have to be physically fast to play fast.
But no responsibility, know where you're supposed to be, know what you're supposed to do. And if you know it, you can just get to it rather than having to go through that process.
There's no wasted movement. It's straight line, right? Straight line to where I'm supposed to be to execute whatever your responsibilities are. And, you know, that's all preparation, right? I mean, I don't think Chris Spielman was the fastest straight line runner.
No, not at all. But, I mean, you hear about the greats spend a lot of time looking at tape and looking at film and trying to get better. And I've always been a big advocate of classroom work when it comes to professional sports, so that you know this stuff before you head out to the practice field and then start to work on it, against actual human beings rather than just going through it in your mind and knowing what you're supposed to do. Now it translates out onto a practice field.
So the reason I brought that up is just because Marvin Jones saw the similarities, and, you know, it's a team that's behaving like a team that's planning on winning. And, look, they're acting like it off the field as well. When you sign a Teddy Bridgewater, that's because you don't want to lose any games because you don't have a backup quarterback. You want to try and keep the train on the tracks. If you lose Jared Goff for 4 weeks, you got a guy in there that can at least go 2-2. I mean, it depends on who you're playing in the schedule. Maybe you can go 4-0, but you've got a shot. You don't have to pen in 4 losses.
Right. You don't have to panic about it. You've got a capable backup, and it's not somebody who's going to push Jared Goff. It's somebody who can help the team out if Goff gets hurt. And hopefully Goff doesn't get hurt, and you never have to see Teddy Bridgewater.
And the irony is we never want to see him. Next up, Lions, how good can they really be? Here's what Dave Burkett told us. Those are big words, man.
Shh. Can't say that, Dave. Not yet. Not yet. No, but, I mean, the point he made about the offseason is not falling on deaf ears. It was a much improved defense in the second half of the season, and they went out and improved upon that with the acquisitions in free agency. I mean, bringing in Mosley and Sutton and others, Gardner Johnson. I mean, that's 3 guys added to the secondary that from day one are upgrades over what they had, and what they had at the end of the season was playing well as a unit.
Well, it's going to be an interesting watch for sure, and it gets more interesting Friday night. All right, I wanted to bring this up. I don't know. You were at the Tiger game last night.
Yes.
You did take in some of Hard Knocks, correct?
I watched the whole episode. I had recorded it, so when I came home, I think I got home at like 10:30, and Hard Knocks was halfway through. So I waited for the recording to finish up before I started watching, and then I watched it late night. But yes, I watched the whole episode.
Okay, and Aaron Rodgers, your worst fears were realized.
Yeah,
he came across as likable.
Yeah, he's really likable. You know, all the things that we despised about him towards the end of his run with the Packers, because he wasn't there for his team when mini camps and stuff like that. Wasn't the leader. It didn't seem like he was helping out Jordan Love in any way, and we know that Brett Favre didn't help him out in any way. You watched last night, and here's Aaron Rodgers taking Zach Wilson under his wing in some ways, helping him through practice, teaching him some tricks of the trade, working on the no-look passes and stuff, and admiring that there's a skill set that he likes with the kid, and there's just a lot. And just mentoring just younger players on the team. And at one point, you see him talking to a group of players, but you can't see who he's talking to. I assume it's the quarterback group. And he says, look, guys, I think it's important that every day you go and eat with a different group of players every day so that you get to know all of your teammates. He goes, that's leadership. That's how you build leadership. And I'm like, damn it, he's right. He's totally right.
Yeah.
And that's it's a great life lesson.
I do wonder, though, how many Packers are watching this, rolling their eyes, going, that wasn't the MFer that was in our training camp last year.
Yeah, that wasn't the guy who was there late. Yeah. But it was a great episode. I mean, it's the hype of following. Basically, it's following Aaron Rodgers around for the first episode. And of course, that's what you should do. But then there was this whole anticipation of the narrator, Liev Schreiber, the actor, who's got the great voice when he narrates it. And for those who don't know who the actor is, he's the actor who played the character Ray Donovan on the Showtime series. He's been in a bunch of other stuff too. But but had a heavy Boston accent in that show. He's from New York, so he's got a New York accent, but he drops the accent completely when he does the narration. Like, it does, when I first found out that's who does the narration for Hard Knocks, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. That's not Ray Donovan. I mean, come on. Yeah, sure. No, that's not him, but it is him. And he makes this great entrance here because Aaron Rodgers was hoping he was going to get a chance to meet him. He's like, oh, the voice from God. And a helicopter drops Liev Schreiber into training camp, and it's awesome.
Really?
Yeah, and he's just a normal guy. He's there. He's got glasses on. He's looking kind of frumpy. He hadn't shaved in a few days, but he loves football, and he just loves the whole thing. It was fun to watch.
Kang, did you check out any of Hard Knocks last night?
No, I did not. I only had time for one show last night.
Well, that's the other thing I want to talk about. Yeah, Untold, the Johnny Manziel story, which is on Netflix. What was your take on that, Kang?
It was entertaining. I don't think it was the greatest, but it was pretty good. And I think my takeaway is they should show this at college football campuses for the football team. I think like Nick Saban, Harbaugh, Mel Tucker, I think they should show this to their players to just kind of a blueprint of what not to do, if you want to continue your football career and be successful. Because Johnny Manziel had a bunch of stuff that you probably should have tried to avoid if you wanted to continue your career playing football. Or just in life, to be honest with you.
Didn't he also find out that he was bipolar?
Yeah, that was later on, but it was really short at that point, Gator, that he told the camera or the producers that he was diagnosed, but it didn't say when he was diagnosed, when it started, so I have no idea if it was started high school, college, or during his NFL career, but he did say that.
Yeah, because it was like an admission that when he found out that he was bipolar, that he thought of killing himself.
Yeah, I watched probably 90% of it, and I looked up, and they were far from the end of his story, and there was like 10 minutes left. So, and I didn't get a chance to finish it, but Kang, it felt like they were going to wrap it up quickly because it's only one episode. Did it seem like it just kind of ended abruptly?
It depends on what you're looking for when you're going into this. This is a story. It's not about like his time with the Browns. It's more of anything his time with Texas A&M and him, and how it kind of all started. And then, the ending of the unraveling of Johnny Manziel happens quickly, and they do kind of wrap it up quickly. You have some questions, of course, but it's more like I don't you think it was a lot on Texas A&M, right? And how he got his start and how this whole thing, that was mostly what it was about. And then, of course, what happened with Cleveland and then the ultimate downfall of his NFL career.
There is one that's coming up on HBO. After Hard Knocks, they showed, like, hey, here's some other shows coming up on HBO and a lot of true crime stuff that you guys love, delving into a lot of stories that we would all find interesting. And then they also had, there's going to be a series called I think it's called BS Football, Bishop Sycamore Football.
Yeah.
Cannot wait to see this.
It's going to be fascinating.
Yeah.
My takeaway from the Johnny Manziel thing is, look, you're listening to him talk when he's 19, 20 years old. He's still not that old. And he has some perspective, but, being a parent, being around kids, listening to the way they talk, listening to the way they think, and watching them change their mind, the line of thinking as they get older, I can see how a young person isn't prepared for what was thrown at Johnny Manziel. I mean, it takes – I'm not saying making excuses for him. I'm saying there's a lot of challenges there.
Did you make the sideline reporter watch it?
Not yet. He saw some of it. But I'll say this. There was one thing that made me cringe. Johnny Manziel's dad, when he's going through all his problems, says, we sent him away to coaches, and they just let this thing get out of control. Like, it's their job to turn him into a man. And I'm like,
wait a minute.
You don't abdicate all responsibility. You're the father.
Right. You're the kid's freaking father.
And I don't want to overstate it, but Kang, did that sound like, I think it was Paul Manziel, basically was burying Kevin Sumlin and his staff and just said it wasn't on me?
Oh, he was definitely he was definitely pointing fingers at everyone else like, hey, I'm a good dad. I handed him off to, and then he didn't say his name, but he was clearly talking about Kevin Sumlin because that was the head coach at the time. Another thing
there's some. I was just going to say, there is some truth to that.
There's some truth to it, sure.
When the kid goes off to college, you're not there all the time. You're trusting the football coach to take care and his staff to take care of your kid. But, I'm not expecting them to turn my kid into a man. I'm expecting them to teach him how to play football.
Well, it just sounded like he didn't want any blame. Like, hey, it wasn't me.
No.
And then another thing that blew my mind, Doug, was they were going to have his dad fake a heart attack or something so he would have to skip the combine because he wasn't going to pass a drug test. That was like, I'm like, oh my gosh.
The drug testing came on day 2. He wanted to go run and work out on day 1, but he's like, all right, here's what we'll do. We'll have your dad fake a heart attack. So you do the workout day 1, you'll show out, and then say, hey, his dad has a medical issue, and we had to fly him back to College Station or wherever.
Unbelievable.
Kerrville,
wow.
But, his agent is an interesting dude, to say the least.
He looks like talk about this is exactly what you would expect an agent to sound and look like in a movie, right, Doug? I mean, that guy was straight out of, like, HBO casting.
He looked like he was pushing his 50s, but he was like, so I'm like, this is crazy, brah. I mean, I'm going through this, and I'm just like, all right, man.
Skater, he was like an agent from Entourage.
Yeah, great.
All right, Marvin Jones of the Lions. Do you see similarities between this team and division champs you played on? Hear what he said next on 97.1 The Ticket.
Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful. And I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge. Because going against someone's – what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason. The results have him looking like...
So I was wondering, 248-539-9797, real quick, who's the worst Lions quarterback in your lifetime?
Well, that's a terrific question. And
in your Lions fandom.
Unfortunately, there are many to choose from. And how far are we going back? We're just going 30 years? My lifetime?
Your lifetime.
Okay, all right. I got to believe at near the top of that list would be one Ty Detmer. Was 1-3 as a starter. Threw 3 touchdowns, and that's where the positives end, 3 fumbles, and had 10 interceptions. This all being, let's go back, 1-3, 4 games.
Yeah. I mean, what was it, 6 or 7 in one game? I think he had 6 against Cleveland. That was the first game after 9/11, and he had another one that was
CGC Water reminds you, whether it's leaky faucets and fixtures, clogged drains, or old water heaters that need replacing, CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, they got you covered. Now's the time to replace your old sump pump. Get a brand new pump installed for just $500. Convenient scheduling and guaranteed work. Call 855-339-4242. Let CGC handle your plumbing needs. Call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, 855-339-4242, or visit cgcwater.com, your local independent Connecticut dealer. Gator's got he's got a drink out here. It's a Gatorade Zero bottle, and it's striking me as rather odd.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let's see if the Twitch feed's back up. But maybe you can read the flavor there.
It shouldn't come as a surprise to you.
No, I guess it shouldn't.
You see me every day.
I guess, but that flavor. Can you see what flavor it is? I don't know if you can. Might be able to make out the words cherry.
Is it Glacier Ice Cherry or something?
Glacier Ice Cherry.
Yeah.
Does that look like cherry?
Well, it's not. It used to be, and then I save the bottles, I clean them out, and I use them every day.
You repurpose the bottle?
It's funny. I have like 10 of these in the fridge.
It is orange.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is Gatorade just gone with the Forget it. We're not even going to bother coloring it. We're going. It's a glacier cherry, and it's orange.
It's the orange vanilla Mio. It's delicious.
Well, it's not cucumber lime. So
no, it's not. Now, the ironic thing is that a friend of mine got me little packets of Gatorade Zero Glacier Ice Cherry. So I have these little packets that I can literally put in here and make it the same thing.
Well, good for you for recycling the plastic bottle. Good for the environment. My man.
That's why I did it.
Yeah. If you just do one thing. If everybody just does one thing.
My one thing is to have 10 Gatorade bottles in my refrigerator at all times.
Okay, so
you really want to be impressed, you should see all the Simply Limeade bottles that I still have.
You got the big ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I hang on to those. Those are great. Mix up a drink, put them on the boat. Bring them to parties.
I was thinking about scrimmaging because when you scrimmage with another team, and I got one scrimmage story. Sometimes, the rules are a little bit different, and the coaches might stop the scrimmage and come in and talk about things, or they might do that again, run that one again, or whatever in a scrimmage where you're going against another team.
I was trying to do the slide on the
the Collinsworth slide on the camera.
Oh. I don't know if it worked so well.
I don't know if it did either. Not bad. So I went to Ann Arbor Community High School. We did not have sports teams. If you wanted to play, you could either play at Huron or Pioneer. There was no Skyline back then. And so whatever district you came from to go to community, which was the alternative high school, you would play for that team. And I played summer soccer on a travel team that was made up of kids from both Ann Arbor, Huron, and Pioneer, but I didn't want to play for the high school teams for whatever reason. But one year we started a basketball team. And the basketball team, we just were like, all right, let's see if we can schedule some games. Just kids from community. And we scrimmaged against the Pioneer High School JV team. Okay? I was a junior that year. And we scrimmaged them, and we lost something like 90-50.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And I had maybe like 10 points. And I'll never forget, the scrimmage ended, and the Pioneer coach came up to me and said, son, do you live in the Pioneer District? And I said, yes, I do, coach. And he goes, let me tell you something. Kind of like what I saw. And a kid that's your age, I think we'd have a spot for you on our JV team next year. And I said, how old do you think I am? And he goes, you're a freshman, right? I said, coach, I'm a junior. Next year I'll be a senior. And he goes, well, you can come out anyway, son, and turned and walked away.
Well, best of luck to you.
That was my scrimmage story.
I would have pictured him doing this, looking you up and down, going, huh. Well, okay. Just walking away.
He was, once he heard that I was going to be a senior, his enthusiasm dropped dramatically.
Yes.
Yep.
When I was playing freshman football, and there were only like 14 or 15 of us on the team,
yeah,
coach arranged for a scrimmage to be held against a junior high team.
Yeah.
Kids were 1 year younger than us.
Yep.
And it was up the road. I played at Andover High School in Bloomfield Hills, and we were going to go up the road, or down the road, I suppose, and take on the middle school, Bloomfield Hills Middle School. And Coach had this old car, this beat-up car, and we decided we were all going to get in the car and climb on top of the car, and it was going to drive at a very slow rate on the one road that goes behind.
God.
So we're doing this, and the bottom of the car is scraping on the dirt road that goes behind the schools there, and we get there, and the thing barely makes it, and everybody gets off the car. And we realized that the middle school team had like 40 kids on it. And like I said, we had 14 or 15.
You had all your kids piled onto and into one car.
Yeah. And it was not a big car at all. It was like a Dodge Dart or something like that back in the day. And we scrimmaged with the other team. We lost handily because just outnumbered. we obviously weren't very good. Coach was so pissed at us, he made us run back. Now, it wasn't a big run. It was like a mile away, right? Mm-hmm. But it was just funny that we rode on the car to get there. We lose the scrimmage, and we had to run back. And I'm thinking –
in pads.
In pads. I'm like, had we won, would we get to climb on your car again, Coach? No. Okay, fair enough.
I remember hearing a story about a friend of mine played baseball at Chelsea High School. They actually won a state championship in the 80s, early 90s, something like that. They did a spring training trip. They piled the high school kids into the bed of a pickup truck.
Oh, that sounds awful.
And drove them to Florida.
From Chelsea?
Yes.
kind of a colossal pickup truck would this be?
Well, it wasn't the whole team. It was like multiple trucks. But that's how they got the kids to Florida. Straight down 75 in the bed of a pickup truck.
Coach, I'm worried about the rain. Shut up and get under the tarp.
Things are
things are different.
Things are different.
Things have changed.
But the scrimmages
that would be frowned upon today.
Like, the between-school scrimmages still happen to this day. I know that high school football programs get together, and my son's playing soccer. They got a scrimmage day on Saturday where I think they're going to play three separate I think it's 3 halves against 3 different schools.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did that. We had a 4-way scrimmage.
Yep. Something can be gotten out of it, including apparently riding on the outside of a car.
Yeah. Listen, there's nothing like losing 3 games in one day. Sorry, scrimmage. This scrimmage was we were going to be at I think it was North Farmington High School, which I believe was on 13 Mile.
Yeah.
And our coach is trying to direct the bus driver where to go, and he's like, "Turn here on 14 Mile." And I'm like, "Coach, it's not on 14 Mile."
Was this coach?
Yeah, Mutash Shamaka. Anderson, it's on 14 Mile. I said, "Coach, it's on 13 Mile. Trust me." It is not on 13 Mile. It's on 13 Mile. I know. We used to belong to a swimming tennis club, Woodbrook Hills. It's right there on 13 Mile. Trust me. He said, "Shut up." And then, of course, we get there, and it's on 13 Mile. The bus driver has to move around and figure it out. And we get off the bus, and he looks at me and goes, "Told you it was on 13 Mile." Like,
Muta said that?
Yeah. Like, thanks, Coach.
I've never heard that story.
Yeah.
We worked there for 17 years. That's a
Anderson, it is not on 13 Mile.
Anderson? And Doyle?
Dole. Yeah. Pain medication and pineapples.
What's that?
Anderson and Dole.
Oh, my God. I see what you did there.
See? Well, that was back in the day.
Well, you love that guy, though.
We love that guy.
Yep.
Because the guy did everything with us. He ran all the laps with us. He did the sprints with us. He did all the push-ups and sit-ups with us until his shoulder would pop out, and then he made his 5-year-old kid do all the calisthenics. Yeah, he'd bring his son Patrick in, and this kid is 5 years old, and he's whipping off 50 push-ups like it's nothing. Like this is, and I'm sure it is what he did every day. You know, Dad was getting him ready.
Patrick's now like 40.
He's got to be. Yeah,
and he's out there just coaching the hell out of some kids, turning them into monsters.
Awesome,
hilarious. Carson Anderson, we actually are going to be at training camp next week. Prior to the Jaguars are coming in for a joint practice, which means we'll get to see
T-Law.
Yep, Trevor Lawrence.
Is that what they call him?
I don't know.
Just came up with it. I don't know.
Did you?
Yeah.
No. I'm sure that they'll roll with it now.
Probably.
But
I could see that.
Actually, it's going to be, now that we think about it, we just heard from Marvin Jones going against his old team.
Well, yeah, and unfortunately, because I should have asked him more about that, because you think about it, I think Jacksonville and the Lions are a lot alike.
Oh, yeah.
They've got a lot of young talent on the team at similar positions, and he's had the opportunity to play with both. So we'll see.
Yep. Well, trajectory seems similar. I guess the biggest difference is they have a young quarterback and we got a veteran quarterback, but both guys seems like the arrow's pointed up.
Yes, exactly.
Both teams seems like the arrow's pointed up. Anyway, so we'll be here next week, and of course the Lions play on Friday night at Ford Field in a game. You're going to that game, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I think I might try to get by there. I got some stuff to sort out, but I would love to be at that one and check it out. And there are going to be some interesting position battles. I mean, we mentioned the linebacker spot. It feels like there's basically 4 guys in the middle there that are all fighting for playing time. But, you get down the depth chart at the wide receiver spot, some of the backup, the defensive line spots, the secondary, who's going to be the odd man out there. I mean, there's a lot more talent, a lot more difficult cuts coming is what it feels like to me. So,
well, that's what happened when you have a lot of depth. There's going to be some uncomfortable cuts.
Now, one of the things I didn't even get a chance to talk about today was watching Dan Campbell. I don't know if he was barking at the officials or asking them questions, but he was definitely in the face of officials.
He was animated?
He was animated, but I'm not sure if he was seeking clarification or if he was upset about something. I can't imagine he was upset about something.
Why would you be upset with an official in training camp?
Because, I don't know.
Because why not? Just practicing?
We welcome Enrico Beard, who joins us from back in the 97.1 The Ticket Broadcast Command Center. What's up, Rico?
Gentlemen, how's everything down in, Allen Park?
It's great.
Nice.
It's fantastic.
What did we learn today?
Giants got off the mat, showed a little bit of a pulse.
You kind of had a feeling that was going to happen because they got roasted nationally.
They did.
But we did not see the physical confrontations that we kind of expected to see today.
We thought they might show some fight.
No, tomorrow, that's the rubber match.
Oh, Friday night,
Yeah, they don't. They got everybody's got tomorrow off, but yeah, they'll be back at it Friday. So, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, a couple things. One, we're going to hit upon make or break year for Mel Tucker. We've talked Lions, we've talked Michigan. Today, we're going to talk about this upcoming season for Tucker. You blow this, and you're going to pretty much lose all equity that you've built up from that 11-2 year with Kenneth Walker.
Well, gentlemen, have fun, stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Lions have wrapped up day 2 of joint practices with the Giants in Allen Park. Head coach Dan Campbell is impressed with how the rookies have performed in day 2 of practice. That includes Sam Laporta, running back Jahmyr Gibbs, and defensive back Brian Branch, just a couple of the names he mentioned. Next up for the Lions, they'll square off against the Giants once again for the first game of the preseason. That's happening Friday night at Ford Field. The Tigers will try to make it 2 straight wins over the Twins as they play Game 3 of a 4-game series tonight at Comerica Park. Alex Faedo is back up from Toledo. He will start for the Tigers. Bailey Ober gets the ball for Minnesota. Last night was Detroit's 50th win of the season, but they're now just 9 games out of first place. First pitch is at 9:40. The pregame shows at 6:15 right here on 97.1. We've also got new over-under win totals as Michigan and Michigan State continue fall camp. FanDuel has set the Wolverines over-under at 10.5. The Spartans sits at 5.5. Go green. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, yes. What we won't give you. I mean, grits and balls, sure. We're not giving you a practice breakdown. Tell you that much. So let's get to work today. We're going to do some college football at 3.
But Gibbs looks scintillating.
Oh, the Giants got up off the mat today. What does that even mean? We'll get to college football at 3. Rico, I just can't. I can't with
Hey, man, and you know what? Hey, this people are excited about this team.
And I'm excited.
They are excited. So they're taking every little thing and multiplying.
Did J-Mo show up for work today?
He did.
Did he work hard? That's all I asked.
He worked so hard, Mike. He broke through, was wide open, but Nate Sudfeld underthrew him.
Perfect. That's all I care about. I care about J-Mo updates and injury updates.
So
That's
negative media. They're practicing incomplete passes.
No. So 3 o'clock, we got to have a conversation about Mel Tucker. Now, Wolverines can participate. I don't know how much I care about your opinion, but we'll allow it. But we're going to have a conversation because, look, we talk a lot about how this is such an important year for the Lions, how it's that put up or shut up phase where you validate or invalidate the things we've been talking about. I think a lot of that is the same for Mel Tucker, and we're going to talk about it at 3 because it's one of the, in preparing for college football and doing all the previews I'm doing for the podcast, it's this idea of there might be a fatal flaw to this. And we're going to get to it at 3 and see where people are at. But I wanted to start with this, and it's very relevant. Yesterday with Jim Price passing away, Jim Price would, I think you give credit because he would always shoot you straight.
Yep.
Okay? No one is asking anyone who works for the team to offer ad hominem attacks or have the creative latitude that people like us have. But calling it straight is a dying art in this business. And I think our radio team has done a pretty damn good job of that over the years versus TV, which does a deplorable job of it. But it's interesting because we had a situation in baseball with the Orioles and their lead broadcaster, Kevin Brown, who's very good. Younger guy, very good. And it was one of the most bizarre suspensions you've ever seen. Now, the Orioles are having a great year. Camden is packed. Yeah. And they go into Tampa Bay and win a few games, and there's a graphic on the screen on the television broadcast about how they won more games in Tampa this year or this series than they'd won in the previous 3 or 4 years.
Right.
Kevin Brown reads the graphic. Kevin Brown is then suspended by the team because apparently that was too negative. Yeah. So Rico and I looked at this, and we wanted to get to it yesterday, but you guys really launched the Lions thing to the moon, which is great. But Jim Price, being someone who called it pretty straight, that is disappearing.
Yeah.
And I wanted to know from you guys, how do you want your announcing teams to talk about your teams? We know how Michigan fans want it. You guys want to be pleasured. I mean, you just want to play footsies. You want Gus Johnson with an erection talking about your team. You need Joel Klatt with no blood in his legs talking about your team. That's what you want. I don't want that. I like it when broadcasters go after the team they're calling when it's appropriate.
But see, here's the thing. When Kevin Brown did this, Mike, I immediately was like, I thought he had a meltdown on the air because he got suspended. And then as a matter of fact, David, instead of explaining it, let's play it for
we have the audio.
Let's
Tremendous. That's what the man was suspended for. Talk about having a mic on.
Talk about being respectful. I mean, at that point, I'm like, okay, that wasn't the meltdown. I thought he just lost it on the air. I thought maybe it was a hot mic type of thing.
Did he go Oakland A's?
Right. So he had to say more, right?
The Orioles are getting shredded. announcers across the league have gone on and publicly supported this guy. He's going to be reinstated. But I really wanted to know from the people, because to me, we don't need watching a broadcast. It's not about being negative. If a team is bad, say it. If a team's effort is lacking, say it. If a player needs to pick it up, just say it.
Right.
Base running blunder, say it.
Because we all see it happening. So you might as well don't ignore it and say all is well.
Or is that what people want? Because I will tell you where we're at in this country. It's tell me I'm pretty or you're an idiot.
And I think that you're right. That's what people want. They want to hear this is a great team. There's no flaws. And any flaws that you have can be worked out. We're going to be good. Accentuate the positive. It's so much so that, as you said, if you look at it now, I mean, you got different networks for different people because you only want to hear certain things. You don't want to hear the truth. And I don't think many fans, I mean, what this man did was ridiculous. With the Orioles, honestly, somebody up the top.
John Angelo should be embarrassed. I mean, that is as thin-skinned as it gets.
Right.
Come on, man. The Kevin Brown didn't do anything wrong, but I'm asking you guys. Look, it's no secret. I mean, yes, I work at this radio station. If I didn't like our play-by-play team, I'd tell you, but I do. And Dan and Jim, for years, gave it to you pretty honest. Okay? The TV side does not do that. The TV side is North Korea. It's crazy when you watch the Tigers.
But, I mean, maybe some people want
And that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because in the end, none of this is catered to me. None of it. I could basically mute all games at this point in my career, watch them, do my job. I don't need any of it. Yeah. I know it's not catered to me. I want to know what people want. Like, do you like it when it's just everything is awesome theater? Is that what you want out of your play-by-play team? Or, and by the fact, I mean, again, Dan and Jim were together for 24 years. Do you like a little bit of honesty?
Yeah.
Where it's okay to say, you know what, team's got to pick it up.
Yep.
There's a difference between that. No one is asking anyone to go in the booth and be like, this guy's an idiot. Right. No, that's a little different. Right. That's our job.
I'm about to say you leave that from 2 to 6.
That's
but
right.
On the field, you know what? This team's going through a losing streak. They're playing bad. They're poorly managed. They're making blunders on the base path.
You have to
or
talk
whatever.
About it.
Right. You can't ignore the problem. It doesn't mean you got to make it personal, but you're saying exactly what the people are saying.
So then why do the networks think we want it a different way?
Because it's probably we're paying all of this money. Tell me I'm pretty. Tell me I'm special because I'm writing your checks. So I don't want to hear anything bad. Even if the team is bad, I don't want to hear about it. I think that's a horrible business model because now your announcers are afraid to speak the truth and they just have to pander and make up things. And now they sound disingenuous. They're undermining their own credibility all for a paycheck.
Hell, watch a Pistons broadcast. It's the very definition of it. I didn't like what I heard on the radio today. Oh, what? Honesty, Greg? I can't stand it. Team won 14 games last year. I mean, get out. It's the truth.
Mike,
everything's not awesome.
It's not.
They haven't won a playoff game in 15 years. Stop telling me it's awesome. Not you. No. You haven't personally not won a playoff game. I'm saying.
But to some people, you get the mandate saying, hey, guys, I don't want to hear this about the team. Come up with something to make people want to watch the team.
Well, we talked about this. Like, for Tigers broadcasts on television, that players only was the best. That was the best version of it.
It was.
At least be irreverent if you know the team's bad. Right. Have a good time, bust balls, laugh.
Yeah.
You want to take some focus off the field, it's fine. What I don't need is
the breakdown of the exit velocities.
What scares me, let's talk about that slider. I just, with Kevin Brown getting suspended, it is a huge concern because it's like the teams and their media providers are, and again, we are a flagship for these teams, but I do my job. That's it. Right. For years. I mean, having it out with the Lions, it was simple. Win more. It will solve everything. You don't have to. I always tell this. You don't have to like me. I don't like you. I don't care. Win games. I don't have any friends down there, and I'm the one going, they're winning this division and they're winning a playoff game.
Right.
There's
But
no agenda with me.
No. But see, here's the thing. Because you tell things how it is, when you say good things, we may be onto something here because this guy would tell us if we were bad. But if you're constantly saying that you're pretty and you're great,
right,
it's disingenuous. But you're correct. It's like, like I said, I remember when they were like, hey, you're going to be doing Lions post games. I was like, you really want me to do the Lions post game?
It's like the boy who cried wolf. You're right, Rico. If they're always telling me that this is good and this is good, how do I know when it's really good? How do I know when a player's really that good when you told me every player's good?
Right. And that's just it. It's because now you could be objective because you could talk about, well, this is not so good, but I think that if you just change this and change that, then maybe.
Well,
last year, Mike, when we talked about, you know what? When people were calling here, not us, saying Aiden Hutchinson was a bust. Guys, he's not a bust, but maybe if they move him to the weak side and play him the way they did at Michigan, you'll get a lot more out of him.
Or you just say, dude's got to play better. Wow. Oh, my God. Crazy. No, it's just, I'll give you another example. College football is really at a point I find a lot of the broadcasts hard to watch. And no, it's not just about your school, guys. I'm saying in general, you watch an Alabama game and the network broadcasting it is bought and paid for by the SEC, and nobody wants to critique Nick Saban. How about the reality? Nick Saban and this Alabama team do not have any wide receivers. Nobody said it. Hey, Nick Saban's O-line, not great, Bob. Not great.
Especially
Nick
in that
Saban's
Texas
team
game.
last year should have lost 5 games. But it's like, can someone just say it? Someone, anyone.
Yeah, and there's a difference between if it's a school broadcast versus
Correct.
if it's ESPN, Fox, or CBS.
Right.
That was the wrong one.
All right, then. I guess I didn't make a good point.
That really?
No,
that
David, you made a good
What
point.
am I looking for here? Oh, well, I'll find it. I had Doug telling you to bleep yourself. I got that somewhere on the fun box. All right, 248-539-9797. Kevin Brown's wacky suspension with the Orioles. He's going to be back. The Orioles look like idiots. We played the audio. But it brings up the question, how do you want your sports?
And if you're Baltimore, I wonder, how do you walk this back?
You don't.
We made a mistake.
You say we're a collection of idiots. Kevin's back in the booth Friday. We'll talk to you later. Then you send the guy a bottle of bubbles, and you say, welcome back. What are you going to do? You're not walking back from it.
Right,
Just say it. Hey, oops. I would love to see a team one time just send a press release that goes, our bad.
Yep.
Oops, we effed up.
2 words, our bad.
We'll see you Friday night at the park against the Rays.
Team letterhead at the top, just oops underneath.
From the desk of John Angelos. Oops, my bad. I had a bad day and I suspended our idiot broadcaster.
You know what? Honestly, I would respect him more.
Just something.
I would respect him more to say, yeah, I screwed this up. That's on me. He did nothing.
We'll get to you, the people, next. We got college football at 3. Ready to roll on a Wednesday, 97.1.
All right, guys, fall is coming up, and if you're looking to enroll into Specs at LTU, well, you got a couple of weeks if you want to get in on this fall semester. Look for a career in radio, TV, graphics design artists. Specs at LTU could be the place for you. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business like yours truly. But here's what I need you to do. You got to be curious. You got to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. While you're there, you're going to learn about the Specs at LTU certificate programs in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communication, all taught right here on the campus in Southfield of Lawrence Tech. Now, you need to enroll right away. Make the magic. Enroll in Specs at LTU because classes will be starting in about 2 weeks. There's still time for you, but you need to hurry up. Head over to the website, ltu.edu/specs, and do it today.
But I just think the adding of Teddy Bridgewater, there's not just, the fact that they're getting a quality backup. I mean, their best backups in Sean Hill. It feels like it's a position that they have blown off and gotten away with not having a quality, veteran. Like you want somebody who can win you football games on a Sunday, not somebody who can win you a division. I mean, that's great if you have a backup that can win your division, but guys who can win your division typically are starters elsewhere.
You know, it's funny. We have such fond memories of Shaun Hill, the Shaun Hill era.
Yep.
He was 3-7 as a starting quarterback with the Lions.
Yeah, but typically, I think people remember it as it wasn't his fault.
Well, right. I think you're right with that. I mean, because those were some really bad teams. Well, it was actually the one year in 2010. That's when he got all his starts with them, when he was 3-7, and then didn't really play a whole lot the last 3 years when he was a Lion. But this is how we remember him. And
I'd like to know the people's viewpoint on another hype train that is soaring right now. This train is gathering steam, momentum. Now, I'd like to say I am guilty as being a part of it. I have said that this particular team is the largest threat to the established champion this year. The hype train is Michigan football. And it's not just, hey, they're going to be really good, or hey, they're going to beat OSU. There is the Blake Corum remark, which I'm not upset. I think Corum's earned the right to say it. He's been in school for years. He's the team's best back. He is the bell cow. And he said it's national championship or bust. I don't have a problem with it. You have the national media. Michigan, Michigan, Michigan. Okay, normal. But boy, we have audio today where I went, okay, timeout. Just a quick TO. And it is one of the most unbelievable things I've ever heard. But then I checked.
Clearly believe they're going to 20. I think there's hesitancy on who it is.
Well, I think the hesitancy is it going to be Cal and Stanford, or are they going to wait to see if the ACC, if there's a mass evacuation from there, because then you'd have a chance at schools like, if you wanted to dip into Florida, you
We spend a third of our life sleeping, and if you sleep that much, why the hell aren't you sleeping on a better mattress? That is the brand new iComfort Eco by Serta, supportive and designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or you can check out Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. It's Serta, made in Michigan, have been for over 100 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, let's get to the people. We're talking about Kevin Brown's suspension from the Orioles, the play-by-play man on the TV side. He is coming back. He got suspended for a ridiculous reason. The audacity to say that it's been a minute since the team had won a series in Tampa, citing a graphic that the broadcast put up. That is as absurd as it gets, but it begs the question. These teams sure as hell don't want to hear it. And a lot of these teams are getting in the media game, owning a piece of their network. I mean, we all know Bally's is going belly up. So does that lead to eventually the Tigers owning a piece of their TV network? Whatever it is, I ask you, the fans, do you even want it the way the teams think you do? And look, with the passing of Jim Price yesterday, look, no one is going to say that Jim Price went after this team. But when they were dogging it or made mistakes, it was pointed out. Yep. It was a level of honesty that it is just an art form that is going away.
It adds to your credibility, because when you say they're bad, okay, but when you say they're good, it's like, oh, okay, you just don't always say that. You're fair, you're balanced. You can bring something to the conversation. It's not just tell me I'm pretty all the time.
I mean, the Pistons haven't won a playoff game in 15 years, and I don't know that they've been criticized once on the TV side. That's not acceptable to me. Sorry, not sorry. Let's go to Dean, 97.1. Dino, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, Mike? Good news for you. I 100% agree with you. I firmly believe that if you only want good stuff about your team, you're a loser anyway. Like, at the end of the day, you have to join the real world and see what's really going on and have that conversation. Like, you kind of hit the nail on the head with Michigan fans. They always want to be lathered up and have an issue, and that just takes reality out of it. everything with sports now is turning into like social media. You're only allowed to tell people they're pretty no matter how ugly they are and give them a thumbs up. You're not allowed to bring reality into it because this is all feelings.
No,
Tell
you
me
know
how
what?
this isn't that Dean got their feelings hurt, so now you must be punished.
Yeah, and Dean, really, if you want to go to another level, sports has turned into politics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just not allowed to just be told the truth on things, and it's just like total propaganda, like with what Fox does with the Big Ten, basically openly becoming the Michigan Roadshow. I mean, it's like, what planet am I on?
Oh, Mike, or just I'll even go something even more recent. If you just sat there and talked about the women's soccer team and how they choked in the penalty kicks and underachieved, well, you're this and you're that.
Rico. You're a sexist, Rico. You can't say that.
Right.
I mean, that's absurd. That's crazy.
Right, but
you're both right. No, you're both right.
Yeah, it's like this team's bad.
Well, no, they are. And you know what? I gotta be honest with you. I'm tired of hearing about it. I'm tired of hearing about the whole. Like, I just read an article how they generated like $10, but they get an equal cut of the rev split with the men's team. And it's like, well, that's not how the real world works. No one's saying they're not fabulous players, but like, we're arriving at conclusions now that don't make any sense in this world. Right. Team USA and the Men's World Cup produce X. The Women's World Cup produces Y. Those numbers are not equal.
Right.
So you cannot ask for the same if you're on a rev split. I mean, it's like if you do a radio show in your basement that makes $1 and then you do a radio show here that makes a lot of dollars, you're not getting the same thing. But this is the media now. This is what we do. We arrive at whack conclusions.
It is. It is. And if you say the wrong thing, as you see, you get canceled. Whether it's your own station, that what happened to Kevin Brown. But yeah, say something I don't like.
But now Kevin's back.
Yeah, you're right. He's
going to show up in the booth. He's going to look like Rambo.
Coming in with looking like the Macho Man.
He'll have the bandana tied around his head. He's going to have a bullet chain, shirtless. Welcome to Orioles baseball tonight. I'm back. Then he'll go on the air and go, this team stinks. Let's go over to Chris, 97.1. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, good.
First-time caller.
Welcome.
And a female's perspective, I absolutely agree. I deal with high school athletics every day, and heaven forbid you hurt little Jenny or Susie's feelings. Well, it's the real world, and we are, as a society, we're just going overboard. And like you said, you're sugarcoating it. As I want to hear an announcer, not necessarily bash a team, but like you say, give me the honest opinion. And it is an art. You can do it in a certain way where you're just not always negative the whole time. But
that's right.
You know, just even like watching The Voice, and I like that show, but they're never going to say anything bad because they're told they can't say anything negative.
See, that drives me crazy, Chris.
You're getting an amen from David behind the glass.
Thank you. You can't sing. Just say it.
Right. We all hear it.
Well, there's some interesting notes that you hit.
Well, it's also, and appreciate it, Chris. Like, great example, guys. We all love college football. Whether it's James Franklin, Jim Harbaugh, a ridiculous fourth down decision. Call it out. Mm-hmm. This is dumb. Let's just say this is a ridiculous decision by a very good coach. You'll never hear it. Fox will not allow it.
No. And you know, and that's why you weren't here, but I always applaud when writers, especially local beat writers and stuff like that, really hammer the coach or the GM after the Eduardo Rodriguez trade that didn't happen. Man, the writers, it wasn't just easy, whatever. They kept coming back. No, but you need to answer this question. Why?
And again, Scott Harris went full of Avila. That's what it was.
Yeah. But they didn't come out there and just, happened. Boys will be boys. No.
That the Michigan writers pick up that slack. Yeah. Go Blue, coach.
Well, Wojo asked a tough question, to Scott Harris.
Really? Yeah. Alert me when it happens with Harbaugh. Let's go to Ben, 97.1. Hi, Benny.
Hey, good evening, guys.
Hey,
you guys are really getting it right on the head. Hey, Mike, right quick. I'm going to Vegas this weekend. What is that Chinese place you was talking about one day? I heard. Can you give me right quick? Come on, man.
Now I got you. All right, here's what I'm going to do for you. You get to the rest of your call. I'm going to put you on hold, and I am going to go back there with Kenny, and I'll tell you where to go. I got you.
Good.
I got you.
But
Ben,
Ben,
It's
right.
It's game changing.
That's what I know, man.
He took. I was not about to go. I was tired.
What are we doing here?
And he was like, "You really need to just meet me there." So I got up out the room. I met him there. One of the best decisions I've ever made in my life.
Man, look,
anything about broadcasters?
Go ahead.
But anyway, man,
we just telling it like it is, David.
Right. Y'all got to understand, man. You got to get Blaha out of there, man. Please. I haven't turned my sound on the Pistons in 12 years. I would like to hear some, but
you know what though, Ben? Let me say this, okay? Look, George's a legend. This is bigger than him. This is really about the network.
We was winners. We loved him when we didn't really.
But it's about
to him when he, but,
it's about the people who sign his checks. That network, if you like honesty, is a plague upon honesty. It's a plague.
But Mike, you're raising some kids up now who don't know nothing but Blaha, and I'm like telling them like, don't listen to that. I mean, because it's candy and popcorn every day and sunshine and that's not real.
Oh, just wait for the day he retires. You're not going to like what they put there.
Oh my goodness!
We'll save that for another show. Kenny, put this gentleman on hold. I will speak with him in a matter of 30 seconds. I got you, Ben. Let me get back behind the glass.
Please,
sit tight.
Yes.
I got you. All right, we're going to be okay. We're going to make this happen. 248-539-9797. Plenty of people want to rap about it.
Yeah.
Again, if you're just joining in, we're going to get to college football in a little bit. This wild suspension of the Orioles broadcaster for nothing. And the team's getting crushed. And it brought up, on the heels of Jim Price passing away, Jim Price generally gave it to you pretty straight.
Yeah.
And you're just not going to see that a lot because I don't know.
He said nothing. This wasn't a hot mic where he's talking about a certain group of people or a museum he went to.
He didn't go Oakland A's broadcaster guy.
Right. It was just, hey.
Rico had a fun time at your museum.
All right.
Oh, boy. What did he just say? He meant a different word.
Let's rewind the tape.
And then Dallas Braden sitting there. I would have fallen out of my chair if I was in that booth.
He went full Mike Myers after Kanye West.
George Bush hates black people.
All right.
Okay, then. Commercial. 24. If you don't know that clip, I'm sure that's available on YouTube.
Tremendous barbecue.
You know what, David? When I go back there and I help that caller out, can you have the clip queued up? I just need to see Dallas Braden. The pulled pork was incredible. All right, summer road trip, Moran Buick GMC. If you're heading up north, pack the family and get the hell out of here. Moran Buick GMC has you covered. The 23 GMC Sierra Crew Cab 1500. Lease it for only $309 a month, 24 months, or lease the 23 Buick Encore GX starting at only $269 a month. It's all there. Something's wrong with the vehicle. MoranExpress.com. You get the certified service appointment, you get the free loaner vehicle, and you are good to go. MoranExpress.com. Stop into Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Clearly believe they're going to 20. I think there's hesitancy on who it is.
Well, I think the hesitancy is it going to be Cal and Stanford, or are they going to wait to see if the ACC, if there's a mass evacuation from there, because then you'd have a chance at schools like, if you wanted to dip into Florida, you've got Florida State, Miami, North Carolina and Virginia seem like better fits as universities. But I think they're waiting to see if they want to go that route and leave 2 slots open, or if they just want to fill them right now with Cal and Stanford.
But the SEC, if the Big Ten goes to 20, I think the SEC is eventually, and I think people think it's a given that the SEC is going to just grab 4 ACC teams.
Yeah,
I do think Oklahoma State and Kansas are potential possibilities. And it's because of the rivalry with Oklahoma, Bedlam. You're keeping that, and I think a respected football program, and then Kansas from the basketball.
I think they have populated this roster with good players. They have populated this roster with professionals. There's less nonsense, and these guys can play. Dan Campbell has kind of set the tone for the culture, and Brad Holmes, who built draft boards with the Rams and did a great job without first-round picks for Les Snead, setting up picks in second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth round, and helping that team. They basically drafted well and supplemented with huge moves. Brad Holmes has come here, and he has drafted well. I fully believe that. And I think this is going to be one of those seasons where when the final 53-man roster comes out, there are going to be some painful cuts. We're going to be like, oh, I didn't think they cut him. And for the first time, I'm watching other teams play preseason games, and I usually watch for guys that I hope get cut by those teams that maybe the Lions can pick up. I think the Lions have moved past many of these teams talent-wise that they're not even going to be able to or want to pick up other teams' cast-offs because their roster's good. I think the talent is here. And, there's some prove it to it. There's some prove it to it. But my God.
All right, in the midst of everything we got going on, I know training camps are rolling on. Hopefully David has something better than Sean Payton's new rules. It's time for an NFL Blitz. Yes, David.
So here's what I want to do today. By the way, tomorrow is the first actual preseason game of the NFL preseason. We have I believe the Browns are playing tomorrow, but we'll get to that another day.
Can't wait.
6 NFL teams that must win now or make significant changes in 2024. Let's start with
Lions.
They are on the list. So let's start with them. Let's start with the Detroit Lions. It says here, while it seems odd to believe the Lions are in this situation, they are in the situation. It says the hype, they're the trendy pick.
That's right.
And they have all the hype, and they sold out the home games. So should they be in that category?
Yes, because look, at the end of this season, no matter how it goes, Ben Johnson's leaving and taking a head coaching job.
Right.
If you don't succeed this year, you would have to imagine the defense would let you down, not the offense. So that would mean you'd be making major staffing changes there. It's year 3. They're loaded for bear. And again, it would have to go super sideways for Dan Campbell to burn through the equity he's built. But if it goes off the rails, this is the NFL. Things change quick. It's bleep or get off the potty.
If this goes off the rails, yeah, he's got to go, because I think you've now lost faith in everybody in this city, because this city is buying in. This city is believing in you. As you said, you sold out Ford Field for the first time.
Off the rails would be like 5 wins, by the way, which no one expects.
Correct.
Well, I want to be clear so you don't get hammered.
Yes, that by the time November rolls around, we're having draft talk. And you know what? They could be moving here. That's where it went off the rails, because this city is believing in them, and you have then spit in their face, and they will never believe in you again.
Next team on the list, the Cleveland Browns. And
100%.
It's simply because they acquired Deshaun Watson and gave him the highest paid contract in NFL history, along with other guys that are top 4 in their position, Myles Garrett and Nick Chubb. they're all in, well, they better win.
How about the whole offensive line?
Yeah.
How about Kevin Stefanski doing some real stupid stuff at the end of games? It's time to win. I'm fully on board with that. If they don't win under this scenario, and again, no one's saying a Super Bowl, but for the Browns, you got to be a wild card.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
And the thing is, it's more difficult for them because you're in a tougher division, whereas the Lions, not so tough. But, yeah, you still got Joe Burrow, even though you can beat Burrow easily for some reason.
Next team on the list, and I think this is an obvious one, the Los Angeles Chargers. We all know what they paid their quarterback, but their coach is on the hot seat this year.
Brandon Staley should have been fired for the decision to play Mike Williams in a meaningless game that they had already clinched the playoffs and getting him hurt. And then they arrive in their playoff game and blow a 28-point lead, largely because Justin Herbert had no one to throw to because Mike Williams was out. Brandon Staley either makes the playoffs and wins a game, or I would fire him.
Well, and I think he went all in, trying to he brought in Kellen Moore to run this offense.
Oh, yes, let's do that because the Cowboys are so effing imaginative.
See, here's the thing.
Kellen Moore.
Branch. I actually give Kellen Moore more credit. I think at that point, McCarthy just kept getting in the way, saying, no, I'm the offensive genius. I'm going to run plays. So much so, that's what he's doing this year. It'll get him fired. I don't know if Dallas is on there,
on his trajectory,
but this is going to be the year he gets himself fired.
Dallas is not on this list. But the next team on the list is the New England Patriots.
That would be useful.
It simply says
That's very
because
useful.
there's so much volatility around Coach Belichick, because Robert Kraft kept Gerard Mayo, who he wants him to be the head coach. There's just a lot in New England.
You have to have
has to win now.
There, and if you have quality depth,
this is
huge because going against
Belichick tried to prove that it was
in a
him.
game, Doug, when
it was not Brady.
Starting cornerback goes out of
he
the
should have just walked away. The
that
spike
guy he's
store,
covering immediately gets targeted.
Ridiculousness
by the
he did
team.
last year with his
so
coordinators /
Branch,
special assistants.
or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever
nothing
it is,
about
ready
this
to go,
team
they don't
makes
start,
sense.
Also
he should have walked away.
Who else
and I guess
out?
now he's just going to force New England to step in there and the Kraft family just to fire him. And he's going to leave unceremoniously rather than just retiring. But I agree with you, David. This is make or break, and it's probably broken. It's probably just going to happen.
Next team on the list, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, this is kind of odd to me.
That makes no sense.
They don't have a quarterback, really. They don't have anything other than old players. So why would it be win now this year?
It's a rebuild. I mean, you could say win now or Todd Bowles loses his job, but that's
Possibly,
natural.
yeah.
He's the fall guy. So after they go 2-15 and take Caleb Williams, they bring in the new coach. But I disagree with that.
But you know why? Because Tampa doesn't believe they're in a rebuild. Tampa believes, Brady's gone. It's cool. We got this.
Yeah, and John doesn't believe he's biased with Michigan. Both things can be true.
It's the same problem that happened with New England. Oh, Brady left? We'll keep this thing rolling. No, you won't. You're going to take a step back. You are rebuilding. No, we're not. So that's the thing is Tampa believes they're just as good as they've always been in the past few years.
Yeah, coming off the NFC South title.
My goodness.
And the last team on this list.
My God.
Last team on the list would be the Washington Commanders. And it simply says basically Ron Rivera's on the hot seat.
Yeah.
And I think he's feeling the pressure, it says, because of his comments to Eric Bieniemy.
Well, he's lame duck. Plus, you hired a guy who could be the head coach. Here's what I would say. Let me just riff on something different. The Bieniemy thing bothers me so much.
Let's see if it bothers you how it bothers me. Go ahead.
How soft these players are.
You know what? Right there.
Like, oh my God, this man's cursing at me. It's like, what? It's the NFL.
He expects me to do things and to really practice hard.
He doesn't say it in a nice way. Right. It's like, I don't know, the guy's got how many Super Bowl rings? Andy Reid thought enough of him to help him be the architect of the offense? Like, I just, that's why it bugs me. You know,
he's not out there trying to be their buddy. Guys, I've been to the Super Bowl. I want to go back.
Just
all right?
Take the coaching, do it right, and move on. Because I'll tell you one thing. To me, if Rivera falls short, Bieniemy's my coach next year.
Mm-hmm.
He's right there.
And I think at that point, you're going to have a lot of commanders saying, well, I want out of town. I don't like this guy. But you're right. He's He's not there to be your friend. He's there to motivate you. He's there to get you to that next level. And some people do it nicely. Some people are hard red asses. He's going out there saying, I need you to be better, and he's yelling at you, and that's just the society we live in. For some people, that hurt their feelings.
Yes, sir. Real quick, there's only 6 teams here. Is there another team you think? I know, Rico, you mentioned the Cowboys. You think they should be on this list?
I do think the Cowboys, because you got rid of your OC.
I'm going to give you one.
And you basically said, I can run this offense better than what he could. You already are iffy. And I think they're just going to go ahead and move the defensive coordinator to head coach.
I'll give you one. And before everyone erupts, just hear me out. The 49ers.
Erroneous.
No. If they don't win and Brock Purdy turns into the pumpkin we think he is, you do have to ask legitimate questions at the end of the year and go, okay, John Lynch, how are we wasting a Super Bowl roster because you refuse and or can't find a quarterback? Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy. The Lance thing is a disaster unless he blossoms.
The Lance thing. Lance is going to start because Lance has to start because he can't have this blow up in his face.
Okay,
he needs
you
to
get
be
my
smart.
point.
No, I understand.
If Lance falters and Purdy isn't Cinderella, at the end of the year, you're going to need to do something.
And this is why back in the day, I always applauded Pete Carroll before he screwed up the Super Bowl. Pete Carroll just said, I'm going with whoever helps me win. I don't care.
What a concept.
How much you make, that's fine. Your check will still cash, but you're going to be on the bench. You'll be a rich person on the bench, but I'm going to go with this guy who makes little to nothing because we win with him.
And that is in football today.
Thanks, David. You've heard us talk about Northville Lumber, the oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more. And last year, contractors and homeowners, they bought enough Trex decking from Northville to cover 26 football fields. Look, there's a reason Northville moves that much product. It's all in stock. There's no supply chain nonsense when your warehouse a mile down the road. They'll give you the lowest prices, the product in stock, and it's still deck season. You want to get it built, you want to enjoy outside before the permafrost, let Northville introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do to take advantage is get on down to Northville Lumber. You can call them today or just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful. And I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge. Because going against someone's – what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason. The results have him looking like
All right, 97.1. We're going to get to some college football in about 10 minutes. We've had deep conversations about the Lions, about Michigan. We got to bring up Michigan State because you want to talk about a bleep or get off the pot a year. You kind of wonder if it's this year for Tucker. And I came across something in doing a lot of the previews for college football, for Cash the Ticket, the podcast, and it really struck me. And I said, you know what? This is the angle I want to go with. It completely is something different than Rico and I planned on doing. And then you and I talked about it pre-show, and I'm like, I think I want to go this route. So we're going to do it next. And again, you can agree, disagree, you can mock, do whatever the hell you like. I don't care. I'm here till 6. But I think it's fascinating because I like the idea of Mel Tucker and what he's trying to do, but the actualities of it, it is more than okay to ask questions. And if you're not familiar with how I do things, it's pretty simple. I really don't care if it's my own team. I'll probably end up being meaner. But let's David, some ticket text.
I need full Bally's out of you.
Right. Everything's great in East Lansing.
It's difficult kicking field goals.
From JT and KZoo, announcers and all media have to be honest, critical when it's deserved, and positive when it's deserved.
But if we can't get it from news, how the hell are you going to get it from the entertainment sector?
I mean, it also bothers me, like when I like Herb Street, but when he does the whole, well, I'm calling the game tonight, so I can't give you my opinion. Like, Kurt,
what a joke!
Seriously, you're getting ready to do the biggest game, and you can't give me anything. You've done research on both teams. I'm interested in what you have to say. I got to recuse myself because I don't want to seem like I'm biased.
And on the flip side, you got Desmond Howard who just picks Michigan every week. Or Charles Woodson wearing a cravat, waving a flag. It's outer space. Both ends of the spectrum, nobody wants to just call it like it is.
Chiefs. I'm telling you, I think that they could get to Mahomes. I do. I think that JJ is just as good as Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. All right, that's enough.
Oh, my gosh.
David.
Bill from work. I want my broadcaster to be raw, honest, and authentic, but obviously have a filter. But bottom line, keep it real. Sugarcoating is definitely overrated. Do you really think we're so stupid that we don't know good sports when we see it? Get real. Please don't speak for me, broadcasters.
Oh, I was going to say, what did I do?
No, they're talking, yeah.
Oh, what the hell did I say?
Tom in Flat Rock, when my team is bad, call it out, and when they're doing well, praise it. My eyes tell me one thing and my ears another sometimes. Very true. I want unbiased commentary. That's what makes a Tigers TV broadcast so unwatchable. Everyone's waxing poetic about the team's fluff fest. I can't stand it.
All right, that about says it. I want to go on the board briefly. We'll get to some college football. Well, hello there. All right, so as a part of the college football cavalcade, I'm just picking college football futures for people to get involved with because the season's close, and that's where my focus is with Cash the Ticket right now. So yesterday I gave you Iowa 8.5. We talked about Texas being back, winning the Big 12 at even money. Oh, they're back. Texas is so back. But I want Rico really liked that. Okay, good. I wanted to bring this one up to you. USC, the alleged contenders from the Pac-12. Caleb Williams, possible back-to-back Heisman winner. Rico, I have to tell you, I think USC under 9.5 would be the play. Now, it's, for me, they rely a ton on one player. Their turnover margin last year was plus 23. It's wholly unsustainable. And I know they hit the portal. And they brought in Bear Alexander from Georgia and Mason Williams from Okie State. I get it. But that conference out there with the way offenses run, and when you look at how USC plays ball, look at their schedule as well. First 5 weeks, you know they're going to be okay. But then check this schedule starting October 14th. Ready? Mm-hmm. At Notre Dame. Hosting the Utes, who kind of have their number a bit. Against Washington. At Oregon. Home against UCLA. I think they could easily lose 4 games. I think under 9.5 at plus odds is the way to go, USC.
You've done all the research. That one, that's for the people. I don't think I'm brave enough to say that.
All right, which one do you like better? Oregon State over 8.5 plus 130 or USC under 9.5 plus 105?
I would probably take the Oregon State looking at their schedule.
Yes.
They could win 9 games.
Turnover chainsaw. Okay.
But I think that USC will probably get to 10 wins this season.
Okay. So, Rico, what do you have for the people?
You know what? Based off of what we're going to be talking about next, I looked at Michigan State's over-under. It's 5.5. I'm going to go with the Jim Costa value.
Oh, God.
The over is plus 125. Looking at what this team has, they have enough, Mike, even if it's low end, to win 6 games. So I'm going to take the plus 125.
If they don't win 6 games,
it's a total
I'm going
disaster.
to lose my mind.
It's a total disaster. That's what I'm saying. Looking at this, looking at what everybody returning back on defense based off of injuries and suspensions, they have it. So even if you have to go full Iowa and win games 17-16, I think they'll have the defense to win.
Oh boy,
more than 6 games.
That's bold flavor right there.
To win 6 games?
No, what you just said about the defense.
Oh.
Believe that when I see it. Kenny.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the Blue Jays Guardians game. Kevin Gausman on the bump for the Blue Jays. The Guardians offense is bad. Last night's game went 1-0 between the Blue Jays and the Guardians. I'm going to take the under minus 110, under 8 runs, minus 110.
And David, the finale. What do you have?
Yeah, I've just been looking at some NFL futures here when it comes to awards, and I'm just going to throw some money here on the Offensive Player of the Year at plus 1,400 for Justin Jefferson. He is not the favorite, and I don't understand why he isn't the favorite.
Where's Bijan in that?
Bijan for Offensive Player of the Year?
I know for Rookie of the
For Rookie,
Year.
he's high, but not for offensive overall.
If he gets 300 touches, gives you 2,000 plus total yards, 20 touchdowns. Let's say he has a LaDainian Tomlinson kind of rookie year. Why not?
Yeah, he's plus 300 for rookie, but I don't see him.
You don't see him for
very
offensive
low.
player of the year, huh?
See, here's the thing. Because we've devalued the running back, would he even get a look at being the Rookie of the Year?
Plus 4,000 for Bijan.
Oh, that's value.
We've devalued it. Now, if you
but Donovan's going to revolutionize it. It's all going to be okay.
That's true. And if you want baseball, if you want,
I don't.
Here's your value.
Turn the TV off.
Pick 3 Braves to hit a home run. One of them will hit it. It's whack-a-mole trying to pick the right one.
That's county fair type stuff. Let's get to college football next. 97.1. All right, all the things we just talked about, FanDuel, future markets, all the win totals, conference championships, and yes, college player stuff. Maybe you're a huge Michigan fan. You want to bet Blake Corum rushing yards or JJ touchdowns. It's all up there. All the futures markets are open at FanDuel. Take advantage of it. Get a number early before it changes. I mean, Rico quoted that MSU over-under. 2 days ago, it was plus 138. Now it's plus 125. So things do move. They change. It's FanDuel Sportsbook. Check it out. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
So I was wondering, 248-539-9797, real quick, who's the worst Lions quarterback in your lifetime?
Well, that's a terrific question. And
In your Lion
unfortunately-
fandom.
unfortunately, there are many to choose from. And if how far are we going back? We just going 30 years? My lifetime?
Your lifetime.
Okay, all right. I gotta believe at the near the top of that list would be one Ty Detmer. Was 1-3 as a starter, threw 3 touchdowns, and that's where the positives end. 3 fumbles, and had 10 interceptions. This all being, let's go back, 1-3, 4 games.
Yeah. I mean, what was it, 6 or 7 in one game? I think he had 6 against Cleveland. That was the first game after 9/11. And he had another one that was.
I think Brad Holmes told you exactly what he's thinking about Jared Goff right there. He talks about we have to retain good players, our core players, and he names Jonah Jackson, Penei Sewell, St. Brown, and he starts to name Jared Goff, and then he stops.
You can't afford them all.
I think he was trying to tell you that he thinks that Jared Goff is part of the core here, and that he's going to re-sign him.
Yeah, but David, I think he's also implying you can't keep everybody. He also didn't mention Aiden Hutchinson, who, if he has a big year,
but that's
is going to be
away.
Well, that's my point. You have a couple years to make these decisions. It's why he's not making a move with an extension for Jared Goff today, because if Hutch has a Bosa-like step forward, I'll start peeling off $20-30 million. And if Sewell's going to get paid, you saw what's Andrew Thomas, the Giant, got paid. You start thinking about how quickly this cap space goes away.
Oh, no.
You have to plan for everybody, not just Goff.
I think it's easy to set up a contract for Goff after this year, or even before this year, to where his guarantees is gone before you.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions have wrapped up day 2 of joint practices with the Giants in Allen Park. Head coach Dan Campbell is impressed with how the rookies have performed. Some names he mentioned: tight end Sam Laporta, running back Jahmyr Gibbs, and defensive back Brian Branch. Next up for the Lions, they'll square off against the Giants once again for the first game of the preseason. That's Friday night at Ford Field and right here on 97.1. The Tigers will try to make it 2 straight wins against the Twins as they play Game 3 out of a 4-game series tonight at Comerica Park. Alex Faedo is back up from Toledo. He will start for the Tigers. Bailey Ober gets the ball from Minnesota. Last night was Detroit's 50th win of the season, but they've slid to 9 games out of first place. First pitch is at 6:40 tonight. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. There's also new over-under win totals as Michigan and Michigan State continue fall camp and college football nears. FanDuel has set the Wolverines over-under at 10.5. The Spartans sits at 5.5. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Great to have you with us. You missed anything? Odyssey.com rewind. Couple notes for you. Cash Ticket Season 2 is out. We're going conference by conference. Then we'll get to the NFL, and then God help us, the games start, and it turns into a fiesta. We got to talk about Michigan State. We really did a deep dive with U of M. We talked a ton of Lions. And this is something where I don't know if I'm attacking it from the right angle, but I guess we'll find out. It is, I think, Mel Tucker's entire career comes down to this year. And what I mean by that is this. No, I do not expect MSU to compete for anything of note. I do not expect a trip to Indy. I do not expect going to Columbus. What I'm saying is he stuck by what I think right now are very questionable coordinators in Jay Johnson and Scotty Hazelton. And part of doing the research with other teams is like, hey, Rico has pounded Clemson into the dirt. But you know what Dabo Swinney did? He went out and he hired Garrett Riley, who really got TCU rolling last year, okay? You look at programs and how they staff and the coordinators they have, and you start to think and you go, okay, well, Tuck's team from a quality standpoint was beyond subpar. All 3 phases of the game. Did he make any changes? He didn't. You go, he's a top 10 paid coach, and there's no world where Jay Johnson or Scotty Hazelton are top 25 coordinators. So you got a problem there, and that's on him. You got a quarterback competition now. And before some of you come out and go, well, Peyton Thorne, there's no guarantee Peyton Thorne's going to be the starter.
Actually, Vegas betting odds is he's going to be the backup.
Backup at Auburn.
Yeah.
My point is, this is the big boy world we live in. Did Tuck go to the portal to get a QB? No. So now we got your guys. It's one of 3 guys who take the job. Mark D'Antonio was 0 for 3 on quarterback competitions. He botched all 3 of them. The happy accident was Connor Cook. Connor Cook saved Mark's bacon. Well, now Mel Tucker's got a quarterback competition that he has to get right. If you get it wrong, in today's world, you're going to lose the guys maybe you should have chose.
Yep.
If you get it right, you're going to have a multi-year starter, which is super valuable. So then we get to part 3. The part 3 is this, and Rico, I can't put a number on it, so work with me. Quality quotient. Just quality control. Clock management. Special teams.
Okay, I got you.
I
got you.
A defense that isn't 130th in America. Stupid penalties, idiocy, blown assignments. So look, I
clock management I think is the biggest thing, because even though they beat Illinois,
they gave it away.
He did his best to lose that game. Illinois just simply said, no, Merry Christmas. You take this game.
So I like the idea of Mel Tucker modernizing MSU, taking some of the oxygen in the room and putting it, giving MSU more of a spotlight. I like what he's trying to do. But right now, here's where I'm at overall. The recruiting is not where it needs to be. The transfer portal is not where it needs to be. The product on the field is not where it needs to be. And even if you take COVID and say totally fake, here's what we have. We have a tale of 2 seasons. 11-2, holy hell, lightning in a bottle. And then I would argue the single worst season of football I've watched since Bobby Williams. Because at least John L's teams, the offense cooked. What I watched last year was the lowest caliber football since Bobby.
I was going to say since 2016, but I get you.
You know what?
That 3 and 9 years.
Go ahead, take it.
Yeah.
At least the defense played a little.
You're right. They damn near beat Ohio State.
16, we had a defense, and anything under John L., at least you knew the offense was flying up and down the field.
Right. Yes. Last year, it was you didn't really know what you were looking at. You literally went to the games, held your breath, and hoped that they could somehow win it because somebody would make a play doing something. You knew it wasn't going to be the kicker.
Right.
So somebody needed a pick six. Somebody needed to break a 80-yard run. And you're right. With the coordinators, when you put it that way, it was like, yeah, you're right. He doesn't have top 25 coordinators. And the reason why I'm so high on Penn State is not because of James Franklin. They went out and got Manny Diaz. Manny Diaz went, and he has changed that defense that Penn State probably has the number 1 defense in the Big Ten. Had it last year, probably going to have it again this year. You're looking at the players and everything that he brings, and he's stuck with these guys. And I don't know why. I mean, my only thing is they didn't want to buy out the coaches because they're getting the $1 million contracts that I think end after this season.
Okay, little
so
brother.
They just didn't want to buy out coaches.
Oh, no, then that's straight, little bro. Because your coach can't be out there making $10 million a year. And then I got to hear, we can't buy out $1 million.
Right. It's very D'Antonio-esque that he is so loyal to these guys, except for these guys, he didn't grow up coaching with these guys. It's easy to say, yeah, you know what, Jay, didn't work out. Godspeed to you.
Right.
Going to move on.
No, and look, I'll throw the number out. 248-539-9797. I don't know if we want to do this where it's how much pressure, because I don't think he's going to get fired, and he will have 2024. My point is, if this year doesn't look different, if this year doesn't put a high-quality product that, again, brutal schedule, but if you can't get to 8 wins, you're not much of a coach. That's just reality. Even if I say to you, you're automatically losing to Michigan, Ohio State, Washington, and Penn State.
That's 8-4.
That's 8-4. And I don't want to hear about it.
That means you're beating Maryland, you're beating Nebraska, you're beating Iowa, you're winning the 50-50 games.
Teams you should beat. That's what you're paid for.
50-50 games, you should win those games.
What value is a coach if he only wins the games he's favored by 21 in?
I look at Jay Johnson, and that was the head scratcher to me because the defense had a ton of injuries and you had the suspensions. I'm not cutting Scotty Hazelton slack, but you had to start 29 different people. On offense, Mike, no, you didn't have the injuries. You didn't have all of that stuff. You had all of these pieces. Your offense did nothing. So that was the big head scratcher of, oh, yeah, we're bringing Jay back. Like, why?
I think if he has a good year and makes the right moves, if this works out, I think he'll be just fine at MSU. What I'm selling you essentially is, if this doesn't work this year, that if his coordinators that he stubbornly kept fail him, if he makes the wrong move in a quarterback competition, if the quality control is bad, he's doomed.
It's a razor's edge. He basically everything has to align up, because you're right. One slip up and it's a house of cards.
It's something to me, and it's 248-539-9797. Again, I know that I'm not labeling this, what's the pressure index? No, he's not on the hot seat. But that doesn't mean we can't have a proactive conversation about how important this season is if you're Mel Tucker. Like, at a certain point, the contract does matter. Okay? If he goes out and you don't win 7-8 games this year, it's open season on the contract, even for me.
Because, Mike, you look at teams, the good coaches realize it's coaching free agency. You know what? We need a better defense. We need better special teams. We need better this. Who's the best one in the group of 5 teams? Let's go get that guy. Who's the best one in the MAC? Let's go get that assistant coach. We're going to bump him up here. What fired coach can come in and help us out as a air quote special assistant?
No, it's even better.
When you look look at Michigan. Harbaugh all of a sudden stopped saying, I'm just going to keep my guys around. He started firing people, going at people from different places. They started winning. You saw a different team.
But I'll give you an example coordinator-wise, because I know what some of you are going to say. Well, who would want the job? Okay, I'll work with you. I'll select offensive coordinators that in my prep for the season, I've come across at inferior schools that are superior coordinators. All right, is Washington State some great job being the OC there?
No.
They hired Ben Arbuckle. You know who that is? The architect of Western Kentucky's offense, okay? The Zach Kittley system.
Right.
All right. How about a guy at Kansas State? And I know he's an alum, but work with me. Colin Klein is an outstanding offensive coordinator. Oh, don't tell me you can't get a guy from KSU. You hired Hazelton from there, okay?
Right.
Like, how about Jake Spavital? You know that name? Got fired from Texas State, but he's a passing wizard, right? Spavital is now the OC at Cal. Like, I can pick guys, and you could go, look, these guys have better track records than Jay Johnson. Jay Johnson has 1 year with Kenneth Walker. That's his highlight reel. Right. That's his whole dossier. Right. There's nothing else in Jay Johnson's resume that you look at and go, wow, I got a boner. It doesn't exist.
See, for me, the thing that I've always been frustrated with is the other way, Mike. The good schools like Alabama and all that, how about we just make you a special assistant? You were a fired head coach. You're already making a ton of money. You just don't want to sit at the house. You still want to be involved in football. Come here, be an extra pair of eyes, a voice in the room to help us get better. Fired pro coaches, fired college coaches who are set to make, put it like this, if something were to happen, let's just hypothetically say Tucker gets fired, you know good and well Saban or Kirby Smart are going to bring him down there as a special assistant, coordinator type of thing where he's just an extra pair of eyes in the room. We don't have to pay him anything because Michigan State's still paying him a $100 million contract. They never go after that person. It's almost like we're going to win this out of spite. We don't need any extra help. And I say you absolutely do. That's what frustrates me. I get what you're saying about going and get those other coordinators. But, man, when there's a fired coach out there, like once again, I look at Diaz. Why not go get him? Because Miami was paying him a bunch of money. You could pay this man minimum wage for assistant coach. He just wants out the house. He wants to be around football. He doesn't want to do the honey-do list. Get me a job. Get me an office in the broom closet. I'll help you out.
So is this, to me, maybe the way to phrase it for the people, I view it like it's bleep or get off the pot. Anything short of Michigan State doing a 180 from last year, winning 7-8 games, showing competency, young players contributing. You're talking about coordinators out. You're talking about CYA mode, the old Lovie Smith model. Everyone's fired but you. You're talking about a program that would have gone 2 straight years being a complete embarrassment on the field. And it would be one of the 5 hottest seats in America in 24. I think it's that kind of year for Mel Tucker. And it's 2 coordinators where I think both guys could have been fired. In other situations, would have. Right. Scotty Hazelton, certainly. And again, I hope Scotty Hazelton taps into what he did at K-State, but let's be fair. There's no relationship between Mel Tucker and Scotty Hazelton. It's not like he was his longtime assistant.
Right. But see, and like I said, for me, one of the reasons why I'm higher on USC, they went out and said, hey, Kingsbury, why don't you come back from Thailand and help us out?
Sure.
Figure us out. You're going to make a ton of money from the Cardinals. I know you said you're not going to coach football, but somehow or another, they found a position for him.
But like I see places like NC State, and they go out and hire Tony Anai, who's a legendary offensive coordinator. Coached at BYU for a long time. He had a stop at Virginia, stop at Syracuse. But like, that's a dude. That's a guy with resume. How about Luke Fickell showing up at Wisconsin and going, ground and pound? Watch this. Fart noise, and he hires Phil Longo. I mean, Phil Longo is one of the best offensive minds in football.
Right. They're going to be passing the ball all around.
So then why am I sitting here? See, this is where I just am like,
it's frustrating.
What are we doing?
It's frustrating.
Because even if they had good seasons, is there a world where Jay Johnson and Scotty Hazelton are top 20 coordinators?
And see, right there when you said that this morning, that was the needle scratch. And you know what? Wow. You're right. If they were to get fired, where are they going?
Nowhere.
Who's picking them up?
Jay Johnson would be a group of 5 OC, and Scotty Hazelton would be lucky to be working at the one Blockbuster that's left in like Bend, Oregon.
And that right there should tell you everything you need to know. If you let your
so my point, it's that kind of year for Mel Tucker. Yeah. He has to show something here. Otherwise, if you don't, the narrative that it is, well, you were made by Kenneth Walker, that narrative
becomes true.
If they don't produce this year and do something, that narrative gains real traction.
Yep. You were a one-hit wonder. That's it.
All right, good talk. Uplifting. Who's ready for football? 248-539-9797. You going to talk about Michigan State? Then call up, losers. I'm sorry. My own fan base just chaps my ass.
You're not saying good things.
Then you know what? Tell me it's not that kind of year. Tell me it's all back rubs and bubble bats. Say whatever you want. But say something. Tired of talking to Michigan fans. Talked about David Femininio for a long time. No segue. Just get into it. We told you when you get injured in Michigan, you get David, you get paid. We also want to tell you when you get David for your injury case, you get communication, you get the best legal team in the state, and when you get David, you don't pay anything until he wins your case. So if you're injured or know someone who is, call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to getdavid.getpaid.com.
But I just think the adding of Teddy Bridgewater, there's not just, the fact that they're getting a quality backup. I mean, their best backups in Sean Hill. It feels like it's a position that they have blown off and gotten away with not having a quality, veteran. Like you want somebody that can win you football games on a Sunday. Not somebody who can win you a division. I mean, that's great if you have a backup that can win you a division, but guys who can win you a division typically are starters elsewhere.
You know, it's funny. We have such fond memories of Sean Hill, the Sean Hill era.
Yep.
He was 3-7 as a starting quarterback with the Lions.
Yeah, but typically, I think people remember it as it wasn't his fault.
Well, right. I think you're right with that. I mean, because those were some really bad teams. Well, it was actually the one year in 2010. That's when he got all his starts with them when he was 3-7, and then didn't really play a whole lot the last 3 years when he was a Lion. But this is how we remember him. And
I'd like to know the people's viewpoint on another hype train that is soaring right now. This train is gathering steam, momentum. Now, I'd like to say I am guilty as being a part of it. I have said that this particular team is the largest threat to the established champion this year. The hype train is Michigan football. And it's not just, hey, they're going to be really good, or hey, they're going to beat OSU. There is the Blake Corum remark, which I'm not upset. I think Corum's earned the right to say it. He's been in school for years. He's the team's best back. He is the bell cow. And he said it's national championship or bust. I don't have a problem with it. You have the national media. Michigan, Michigan, Michigan. Okay, normal. But, boy, we have audio today where I went, okay, timeout. Just a quick TO. And it is one of the most unbelievable things I've ever heard. But then I checked. You know, I'm going to share a private conversation I just had with Hatchet. And I don't like doing this, but this is where I always laugh. I laugh because Michigan fans, it doesn't matter what you say. Oh, Sparty. And it's like, do you listen when I talk about my own school? Now, David is besieged by Spartan fans on Ticket Text, bitching and moaning because we talk Lions, not enough MSU. We talk Michigan. Mind you, they're the second best team in the country, but when are you going to talk about us? Then we talk about you, and you're nowhere. This is why I have a very poor relationship with my own fan base. I mean, or you agree with everything we're saying. That you take your pick.
I think it's more if they agree with what we're saying.
Well, then call up and say it. If you agree that your coordinators should be better than this and that Mel Tucker should have made changes,
David, they
then
can't.
say it.
They can't because all Spartan fans are at work right now.
See, that's just not nice. No, but it's more, and again, the topic is not some artificial radio hyperbole hot seat thing. He's not on the hot seat. I'm saying that this is a year that I think is going to largely determine whether he will be successful at Michigan State.
Yeah, if this year is bad, he's destroyed all of his credibility. Kenneth Walker made him, and that was it.
And he'll be firing both coordinators because he'll be forced to.
Yeah.
because their contracts are up.
And then you have to start all over again and hope that it works. And normally when you restart a program, that's not a good season for you.
Right. And again, let me be very clear. I'm talking about winning 8 games, not going Indy, not some beat this rival or else edict. It's win 8 games. And when you subtract the 4 hardest games from your schedule of Washington, Michigan, OSU, and PSU, look at the other 8 games. Okay? If you can't win those, then why am I paying you?
Yeah, those are the 50-50 games. Because the way I see it, too, the coordinators are very big for Tucker because Tucker runs that team. Mike, it almost feels like he's the CEO, where the coordinators are the guys that are going to do all the day-to-day stuff. He is the image guy. He's the president. He walks around. He says the things. He does the things. He's trying to, as you said earlier, elevate the program nationally to say this is what we're trying to do. But you saw it in games where just the late game decision making, and it's just like, well, who's in charge here? Why are you running this play? Are you trying to score a touchdown? Are you trying to kick a field goal? Or are you trying to run out the clock? Well, yeah. Well, it's not it's one of the 3 things. Which were you trying to do? A lot of games last year just kind of felt like they crossed their eyes and just hoped that maybe this works. Sometimes it did, sometimes it didn't.
Look,
there was no confidence.
It's Mel Tucker who said that he should have no problem recruiting to Michigan State.
Oh, his famous quote is, if you can't recruit to Michigan State, you can't recruit. Well, it ain't going well. And the portal rankings, Rico and I just had a little bickering back and forth. Here's reality. You can't say you don't want to rely on the portal, but you bring in 18 kids, and yet your portal class is not ranked inside the top 50. Because the 18 kids you brought in, what'd you do, shop the discount bin?
And that was going to be my next point, is because part of recruiting is having good coordinators in here where a guy wants to play for them.
Exactly.
I'm not saying it was an option. I'm not saying it would have happened. But if you brought in a Cliff Kingsbury to be an OC, you think Mordecai may come to Michigan State over a Wisconsin? Maybe.
Right. If you bring in some big names like that, kids are going to follow. And that's why I said that's what bothers me is when you see the fire coaches out there doing nothing, they're going to end up at Alabama. They're going to end up at some other power school doing nothing in a made-up job, but they don't want to bring them there. And that's the frustrating thing about it because you're right. When you go 5-7, you need a name. You need something to draw the people in because 5-7, you're not getting your phone calls answered. Now, when they came off the 11-2, they went out and got Jacoby Wimman. They got Aaron Brule. They went out and got players. Now, some of them didn't pan out.
Most.
But Mike, at the time, they were top transfers coming in. You didn't know that they wouldn't work out. But now when you're 5-7, you kind of get what you get.
It's just funny, like certain teams will go to the portal and it makes total sense. Like what Michigan did. Made absolute sense getting the edge from Coastal, getting the linebacker from Nebraska. Made total sense.
Right.
Look at what Texas did. Texas went and got A.D. Mitchell from Georgia, wide receiver. Now you can't double Xavier Worthy.
Right.
And they got Jalen Catalon, who was an all-SEC freshman from Arkansas, who's going to play safety.
Yeah.
Those are impact.
No.
Mel's out here shopping at Lethal Weapon 3.
Mike,
$2.
Mike, but here's the thing. When you're transferring in and you got one more shot at this, either you got to take damaged goods or you got to take some type of legacy kid. Because if I got one shot and I got to choose between going to Michigan, who won back-to-back Big Tens, or Texas or MSU, that's your fallback school.
But when I'm looking at a team, like Jeff Brom goes to Louisville and has the number 1 portal class in America. Louisville.
But but once again, Jeff Brom, you know what he's going to run, Mike. So when wide receivers and quarterbacks, hey, you know me.
Well,
that's
the thing that bothers me the most. I don't know what MSU's identity is a couple years into this. Are we a running team? Are we a passing team?
I think
what
they
would you
want to be a running
say our
team.
system is? And defensively, you don't even get to have a style. Their style is lay down and die.
Their style is give up 14 on 3rd and 13. First 2 runs.
So here's the question. This is the point. Is it as big of a year as we are making it? Or are we overselling and it's hyperbolic? That's it. Let's go to Rob in Brighton, 97.1. Hi, Rob.
Hey, guys. Yeah, so I have no idea why these guys are still there. I'm talking about Scotty Hazelton and Jake Johnson. You can make a case Scotty Hazelton should have been fired after the 21 season when they went to Purdue and gave up 40 and I think it was Aiden O'Connell put up almost 600 yards on them. And then we all know what happened in Columbus when they gave up 56. And
you mean in the first
half? I have no idea why he wasn't fired after that season. And I have zero clue why he wasn't fired after last season. There's zero excuse why Scotty Hazelton should be in East Lansing right now.
You know what, Rob, I'm with you, and maybe it's too late, but I would almost tell Hazelton, we're going to do like what Iowa's doing with Ferentz in offense. If Ohio State scores over 35 points in the first half, you're fired. Don't even come out for the second half.
Look at what Brian Kelly did back in 2016 when they went. I think they went 4-8 or 3-9, and he fired everybody. Fired 6 coaches, staffers, replaced everybody. I mean, that's what should have happened after this year.
Oh, I remember that, Rob, because Notre Dame people were angry because they said he was yelling at people and he was not a nice person. And he was like, I'm not here to be nice. I'm here to win.
I just don't know why Mel Tucker, if his feet aren't being held to the fire, like when Mike, when you held Coach D's with Jim Bowman and Mark Staten, and you said it was a country club. Why are we not drilling Mel for that right now? And
it's why I'm doing. Hold on, Rob. Wait a minute. That's why I'm bringing up the topic. That's why I'm saying it's all on this year. He made this choice that I don't support. Right. So it either works and it's all good, or it's a complete and utter disaster.
Because by the time this year ends, we're going to know which of those 2 previous years was the anomaly. Was it 11-2 or was it the 5-7? We'll know which one. Okay, this team is more like 11-2 team, or this team is more like the 5-7 team.
248-539-9797. We'll get some ticket text, some of the calls. Got a blitz coming up later in the hour. Deal breakers move to today because of Tiger baseball tomorrow. Yes, Roberto, you are number one. 97.1.
All right, so you go on and you start looking for some gifts to buy, or you're looking at a vacation or a cruise or something like that. You book the cruise, and now everything just pops up in your timeline cruise related. That's because you are being tracked. So you need to download DuckDuckGo. It's private web browser, and it blocks trackers so you don't get inundated by vacation travel tips and everything like that. It's very simple. You can either go into your store and purchase it. Actually, you don't purchase it. It's free. Or you can download it from the website, duckduckgo.com, or just go to your app store and download it to your phone, whether it's an Android or it's an Apple. You can just get it, duckduckgo.com.
Clearly believe they're going to 20. I think there's hesitancy on who it is.
Well, I think the hesitancy is it going to be Cal and Stanford, or are they going to wait to see if the ACC, if there's a mass evacuation from there, because then you'd have a chance at schools like, if you wanted to dip into Florida, you've got Florida State, Miami, North Carolina, and Virginia seem like better fits as universities. But I think they're waiting to see if they want to go that route and leave 2 slots open, or if they just want to fill them right now with Cal and Stanford.
But the SEC, if the Big Ten goes to 20, I think the SEC is eventually. And people think it's a given that the SEC is going to just grab 4 ACC teams.
Yeah.
I do think Oklahoma State and Kansas are potential possibilities. And it's because of the rivalry with Oklahoma, Bedlam. You're keeping that. And I think a respected football program, and then Kansas from the basketball.
I think they have populated this roster with good players. They have populated this roster with professionals. There's less nonsense, and these guys can play. Dan Campbell has kind of set the tone for the culture, and Brad Holmes, who built draft boards with the Rams and did a great job without first-round picks for Les Snead, setting up picks in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round, and helping that team. They basically drafted well and supplemented with huge moves. Brad Holmes has come here, and he has drafted well. I fully believe that. And I think this is going to be one of those seasons where when the final 53-man roster comes out, there are going to be some painful cuts. We're going to be like, oh, I didn't think they cut him. And for the first time, I'm watching other teams play preseason games, and I usually watch for guys that I hope get cut by those teams that maybe the Lions can pick up. I think the Lions have moved past many of these teams talent-wise that they're not even going to be able to or want to pick up other teams' cast-offs because their roster's good. I think the talent is here. And, you know, there's some prove it to it. There's some prove it to it. But my God. Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful. And I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge. Because going against someone's what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game?
Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Day 2 of joint practices in the books officially for the Lions. Head coach Dan Campbell says it wasn't him who led the energy against the Giants today. It was player-driven. The Lions will take on the Giants again for the preseason opener coming up on Friday night. Kickoff from Ford Field is right here on 97.1 at 7 o'clock. The Tigers are looking to make it back-to-back wins against Minnesota tonight. They're in action at Comerica Park for Game 3 of a 4-game series. Alex Faedo has been called up from Toledo. He gets the ball for the Tigers. The Twins will start Bailey Ober. Detroit has now fallen to 9 games out of first place. First pitch is at 6:40. And ESPN is getting in on gambling. The company has struck a $2 billion deal with Penn Entertainment to rebrand their sportsbook as ESPN Bet. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
All right, David, we'll get the ticket text. Rico has some breaking news. We'll get to that at 3:45 because it's nothing local, but it is interesting. David, ticket text first.
Someone says Tuck is betting on himself. He wins, then it's all him. No savior, assistant, or transfer. This is the Mel Tucker God complex in full display.
I mean, hey, listen, whether that is or isn't the case, it doesn't matter to me. Does it get done? Because what Rico and I are selling you is not a hot seat. We're selling you that this year in our world is going to dictate his entire future at Michigan State. You get this back on the rails, you get 7 or 8 wins, you show competency, and you show that your recruiting is paid off with young players contributing. Or this is going to be a disaster. Because it's whether COVID's real or not, you're 2 years in, and it was wild volatility. But the only consistent has been it's the worst defense in the history of my school. It's an utter atrocity. Kenneth Walker covered up for that defense in 21. Last year, forget it.
Mel Tucker's at the point where Dan Campbell was at week 7 last year. You aren't wrong for continuing to root for him, but he needs to step up now or he'll get ran out of town.
Agreed.
Nick,
and I think Rico and I have the same game circled. You want to show me that you're earning your keep? Beat Washington at Spartan Stadium under the lights.
Yep.
Sorry, Washington's not the Green Bay Packers, okay? Still a Pac-12 team coming east.
Probably number 5 or number 6 in the nation.
Hey. Yeah. We were number 8 to start last year. What did that get us?
Yeah. Mistakes were made.
Yeah, go ahead, David.
Mike and Rico, I say 8 wins for Tucker, hardest schedule in the Big Ten, and a new QB. 9 to 10 next year.
Yeah, that's fine. We're talking 7 or 8, a defense that takes a major step forward and isn't a total embarrassment, and you pick the right quarterback so you have
something to build on.
Consistency and continuity going into 24. To the people. We'll go to Jim, 97.1. What's up, Jim?
Hey guys. I'm a big, huge Michigan State fan. I had season tickets for many years, and D'Antonio's last year, I kind of gave him up. I couldn't take it anymore. And I look back at 2014, 15, right around there when we were going to Indianapolis. Mike, it really depresses me to see where we were and where we are now, and it really, really disgusts me because we had it and we blew it. We had it. We were one of the top 4 teams in the country, and we let it go. And it really bothers me. So I really don't know what to expect. I'd be happy with 8 wins, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if they won 4. But it's I'm just so disgusted at where we were and where we are now, and it really bothers me.
All right, but the problem. Okay, fine, and I think everyone is disgusted if you go down memory lane. But here's your problem: the playoff is not that far away from a 10-year anniversary, so it's irrelevant to what we're discussing. And I'm not being mean about it. I'm saying I don't care what State did 10 years ago. It's what I always would break Michigan's balls over. I don't care. It's what you do now. It's what you did recently. 2015 is not recent. 2013, not recent. 14 even, when they were top 10. Doesn't matter. Guys, we're going to have the 10-year reunion to the Rose Bowl this fall. Nobody cares.
Right.
All that's dead. That may as well be in standard def or black and white. Betamax.
Betamax.
You know what I mean, though. It's irrelevant. Now,
it is.
If you want to talk about, look, may I remind you, Texas hasn't won 10 games in 15 years. MSU won 11 in 2021. So just before we totally launch into space here.
But someone said Texas is back.
They are back. They are back. They are so back this year.
Can't wait to that Bama game.
I'm in. They're going to beat Bama. Let's go to Scott, 97.1. Scotty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. I was out riding my bike using that Odyssey app, so I don't know how the sound quality is going to be.
You're good. Great. You sound beautiful.
All right. Sounds good. I honestly think Tucker's feet should be held to the fire and on the hot seat because I feel like it's deja vu all over again with D'Antonio not firing his coordinators when they very clearly deserve to be. He's not moving on. They're not getting it done. Get somebody else in here who will.
Scott, I'm with you. I think that was the biggest shock at the end of the season, that everybody was safe. Well, the main coordinators, nothing happened to them. And it was like, really? So then I thought maybe you would bring in, a fired coach to become your special assistant, whatever. Nope, he's rolling the dice, and like you're doubling down on this. So yeah, it better work, or you know what? You got nobody to blame but that guy in the mirror.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. All right, guys.
No, I appreciate it. And just to reinforce the point, it's just very frustrating looking at schools that I think are beneath us, whether it's in revenue, attendance, TV ratings, or just program accomplishment. Like, there is no world that Texas Tech should have a better defensive coordinator in Tim DeRuyter than we have in Scotty Hazelton. It just shouldn't exist. And again, if you want to tell me Scotty Hazelton is going to go from pumpkin to princess this year, I could see a pathway to it.
Well, see, but that was a big head scratcher.
It was no good in 21.
When he came from Kansas State, it's like you're taking a Big 12. Like, he had one good year as a coordinator, and then it was like, okay, but nope, they don't play defense in the Big 12. Like, that's not where I would have drawn the water from to say, okay, we're going to go. No, I would have went after somebody from the SEC. I would have went that route, but he doubled down. He's got to be right, because if not, this year shows, are you closer to the 11-2 team, or are you closer to the 5-7?
Now, if they bomb out this year, the F word's going to get used, and I'm not going to fight it. If you can't get to 7-5, you're no damn good. Just call it what it is. Yeah. And I'm not playing this game.
And before people say, well, they got one of the toughest schedules in the nation, hear it. That's fine. But that's 4 teams that are top 6. The other teams, the other 8 games, are either teams that you're, air quote, better than, or 50-50 games. Go win those games.
I'm in total agreement. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the calls next. FanDuel, all the futures. I mean, hell, we're talking Michigan State. If you think they're going to be terrible, you think it's a train wreck, well, God bless. You can bet under 5.5. Do whatever you like. And I'll tell you, Vegas doesn't think it's going to be good, because the over's plus 138. Over 5.5. FanDuel's got it all. Do what you like. Up to $1,000 back in bonus bets if the first bet doesn't win. Go to FanDuel.com/ticket to join today. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful. And I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge, because going against someone's what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason, and the results have him looking like
All right. So in the midst of a lot of football conversation, let's get a few college news and notes, wrap it up in a blitz for everybody. David, the classic music. No, David. No. Oh, David.
Nice classic
I wanted
music
Vern
for-
Lundquist. You gave me Gus Johnson. Garbage.
Nice classic music for you.
Jeez.
Oh, my gosh. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through some teams that can potentially cause chaos in the college football playoff race. Let's start with Auburn. Yes, that Auburn.
No.
Brian Harsons is there, and the reason why they put a lot of teams they put on here because of schedule, and they have an opportunity to upset teams. They have Texas A&M on their schedule. They have LSU. They have on-the-road games against Georgia and Alabama, and that gives them a shot to maybe be chaos. I don't know.
I don't see it. And they don't have a quarterback. I mean, Robbie Ashford's no good. Peyton Thorne may not beat Robbie Ashford, so what's he? And it's year one of Hugh Freeze. I can't get there with Auburn. I'm sorry.
No, I don't even think that they could pull off the casual upset or anything. They're just, no, not in the SEC. I'm going to say a hard no for that one.
No, I mean, if you want to, forget it.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
Hey, give us a little sample of Cash the Ticket.
No, this isn't that. This is me just being mean.
Do it.
Stop.
Be mean.
I'm in a good mood. Let's move on.
Let's move over to Baylor. And this one is across conferences because they have an out-of-conference game against Utah to start the season off. Well, not to start the season off, second week of the season. So that can be a potential upset. Then they also have games against Texas, Kansas State, and TCU.
Where's Utah? Where's that game?
That game is
down in Baylor.
Yeah, it is down in Baylor, yes.
It's in Waco. Yeah, I like Dave Aranda. Ron Roberts, his defensive coordinator, is a stud. I hate their quarterback, Shapen. I can't stand him. But I can get there because I think the Big 12 is a lot more forgiving than the SEC. I'm with Rico. Could Baylor, if Cam Rising isn't playing for Utah, can they knock him off?
Yeah.
Could Baylor, pop a big opponent in the Big 12? Yes.
Can Baylor beat Texas? Yes.
And they have arguably one of the 5 best running backs in America and a kid named Richard Reese, who's a superstar. So, yeah, I'll buy on Baylor.
Okay.
Not a good opinion?
No, it is. I'm sorry. I'm already laughing at the next
Jeez,
option.
I thought he was breaking my balls about Dave Aranda.
Rico, you're going to love this one. Colorado. That's an option for the chaos team. I mean, they
chaos
play TCU.
Is in they will be complete and utter chaos?
Let's
chaos
go with
is
that,
in they may go 2-10.
They have Oregon, they have USC, they have Utah, they have TCU.
Yeah.
Could they pull an upset?
No. Oh, let me think about that. No.
I actually think Colorado, they could win 2 games this year.
That's it.
That was a 1-11 football team, and I understand what Deion did in bringing in a whopping 49 transfers. But not a lot of these guys are any good. Now, Travis Hunter will get the publicity. Shadur Sanders, his son.
Travis Hunter will be playing both sides of the ball, which means if he goes down, you've now lost 2 starters.
Yeah, I think they could beat Stanford. Maybe you get a shot at Wazoo. That's about it for me. I think, look, I love the idea of Deion. I think long-term it's the right move for a program like Colorado, but not in year one, man. It's like Matt Rule at Nebraska. Yeah. I think you're going to get your teeth kicked in.
And think about this. Not only that, but everybody's seeing Deion on camera. You don't think that these coaches are saying, hey, they think they're better than you. They're going to be motivated. Because down the line, it may start working at Colorado, but you better beat them now while they're down. And this is, David, lack of depth, injuries. I mean, football is a contact sport. They may not have the bodies by the end of the year.
I'm going to go off the board with this one off the top of my head. I was thinking about this when we had a conversation about this team pre-show. Iowa. Now, they only have to go at Penn State when it talks about the other side facing those in the regular season.
Right. They don't play Michigan. They don't play OSU.
Right. But by mentioning them, it means they get to Indianapolis and pull off an upset on one of the teams that makes it.
They'll be 28-point underdogs. No. And if you want to say chaos, it would come down to they have to go to Happy Valley in the whiteout and beat Penn State.
Now, here's the thing.
Well, they can lose to Penn State, still make it an Indy, and make the upset there.
And they will get murdered.
And here's the thing, though. Iowa Penn State plays classic games. I don't know what it is about those two teams. You got to hope that maybe they're like, remember when Northwestern, the last time they went to the Big Ten championship game, we all thought it was just going to be a cakewalk for Ohio State. And you're looking up like, wait a minute, it's the third quarter and this game's a lot closer. That's what you got to hope that Iowa does. Could they cause chaos? I think that they're going to always play great defense, but I don't think that they'll be able to cover whatever offense is there, whether it's Michigan, Ohio State. Or Penn State.
Next team on the list would be Florida. Of course, we all know they have Utah, but they get Tennessee at home. Of course, they have the Georgia game, and then they have LSU 2 weeks later after the Georgia game.
Florida, to me, Florida's kind of like Florida State, where I'd like to think that maybe they've bounced back and they're becoming that brand name again. But I don't know if I'm ready to believe in them or not, because every year I think, okay, they're going to be back. They let me down. So this is one, David, I'm going to simply say no. What, did I say something? This is a pillow fight.
It was the comedy routine you're doing over there with Florida being back. That's funny to me.
Oh.
I had to laugh at that.
Yeah, he's a Georgia fan. Can you tell?
Unless they beat Georgia. And then when do they play Georgia?
I'm looking at it now. They play Georgia on October 28th.
Okay. So I thought maybe if they played them early in this year.
But here, that's off of a bye week for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're going to beat Georgia, you're going to beat Georgia early with the new quarterback.
Correct.
That's a little too late.
The final team on this list, we were having a conversation about them. We will continue to talk about them. It is Michigan State. And it's simply because of their schedule, who they have, who they can beat, pull an upset again.
Well, they have 2.5 games at home. The one game at Ford Field, and they got Michigan, and they got Washington at home. The Ohio State game, I'm not even going to count that. I told you, if they win that game, David, you're going to have to revive me with smelling salt, because I've passed out.
If they stayed within 35, revive me. They've been a complete show-their-ass embarrassment against OSU the last 3 years.
I like how I said it a little bit.
But also think about this when you all talked about the Washington game. Washington? I mean, CFP related.
Hey, you want me to
they're
file?
Trying to make it.
All right, file it. Go ahead. Just because, you know what? You view it one of two ways. They get 5 bites at the apple or 5 chances to get beaten to death with a baseball bat. Either way, yeah, they play a role. Go ahead. I mean, it's the truth.
The Washington game could be what Miami was 2 years ago. A game where it looked like they were overmatched, and they somehow went down into Coral Gables, won that game, catapulted their season. They went on to be 11-2, went to a New Year's Six game. That's what Washington could be. Michigan, you already know. They play each other tough, whether you believe it or not. You know, you could say, oh, I'm going to take the point spread. Good luck with that, because you'll be sweating that one out.
That is your college football blitz.
Is there any reason that you have seen, any evidence that people should be tapping the brakes on their enthusiasm?
Look, I think the Lions are going to be really good this year. I mean, I've covered this team. I started at the Free Press in 2010, and there's been hype before. I think, coming off that 2011 season, there was a lot of hype for 2012. Just, young Matthew Stafford and Sue and Kelvin. And I don't know if I quite bought in. They didn't do anything in that offseason. This offseason, they went for it, and that's the biggest difference to me. And so I don't know that they're a Super Bowl team, but I expect them to win the division. I expect them to get a home playoff game. And if that happens, you're a couple wins away from the Super Bowl. I mean, you're within spitting distance of the Super Bowl. So I'm not trying to –
Wow, you were the first person to use the word Super Bowl today.
Yeah. I mean, look,
wow.
So I don't want to say I don't think the Lions are a Super Bowl team, but it's not that unreasonable that people have this belief that, wow, we're getting closer to that, I guess.
Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful. And I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge. Because going against someone's – what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason. The results have him looking like
Brought to you by 5 Iron Golf. The Lions have finished their second day of joint practices with the Giants in Allen Park. Quarterback Jared Goff was asked about his chemistry with Jameson Williams. He says getting in sync with Williams is just like with all his other receivers. Next up for the Lions, they take on the Giants again for the preseason opener on Friday nights. Kickoff from Ford Field is at 7 o'clock, and you can hear that right here on 97.1. And the Tigers are looking to make it back-to-back wins against Minnesota tonight. They're in action at Comerica Park for Game 3 of a 4-game series. Alex Faedo has been called up from Toledo. He gets the ball for the Tigers. The Twins will start Bailey Ober. Detroit has now fallen to 9 games out of first place. First pitch is at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind. We started last hour. We'll button it up right here, but talking a little bit about Mel Tucker. We've talked a ton about U of M and about the Lions. It's real simple. While he's not on the hot seat, unless you're on another planet, this year is going to determine everything. I think if he has a real good future at MSU, he's going to turn this thing around, win 7 or 8, show some competency, and show us that these two coordinators he sticks by are worth anything. And if he doesn't, he's probably headed for a demise. I really think it with a quarterback controversy or you call it a quarterback competition. We all know how those go. Unless the guy you pick is great, people bitch and moan that their selection didn't get the job.
Cousin Nichols.
Right.
2.0.
You got two coordinators where I think at least 75% of the fan base is unhappy with one of them. And then you have just a lack of identity and a lack of quality. I don't know what MSU football is. We're not a defensive team. We're not a run team, and we're not a passing team. I don't know what we are.
They don't have an image. They don't have a brand. They're just out there. They wear the green and white, but you don't know what to expect every week. Whereas you may not like it. Like I said, when you watch Michigan, they're going to run the ball and run the ball and run the ball. And if you want to see passing, you're not going to see that. But you know what it is when you go to the big house. When you watch state games.
I have no idea what we're trying to do half the time. You have breaking news. We'll get to these callers in a minute. What out of the world of college football, what do we have?
Out of the world of college football, Mike, the 12th Man Foundation, Texas A&M's primary athletic fundraising arm, announces it will discontinue the 12th Man Fund, which was created for NIL activities. Basically, they got the IRS came in and said, from here on out, you can't use your donations as tax deductions. So all your big-time donors and boosters able to funnel money to players, got to find a different way to do it. You cannot use the foundations from the schools. So I got a feeling a lot of other schools are going to follow suit where –
well, John Ruiz at Miami, isn't he under investigation for the SEC?
And I think this is basically the John Ruiz rule. Hey, you guys who are doing this, cut it out now or else you're going to be following Miami. So Texas A&M opted out, said, we're done, we're out. They'll have to find a new way to funnel money to players.
Oh, my Lord. Well, it won't be hard.
Well, think about it. Miami and Texas A&M were two of the biggest schools that were offering guys in the portal money or just top recruits for cashing in checks left and right. And then
I got to tell you
A&M lost like 20-some people out of their freshman class because they got there and didn't play. So they were like, well, screw it. I get to keep the check? Yeah. All right, I'm in the portal.
That is one team I can't wait to watch. I mean, you hire Bobby Petrino as your OC. Jimbo with – you think Tuck's contract's bad. Go look at Jimbo's. And then the off-the-field stuff with that team, oh, boy. A&M football is going to be spicy this fall. That's going to go real good or real bad. David, ticket text, and we'll get to the callers.
Too many people are concerned this year for mail and not enough focus on 2024 and beyond in the new Big Ten? Okay.
Well, let me tell you my focus on 24 and beyond. If Mel Tucker doesn't show a high degree of competency this fall, MSU will be the equivalent of chum in the water. Yeah. There's really nothing to talk about.
You'll become Indiana. You'll become Rutgers. You'll be the team that everybody just schedules for homecoming.
This year needs to be a complete turnaround, 7 or 8 wins, and show us fans something to look forward to that is from Austin.
7-8 wins and give me a signature win.
Because
give me something I care about.
If all of a sudden you look out there and you see that Noah Kim has command of this offense and it's moving, okay, he's going to be back the following year. You have something to hold on to. But right now, it was literally watch Peyton Thorne throw the ball to Jaden Reed. Oh, Reed is covered. All right, Keon Coleman. That was your offense. That was it, David. They didn't include anybody else in there.
Oh, we were talking about the option of bringing in a guy for a consultant job or a new coordinator. Someone says Tucker wouldn't want to do that, bring in a fired coach because he's afraid that he's hiring his replacement.
That's not how that works when you have the contract that Tucker. You know, some of you really are dumb. I'm sorry. That's not a nice thing to say, but some of you really are dumb.
The Mel Tucker love reminds me a little of when Michigan fans went all in on Brady Hoke after the first season or two.
Yeah, if he doesn't have a good year this year, the fraud word is going to come out. Mm-hmm. And I won't sit here and stop you. You cannot have a product that looks the way it looks last year. Rebuild or not, this ain't Wake Forest, man. You cannot go out and go 5-7 and lose to Indiana when Indiana completes 2 passes. You cannot go out there and have Minnesota roll in not wearing pants and carrying a 2x4 and beat you 34-0 at your place. Like, there's a growing number of these games that even when they win.
Wait. Not only that, their star player really had nothing to do with the game in Ibrahim.
Correct.
He didn't even play. Very little. quarterback. Just went out there and had the game of his life.
His name's Tanner Morgan.
Tanner Morgan.
And he looks like Evan's older brother.
He does.
I'm here for you.
I'll never see him.
Yeah, well, he don't have to. He's gone now at age 36. Now they got the Greek kid playing for him. Anthropopoulos or whatever his name is.
36.
He does look like Evans.
Okay. I'm glad you enjoyed. Let's go to the people. Let's go to Mitch. 97.1. Hi, Mitch. How you doing, buddy?
Mike, good afternoon. Rico, hello.
Well, I can do that. Hold on. Where is that one? Oh, here we go. There you go.
Thanks for taking my call, guys. Spartan fan here, and no, you're not overselling this season. You're not being hyperbolic. It's healthy to have expectations and for fans to voice those expectations because it works. It really does.
So what are yours? Where are you at with it?
Well, I put it like this, like 2009. Can we please have a solid choice at quarterback and a clear defensive scheme? Answer the 2010 season. 2012, can we please start tipping the scales in one-possession games, and can we get the most out of our guys? Answer the 2013 season. Like, the stage is set for 2023 now, right?
That's what it feels like. Yeah. I mean, I'm just a big believer. If you don't bounce back and raise the water level here, he will not succeed at state. You cannot go anywhere in today's college football unless it is a low-rung, half-ass program. And you can't come out and have back-to-back losing seasons and clock management problems and coordinators that shouldn't be there and get away with it and turn it around. It's just not going to happen.
Because then at that point, you're going to have a hard time getting recruits to come there, people from the portal, because you're now a losing team. And they're going to want to go other places where they can win.
Well, right. Well, I mean, you guys brought that stuff up. Me, it's like, can my offensive line gel because they can't find a block in a brickyard? Can we solidify our
he's not on the hot
identity?
seat. He's not on a hot seat, but I'll tell you one thing. If this year doesn't represent major steps forward, and you're talking about fired coordinators, you're talking about back-to-back losing years, or I consider 6-6 a losing year. Sorry, I just do. Because you're playing a 1AA team, you're really 5-6. What are we paying for at that point? And if you think I'm going to stop open season on him, I'm not. He has to earn it.
No.
At 11-2,
I don't think that. Yeah, the hot seat is not going to be there. But I think that
would be.
No. But I think at that point, pretty much all the Spartan fans would have turned their backs and just said, you know what, don't care. Give us a call when we have a new coach up there.
It won't matter though. Haller's busy giving away home games anyway, so it doesn't matter.
That's Mike.
I don't want to hear it.
You know what? That is broadcast, okay?
Disgraceful.
That's money.
Disgraceful.
You know what? Then you go up there and tell them. That's money.
I don't care.
Peacock is like, hey, we want you to this game.
Hey,
you want the check?
You want to turn
the check.
You want to turn the Peacock into pimp bleep? Then do it. Get pimped. It's not my problem. I don't have to like it.
Okay. You know what? You're going to be angry, a lot more angrier throughout the years. I can promise you.
I know,
that,
and that's why I'm not
networks.
That's why I'm falling out of love with the game. Brendan, you get the last word. 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, B. What's going on?
So I'm going to have a little bit of a different take on this Michigan State thing. Obviously, I have the same thoughts to a certain extent about the coordinators. Has to look better. But I think the defense is actually going to take major steps forward this year. The question marks I have is more on the offensive side. Offensive line, definitely. But I think the quarterback situation, I think Noah Kim might be a little better than Thorne. So that's a positive maybe. Wow. But the running game has to be better.
Brennan, here's where – this is where Rico has made the best point regarding the transfer portal, Brendan. You can't sit there and cry about it when it hurts you, when you've always had the opportunity for it to help you. So what angered me was he goes, okay, I'm not going to the portal for a quarterback. Fine. Then one of these guys has to work out. Keon Coleman leaves. I remember Rico and I were just sitting around before the show, and there were 7 guys we listed out from programs that you watch. They were the number one guy on that team, and you go, you got to go get one of these guys. And they didn't do it. Defensively, You needed some corners. Who'd they go and get? Like, he just did not have an impactful year in the portal. Didn't do it.
No.
And you can't say, well, he doesn't want to rely on it. Then why did you bring in 18 guys? So it just, at a certain point to land the plane, and it's Rico's point, you don't get an excuse as a coach anymore. So my Saturdays are lousy this fall. He can be on the hottest seat in America in 24. And I won't stop it. I don't care. But whatever I watched last year, that is some brand of happy horse bleep I don't want anywhere near my farm. That is something else.
No, I mean, if you had to pick one game and said describe MSU football, it's the Indiana game. It was unwatchable. Looked like they had the game won. Elijah Collins takes the punt back for, and yeah, then in the end you realize you lost by a quarterback who completed not one, David, but just 2 passes.
What a blessing. All right, let's get to deal breakers next. 97.1.
The best value in live TV and streaming is with Xfinity Internet and Now TV. It's the best network for watching all the entertainment shows that you love without missing a beat, including live TV and sports, all your favorite shows and movies on network made for streaming. Watch it when you want, whenever you want. All you have to do is just sit back and enjoy. Get the info that get into it when you're into it. Stream it when you want to stream it. Stream the next generation Xfinity 10G network. Switch today to get the great deal on a great entertainment network, the Now TV network through Xfinity Internet. And speaking of great deals, now through August 28th, get the internet on the 10G network for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, add Now TV with Peacock Premium, a $5.99 monthly value included with no extra cost for just $20 a month. Switch today. Go to Xfinity.com/10G. Call 1-800-XFINITY or just simply stop by a local store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Now TV requires Xfinity Internet. Equipment taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. All right, we just finished talking Michigan State. We also talked about how do you like your broadcasters to be. You want them to tell the truth, or you want them to tell you that you look pretty? If you missed any of that, use the Odyssey Rewind to go back and listen to what we had to say. Right now, it's because there's a Tiger Day game tomorrow, we're going to move deal breakers up to today. So, David, let's hit it. And before we get into the creepy Roberto music, I have a deal breaker for you.
No.
One of your coworkers uses something that you said in a group text.
Oh, no.
Is that a deal breaker?
I walked in
is
at the
that,
best time ever.
Is the group text in a cone of silence?
It's a shame. It's a shame.
No, it wasn't anything that was, spicy or sizzly.
Okay.
It's fine.
Kenny
Everybody
nailed it.
relax.
If it is to benefit the show in a non-salacious manner, involving no personal information or unsavory linguistics, I was okay with what David did because you were being a fraudster yesterday.
I was not. I felt violated.
It was just an opinion in the text. It wasn't anything personal.
It was a sports opinion.
Our group text, I'm going to go full Marshawn Lynch. I'm just here so I don't get fined. That's my response.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I didn't get the text of Roberto cheating on his. Oh, I'm sorry.
Whoa!
I'm just joking, people. I am playing around.
We know that's false because that would involve.
Okay,
me.
next.
You know what? we are
being able
KIM. We
Keep
are
it moving.
on to Central Michigan. Let's go.
See what you did? All right, here we go. Your son is getting married in a few months. The father of the bride is notoriously cheap and is making decisions that are highly embarrassing to you, such as the choice of the catering hall and no open bar. Do you offer to help out financially or respect the man's decisions and suck it up?
I got to be careful with this.
Is this close to home?
Recuse yourself, sir. Just recuse yourself. Let us deal
the
with
father
it.
of the bride is just being cheap.
Oh, so when you and I talked about this last night, you didn't want me to run this thing?
Erroneous on both counts.
Father of bride is being cheap.
I think you got to step in.
You want to upgrade to better facilities.
You got to step in.
It's embarrassing.
You have to step in, otherwise then your child's going to resent you, and it's a pain. The whole wedding thing's a racket regardless.
I was about to say, now, is this, I'm going to ask you married guys, is this a faux pas if does the father of the bride still pay for everything? I thought that kind of went the way of the dodo bird.
I'm going to recuse myself on that comment.
Oh, no. I won't. No, here's the deal. My opinion's different because nobody helped us. I took care of it.
Okay.
Really?
Roberto.
Yeah. That way I didn't owe anybody, and no idiots got any say.
Father of the bride. Oh, where are you?
I mean, I didn't know if that was still okay.
Don't see. I'm angry now.
Hey, let's go back to the group text.
David just called his father-in-law a cheapskate.
This is wow.
What page in the Bible's that from?
And that's deal breaker.
This is getting uncomfortable. So, Kenny,
What about
Georgia football?
What about Cain and Abel?
Who paid for their wedding?
Okay, so all right. I didn't know if that was still a thing.
I thought it was. I mean,
because if that's the case, then you may be stepping on his toes.
No, but ultimately it should be collaborative. It's so old school, this whole idea that like, oh, well, this person's supposed to pay for it. Here's an idea. All right. On some level, both parents decided to make a donation to the sperm bank to create these two people that are getting married. Play ball. Pitch in on a party, as DJ Quick once said.
But I understand when it comes to weddings, it's like the groom somehow just sneaks in from the back. When the bride comes in, everybody has to stand up. So
well,
it's
that's
not
all
fair.
a joke too. The whole point is weddings are nothing but debt-inducing Hallmark holidays. Get married the way you want. Don't let anyone dictate it. Ridiculous. Oh, there has to be 300 people there. Why? I don't like 30. It should be a collaborative effort. What?
Yeah.
Next.
So, Georgia quarterback.
In the Tecumseh area, Carson Beck is amazing.
All right, here's another one I like Mike's opinion on. Let's see this.
Oh, great.
Your daughter recently broke up with her boyfriend. You find out that he is texting her at least 25 times a day, showing up at her job and following her on errands and etc.
Oh, hell no.
How would you help her if she reached out to you for advice?
You kick his ass.
Show up at his door?
Yeah.
No violence, but you show up at the door and go, listen, here's the deal. All right, I don't care what you and her do. She don't want to talk to you no more. Or you go the other route, you get a restraining order.
Right, you go to law
It's just that's stalker behavior. That's outrageous.
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
Outrageous. Why, did that happen to you?
I mean,
uh-oh. That happened to you? Oh, no. Oh, boy.
I would
Rico?
say have a talk with the young man. Depends on, if you could just have a talk with the young man, you need to let this go. Or if the daughter feels threatened, maybe we go out and get you a license.
David?
Oh, that's a good idea, too.
David?
I was going to go right to the license.
We go get you a license.
License to preach?
And it ain't a marriage license.
Oh, no.
No, I'm
come
saying
on.
it depends on how
You have
it
to
is.
protect yourself.
If it's just
I get
him
you.
holding
I
up
got
a radio, writing love songs, I need you.
But if he's randomly showing up at the grocery store when you're
Remember
there,
that was in my song.
Right.
That was my
Right, but
version
now
of
if he's showing up to your job and you're feeling threatened,
yeah, no, that's restraining order. That's
Right.
ridiculous. It's outrageous.
You make a love song and you send a tape.
Okay.
you
We have
just
time
give
for one
up
more?
and you move on.
All right, let me give you another one here. You recently hired an employee at your company based on his resume. It said he worked for a company similar to yours, and you thought that was a good sign. He's been doing a good job, but you recently found out that he was never employed at that business, and his resume was false. Do you fire him or give him a shot to prove himself?
I'll stay out of this one since I've been so forward on the last two.
Oh, stop.
so you've done no interview, you didn't do any research for this person before you hired
That's
them?
on you.
Yeah,
That
I guess-
is on
It
you.
could be on you because you didn't
Actually-
call the references.
Sounds like a
Hire
lot
them
of
on the
people in
resume.
this building.
That now if the person's doing the job
And they're doing a good job at it.
you know what? That's on you.
We
but I
got
would
people
probably
who appear
say,
in this building, and I go, what was that interview process?
Oh, no.
Check for pulse. All right, welcome aboard.
I would probably
no.
let them know. I know you lied, but I didn't do my job. I let you in here. We're going to start from zero from right here at this point because I screwed up.
I think it probably only hurts you to punish the person as the employer.
Well,
Hi,
Because
do you have
didn't
any
do your
sales
homework.
experience? You're hired.
Sandals.
ABC. Always be closed.
Yeah. Second prize is the steak knives. Third prize, you're fired. Next.
You want another one?
Yeah,
Okay.
quickly. This is great.
You're dining at a restaurant near your home. While eating your meal, you find a staple in your food.
Oh, no.
The staff is very apologetic and offers to pay for another meal.
No, I'm out. I'm
Do
good.
you accept the offer or decide to just leave and not return to the restaurant
No,
ever again?
cash me out. I tip the server, waiter, waitress, whatever, and I'm out. It's not their fault. I'd still take care of them,
Right,
but I'm
yeah,
out.
I don't want a second chance at another staple. So
To almost be killed.
Oh,
Yeah,
look,
you know
it's
what?
a drywall screw. No, I'm good.
I managed
You know
to
what?
survive the first meal.
I'm good. We're just gonna move on. Never coming back here.
Enrico wins.
There you go.
Roberto, tremendous episode.
This was good.
This was fabulous.
A little spicy.
Okay. 97.1. Every beer Old Nation makes is just higher quality than the competition. That's why they keep winning every award on the planet. And everyone knows the M43, it's what put them on the map. It is the highest selling 4-pack craft beer in America. But they've got so much more to offer. And as summer continues to roll on, football season, it's close. There's nothing better. A little bit of late August, early September, college football. That's still technically shandy season. So no matter what they offer, go to OldNationBrewing.com. Explore a little bit. Expand your horizons. It's OldNationBrewing.com. 21 and up. And as always, please drink responsibly.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. The Lions have wrapped up day 2 of joint practices with the Giants in Allen Park. Head coach Dan Campbell is impressed with how the rookies have performed so far. Names he mentioned include tight end Sam Laporta, running back Jahmyr Gibbs, and defensive back Brian Branch. Next up for the Lions, they'll square off against the Giants again for the first game of the preseason Friday night at Ford Field. Tigers also looking to make it 2 straight wins against the Twins. Alex Faedo gets the ball for them against Bailey Ober for Minnesota. First pitch is at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. There's also new over-under win totals as Michigan and Michigan State continue fall camp. FanDuel has set the Wolverines over-under at 10.5. The Spartans sits at 5.5. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, we'll get a little football today momentarily. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com, rewind. We have touched on Michigan a lot, rightfully so. They're going to have another great year. Lions, we hope the same. Well, we brought up Michigan State, did it at 3, and it's this idea of how important is this year to Mel Tucker's future. And while you're not going to be on the hot seat entering it, if this Vegas, look, Luke just brought up the total, and we talked about it. Vegas is juiced to the over, meaning the expectation and the public is betting an under. If Mel Tucker goes 5-7, it's the hottest seat in America. You're talking about rightfully whacking both coordinators. And if you struggle recruiting after one 5-7 season, well, good luck making it 2.
Yeah, I think at that point he becomes a lame duck. He would lose the fan base. No one would support this man. Now, not saying he's going to lose his job, but good luck trying to get people to donate and big-time boosters.
Well, that's the other problem I have in all this. He's been given as much support as any coach in Michigan State history. So you know what? Get out there and win 8 games this fall, okay? Do your job. Good heavens. David, some ticket text, please.
Oh, we got plenty from Deal Breaker. Someone says, Rico and David's license to meet God. I like that. Mike with the DJ Quick reference for the win. That was a great reference.
Oh, old school. School.
Have him serve with a restraining order, someone says.
Well, that's the most likely scenario, isn't it? Or you're just old, a preacher over here just strapping up.
Well, yeah, but restraining orders can only do so much. You need the person to adhere to it.
It is fair.
Yeah, someone else says, why do you need a wedding anyway? Just go somewhere else and get married.
To me, listen, I've said it for a long, long time. Destination, the people closest to you. The rest of these people don't give a damn about you. They buy you a toaster, and they're just there for the free plate. It's a total ripoff. Weddings are like college loans. It's poison.
Someone says, and now for the sexiest portion of the program, Deal Breakers. I love it every week.
The music is so bad.
I just felt like I kept walking into landmines like, okay.
Nah, I embraced it this week.
You should have just heard me back here in between break.
Right, I was like, do the father-in-law normally pay? And wow.
Let's get off the father-in-law now before y'all say something that's going to anger people. Let's get off the subject.
David, you are, okay, just move it on.
I'll tell you during the break.
Oh no!
Someone else says, "I love the Odyssey drop during the resume portion of."
I'm just making a point. There. You walk around this building, and there are certain people. They may as well be glow in the dark because they just stick out like a sore thumb. And you're like, "What was your interview process? How are you here right now? Like, who hired you? I would love to know."
Yeah. Someone says, "No, it's not just Odyssey. You should see my coworkers next to me."
Oh, listen, hiring anyone right now is a total nightmare. 75% of people don't want to work, so what does that leave you with?
This is true.
It's slim pickings.
You are right about that. And one more here on Tucker. Someone says, tried to tell you guys when Tucker got that bag that this was Gary Barnett to Colorado, part 2, and it's from our favorite guy, Dimitri.
Right, but Dimitri, here's the problem. When you said it, you were a bleep hole. He was in the midst of an 11-2 year and beating Michigan and got the bag amidst the LSU rumors.
Right.
You saying it then was saying what you wanted to happen. You're not Karnak the Great. You're not some prophet. You're just a Beekman who was right. Say enough stuff, you'll eventually be right once in a while. Mm-hmm. Rico's living proof.
That was just me. Just caught a stray.
Wow.
Right. I mean, he went straight Michael Corleone at the baptism. I'm just trying to get a haircut up in here. Pow!
Oh, just come on. I mean,
Can I at least put my glasses on?
No.
Someone says,
I didn't ask questions.
Someone is sending in, thank you all for moving Deal Breakers to today because of the Tiger game. That was so entertaining.
Yeah, it's going to be something we're going to do because I was looking ahead, David. A lot of these Thursdays in football season, they're still carrying the day games through, so we can move it to Wednesday. That's fine.
Destination wedding is the way to go. Getting married Saturday in Gatlinburg. Only 15 people are coming.
Perfect.
Gatlinburg.
Perfect. Good for you. Have a great time. And the best part, you're not going to owe anybody any money.
Deal Breakers music isn't as bad as the lame Law and Order intro that he used before.
Listen, I have wanted a reproduction of that segment for months. But from what David and Roberto say to people like the stupid music,
they
so
love
I keep it.
They love it.
Oh, trust me, we actually had to have a debate, and we switched it on the fly while you were gone because we did the breakdown of who killed the Big Ten, and the Pac-12, and I'm like, that music actually fits. That's like some detective music.
Yeah, here I was trying to get away from it, and you all wanted it.
Yeah,
they embraced the music.
Give the people what they want.
Hey, anything just right now, because obviously we're not doing the whole, breathless coverage of Lions practice. Anything worthwhile come out of it today?
Not that I've seen.
All right, here's what I care about. Is everybody healthy?
Yeah, looks like it's still.
Did JMO show up to work and try hard?
He was there.
We're 2 for 2. I'm all set. That's really all I care about. Oh, and Jahmyr Gibbs.
He outran a linebacker again.
Well, in other news, water's wet. I'd hope so. But Jahmyr, did you hear his comment?
No.
He credits playing Madden for
yeah.
why he made it to the NFL.
Yeah. I get it because he says it taught him defenses and coverages. And yeah.
But see, I agreed. Well, we have the audio, but I will tell you, I agree with his sentiment. The game sucks. Haven't played it in years because the thing's terrible. Who do you attribute your success to? Madden.
Yeah.
You imagine being his coach? That's what you think of me?
Driving you around all of these 707 things.
Madden.
Madden. Giving up my weekends for the summer. Madden. Okay.
He just talked about how playing defense, and that's how he learned to understand defenses.
Right.
I go, okay. Wow. I was just not a comment I was expecting.
Right. Oh, by the way.
He's going to be so good.
I think so. I think
he's going to be awesome.
It's a good fit. It's a good problem that they're going to have in a few years of what to do with him. But
Simple.
Until then,
if I don't care what else he does this rookie season, catch 50 passes. Be Patriots guy. Be James White. Be James White. Be an automatic, move the chains, first down guy. Now, he'll break a few, no question. Mm-hmm. But when Jared Goff, when people are doubling Amon-Ra, or there's no other options, I want Jared Goff to, with confidence, know I can dump the ball off to this kid. He's going to make the first guy miss first down. Mm-hmm. Now, yes, you're going to send him downfield on some stuff. This kid can motor. But the first guy never tackles him.
No.
I told you that when he transferred from G-Tech, and I'm like, geez, I wonder if we can get him. Oops, Bama. And he did the same thing.
You go in that one.
No, I know that. No, I know that. But I was like, hey, Rico. Right, I was like a little kid. I'm like, oh, this kid from G-Tech's amazing.
He sure
Bama,
is.
gone.
And Nick Saban showed up in his private jet. Yeah, that's
But I'm telling you, he's going to be great.
No, he would be the ultimate safety valve for Jared Goff, and he may end up getting Goff a long-term deal here.
I've let go of that. I'm fine with it.
I am too, but
he's your version of Daniel Jones. You're going to have to pay him the same way. He's not a $50, $60 million guy, but Jared Goff's going to get every bit of 45.
I know, but I'm looking forward to those shows.
Of what? People being mad you paid him?
Yep. What about Hendon Hooker, and why did we draft him?
Well, that's why you don't see. Okay, now you're getting me, because Hendon Hooker's value is only real if Goff sucks or isn't here.
Oh, don't forget, we also had the guy yesterday that said Teddy Bridgewater should just come in and start.
Well, I also disagree with that statement. Okay, good. Hungry Howie's celebrating 50 years of flavor. That's 50 years of creating delicious pizza, real in-house made dough, real cheese, not that Wisconsin white block garbage, and real toppings that don't come from a can. New menu items all the time. Football season, we are going to get the Rico Haterade pizza. I have already reached out. It is in development. It's actually just a delivery driver punching you in the nuts and leaving. But it's Hungry Howie's Pizza. It's there for you. Hey, you don't feel like cooking tonight? Mix and match, $6.99. Any menu item, mix them up. Dinner's on the table in 20 minutes. It's all there for you. Check it out. And once we get to football season, you know it's pizza time. It's Hungry Howie's. Special menu items, obviously, limited time only.
Clearly believe they're going to 20. I think there's hesitancy on who it is.
Well, I think the hesitancy is it going to be Cal and Stanford, or are they going to wait to see if the ACC, if there's a mass evacuation from there, because then you'd have a chance at schools like, if you wanted to dip into Florida, you've got Florida State, Miami, North Carolina, and Virginia seem like better fits as universities. But I think they're waiting to see if they want to go that route and leave 2 slots open, or if they just want to fill them right now with Cal and Stanford.
But the SEC, if the Big Ten goes to 20, I think the SEC is eventually, and people think it's a given that the SEC is going to just grab 4 ACC teams.
Yeah,
I do think Oklahoma State and Kansas are potential possibilities. And it's because of the rivalry with Oklahoma, Bedlam. You're keeping that, and I think a respected football program, and then Kansas from the basketball.
I think they have populated this roster with good players. They have populated this roster with professionals. There's less nonsense, and these guys can play. Dan Campbell has kind of set the tone for the culture, and Brad Holmes, who built draft boards with the Rams and did a great job without first-round picks for Les Snead, setting up picks in second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth round, and helping that team. They basically drafted well and supplemented with huge moves. Brad Holmes has come here, and he has drafted well. I fully believe that. And I think this is going to be one of those seasons where when the final 53-man roster comes out, there are going to be some painful cuts. We're going to be like, oh, I didn't think they cut him. And for the first time, I'm watching other teams play preseason games, and I usually watch for guys that I hope get cut by those teams that maybe the Lions can pick up. I think the Lions have moved past many of these teams talent-wise that they're not even going to be able to or want to pick up other teams' cast-offs because their roster's good. I think the talent is here. And, there's some prove it to it. There's some prove it to it. But my God.
Is there any reason that you have seen, any evidence that people should be tapping the brakes on their enthusiasm?
Look, I think the Lions are going to be really good this year. I mean, I've covered this team. I started at the Free Press in 2010, and there's been hype before. I think, coming off that 2011 season, there was a lot of hype for 2012. Just, young Matthew Stafford and Sue and Kelvin. And I don't know if I quite bought in. They didn't do anything in that offseason. This offseason, they went for it. And that's the biggest difference to me. And so I don't know that they're a Super Bowl team, but I expect them to win the division. I expect them to get a home playoff game. And if that happens, you're a couple wins away from the Super Bowl. I mean, you're within spitting distance of the Super Bowl. So I'm not trying to.
Wow, you were the first person to use the word Super Bowl today.
Yeah. I mean, look,
wow.
Wow. So I don't want to say I don't think the Lions are a Super Bowl team, but it's not that unreasonable that people have this belief that, wow, we're getting closer to that, I guess is the.
Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful. And I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge. Because going against someone's what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason, and the results have him looking like
So I was wondering, 248-539-9797, real quick, who's the worst Lions quarterback in your lifetime?
Well, that's a terrific question. And
In your Lion fandom.
Unfortunately, there are many to choose from. And if how far are we going back? We just going 30 years? My lifetime?
Your lifetime.
Okay, all right. I gotta believe at the near the top of that list would be one Ty Detmer. Was 1-3 as a starter, threw 3 touchdowns, and that's where the positives end. 3 fumbles, and had 10 interceptions. This all being, let's go back, 1-3, 4 games.
Yeah. I mean, what was it, 6 or 7 in one game? I think he had 6 against Cleveland. That was the first game after 9/11. And he had another one that was.
I think Brad Holmes told you exactly what he's thinking about Jared Goff right there. He talks about we have to retain good players, our core players, and he names Jonah Jackson, Penei Sewell, St. Brown, and he starts to name Jared Goff, and then he stops.
You can't afford them all.
I think he was trying to tell you that he thinks that Jared Goff is part of the core here and that he's going to re-sign him.
Yeah, but David, I think he's also implying you can't keep everybody. He also didn't mention Aiden Hutchinson, who, if he has a big year,
but that's
is going to be
away.
Well, that's my point. You have a couple years to make these decisions. It's why he's not making a move with an extension for Jared Goff today, because if Hutch has a Bosa-like step forward, I'll start peeling off $20-30 million. And if Sewell's going to get paid, you saw what's Andrew Thomas, the Giant, got paid. You start thinking about how quickly this cap space goes away.
Oh, no.
You have to plan for everybody, not just Goff.
I think it's easy to set up a contract for Goff after this year or even before this year to where his guarantees is gone before you ever have to think about paying Aiden Hutchinson.
Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait for a 90-degree day to find out that the air conditioner is not happening. The team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they have you covered. $78 AC tune-up gets your air conditioner in tip-top shape. Get your energy bill under control, and Mastercraft generators in stock as well. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
But I just think the adding of Teddy Bridgewater, there's not just, the fact that they're getting a quality backup. I mean, their best backups in Sean Hill. It feels like it's a position that they have blown off and gotten away with not having a quality, veteran. Like you want somebody who can win you football games on a Sunday, not somebody who can win you a division, I mean, that's great if you have a backup that can win your division, but guys who can win your division typically are starters elsewhere.
You know, it's funny. We have such fond memories of Shaun Hill, the Shaun Hill era.
Yep.
He was 3-7 as a starting quarterback with the Lions.
Yeah, but typically, I think people remember it as it wasn't his fault.
Well, right. I think you're right with that. I mean, because those were some really bad teams. Well, it was actually the one year in 2010. That's when he got all his starts with them, when he was 3-7. And then didn't really play a whole lot the last 3 years when he was a Lion. But this is how we remember him. And
I'd like to know the people's viewpoint on another hype train that is soaring right now. This train is gathering steam. Momentum. Now, I'd like to say I am guilty as being a part of it. I have said that this particular team is the largest threat to the established champion this year. The hype train is Michigan football. And it's not just, hey, they're going to be really good, or hey, they're going to beat OSU. There is the Blake Corum remark, which I'm not upset. I think Corum.
Sponsored by Mother Waddles, Day 2 of joint practices is in the books for the Lions. Head coach Dan Campbell says it wasn't him who led the energy against the Giants today. Today was player-driven. The Lions will take on the Giants again for the preseason opener coming up on Friday night. Kickoff from Ford Field is at 7 o'clock. And the Tigers are looking to make it back-to-back wins against Minnesota tonight. They're in action at Comerica Park for Game 3 of a 4-game series. Alex Faedo has been called up from Toledo. He gets the ball for Detroit. The Twins will start Bailey Ober. The Tigers have now fallen to 9 games out of first place. First pitch is at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. And ESPN is getting in on gambling. The company has struck a $2 billion deal with Penn Entertainment to rebrand their sportsbook as ESPN Bet. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock, great to have you with us. We have some football to discuss because it's that time of year. And I wanted to combine something David said and something we talked about. And I think if you open your mind, I think it's a good discussion. So just work with me, people. Give me a second. The Lions are in what we've called the most important season, maybe, in franchise history. I mean, there has never been a time, well, first of all, you've never sold out Ford Field on a season ticket basis. There's never been a time where people have felt better about a GM-coach combo. And there's never been a time where the league has really rallied around this team to say, hey, these guys are for real. So David said this during a Football Today, which is, it's bleep or get off the pot. They're under immense pressure to perform this year. Now, they're trying to get to the mountaintop. We already know they're a good team. They're an above-average team, but, they got to win a division. They got to win playoff games. Pressure, hugely important year for the Lions. Juxtapose that with a team who, while their goals are different, I think the pressure and the meaning of this season is almost identical, and it's Michigan State football for Mel Tucker. Now, things are not rosy at MSU after an embarrassing season. He's got a quarterback competition. Better choose the right guy. He's got not one but 2 coordinators on the hot seat, and you kept him. Better made the right move. He's got a brutally tough schedule, and to me, I think this year, however it goes, will determine whether he's a success at Michigan State or not in the future. Mm-hmm. If it goes bad, I think it's circling the drain, and 24 could be it. If it goes well, then I think, he could still accomplish big things at State. But I want to know this season for Michigan State or this season for the Lions, which one is more pressure-packed? And again, one team's trying to, as Rico puts it, get off the bottom of the chili pot. The other's trying to get to the mountaintop. But they're both under, to me, immense pressure. Rico, you said it. If State's bad, they will not sell 20,000 season tickets in 24.
No, State's bad. The fan base will just turn its back.
That's right.
Tucker will make his money, but the fan base will just say, and that's why, Mike, I'm going to go with MSU because here's the thing. I've seen the Lions. The Lions have been bad. People still support them. If Michigan State is bad, the people won't support him. They'll get relegated to obscurity because you have Michigan in this territory. They will become an afterthought. You might as well put them in the MAC if that happens because you're going to be so far behind, especially if Michigan wins the Big Ten again. Now they're at the top of the mountain. You're not even in the valley. You're not on the map. That would be the problem. For the Lions, I've seen it. The Lions have been bad before. People stick by them. They will stick with the team. MSU is bad. I think the fan base turns their back and they walk away.
Okay. And again, for the Lions, just understand, totally different goals. You guys have always supported the team, but you've never sold out Ford Field like this. So if they plateau, let's say the Lions don't deliver, and they just plateau, and it's 9-8, miss the playoffs. We know they're good, but they didn't do anything. I mean, that would be, I'd be devastated. I'd be like, oh my God.
No, devastation comes in if we're talking Lions in the top 5 of the draft. That's devastation. If the Lions miss the playoffs, Mike, you'll be able to point back to a game, an interception, a fumble, a bad coaching decision. If this would have happened,
but see, Dan Campbell
won.
Okay, but hold on. Neither guy's on the hot seat yet.
No.
But if Dan Campbell underachieves this year, you don't think people will turn on him? The same way that MSU fans are going to turn on Tucker?
The only way they turn on Dan Campbell if the Lions are picking 1 through 5 in the draft.
Okay, but last year,
other than that, if they're 9-7,
what if they're 7-10?
They're 7-10. No, because you'll have people say it's disappointing, but I don't think it would be. Oh, he's got to go because he has built up enough of the fan base that they will give him. Next year will be his Mel Tucker year. You better do something. How close are you to being that 8-2 team that we saw at the end of the 2022
See, that's where
season?
I'm at now. I feel like everything in NFL football is accelerated. I think that's where I'm at right now. Like David's comment stuck with me. That as ambitious as my goals are for this team and as much as I believe in them, I still have the expectation you just said. You better do this because I can't imagine a world that they don't. Like with Michigan State, it's the same thing. You better win 8 games.
Right.
Now, that's not as lofty as the Lions, but I'm saying if you don't do this, then who are you?
Right. But then, you also got to believe it's 7-10, but they do what happened to the Niners and all your quarterbacks die. Okay, you don't count that, right?
David, go ahead. You look confused.
Because here it is. I think neither guy is getting fired at the end of the year. I don't care what happens. But then Kenny mentions to me, well, what if the Lions only win 3 games? Would Dan Campbell be fired?
Now, at that point,
then yeah.
And that's when I said he would be on the hot seat because I think his contract buyout ain't like Tucker's buyout. When he signed a 6-year, was it?
I think 30, 35 million, something like that. I don't know.
They could afford that.
Yeah.
The Fords could afford that. State's not ponying up $70 million.
Yeah, I just think it's a bigger failure if the Lions don't come through this year. If they don't do what the expectation is, which is to me, I get, we talk division, but it's making the playoffs.
And
you don't make the playoffs,
but
you failed.
Here's the other thing, David. Like it or not, Lions and Lions fans, you got a built-in excuse.
What's that?
Especially what happens in the first 6 games. Your star receiver
No, absolutely not. Star receiver, get out of here.
Built-in excuse. If they are 2-4,
not between 2 and 6, it's not.
If they're 2-4 at the end of 6 games,
not having it. Won't allow it.
Well, if J-Mo was here,
nope, you can't say that for Dudu has 1 catch. Rico, no way.
You won.
If I have the day off, it's your choice to allow it. No. I will hang up on somebody if they play that game.
But I promise you, Lions fans will.
That's so weak if they do that.
Very weak.
That's so weak.
They're fans, man.
Well, then they're weak.
Hi, Kenny.
I think also this would, if it was a Lions failure, you'd have to really worry about it resetting the national narrative about the Lions because there's all this hype, there's all this goodwill. If they lay an egg this upcoming year,
think
goes
about
back
the
to
narratives for Michigan State football with Mel Tucker, and then I want to just let's be very real. At 1-6, Dan Campbell was a couple weeks away from a national referendum. He needs to be fired.
Mike, at 1-6, I thought it was going to be Thanksgiving.
We talked about the 3 games leading into Thanksgiving. And if he didn't get them and get a couple wins, if they just lost 3 and more, they were 1-9.
He was going to get fired.
He'd be 4-22 as head coach. Yep. We talked about in history, nobody had that record and kept their job. He rescued it from the fire. But if they come out this year and underwhelm, much like Michigan State, you're asking who have I hyped up? Who have I built into this? Like, look, Tuck got a lot of sizzle for the 11-2. Mm-hmm. The same thing for Dan Campbell when he rescued the season from the fire, and then you started liking the very things you didn't like when they were losing. It's the same principle. So, look, I have a lot more faith the Lions are going to get this done. I think MSU will be better, partially because I can't imagine a world they're worse. Right. That was the worst Michigan State quality I've seen since Bobby Williams.
No, you're right. Heck, if they're the 70th best defense, they probably win 2 more games to put things in perspective. So, yeah. But if the bottom falls out, and it would have to, David, you're looking at the Lions, a top 5 pick. At that point, yeah, Campbell's job's probably not safe. The narrative is, see, we told you, don't believe in Detroit. They always say they're going to be better. And look what happened.
And that's why there's more pressure on the Lions. Because if they fail this year, people like you will come out of the woodworks and say, see, they are the same Lions.
No.
You said they were going to be good, and they failed you
David,
again.
It wouldn't be that. It would be, guys, pump the brakes on telling me how great this team is going to be. That's why I said yesterday, show me. Shut me up. I would love to be wrong. I want you to be good. I would love for the city of Detroit to have a winning football team. But you got to show me you can do it. The thing about MSU, if you fall out, you go into obscurity, there's a giant shadow in Ann Arbor, no one talks about you. At least with the Lions, they would make fun of you. Michigan State becomes invisible.
No, but hold on. See, that's where I disagree. Yeah, maybe locally with the slap writers, but wait a minute. We're talking about a national narrative where you already have national publications, including CBS, talking about Mel Tucker's contract. If he falters, it becomes the number 1 most egregious contract in the sport outside of Jimbo. And, Rico, it will be it'll be a piñata. I disagree about it disappearing. Oh, no.
You know what? Fair point.
That'll be the fulcrum of the laser.
No, you're right. No, I forgot. Yeah, because those columns were already out there.
Oh, yeah. The Mad Libs was already written. Yeah. The minute they lost to Ohio State when he got the contract, they were already like, oh, boy, that's a lot of money. I hope you can keep it clean.
Nationally and locally. What is he going to do with all of that money?
I felt there were some undertones with some of that commentary, but we'll leave that alone.
That locally, it sure was.
248-539-9797. David agrees. You spend a third of your life sleeping. If stuck in traffic, could have been a good guess. But look, if you sleep that much, why aren't you getting better rest with a better mattress? The iComfort Eco, Serta, been made for over 110 years right here in our backyard in the state of Michigan. Check out Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, check out Serta.com. You'll find a retailer near you, and check out the complete product line. That's Serta.com.
Is there any reason that you have seen, any evidence that people should be tapping the brakes on their enthusiasm?
Look, I think the Lions are going to be really good this year. I mean, I've covered this team. I started at the Free Press in 2010, and there's been hype before. Mm-hmm. I think, coming off that 2011 season, there was a lot of hype for 2012. Just, young Matthew Stafford and Sue and Kelvin and I don't know if I quite bought in. They didn't do anything in that offseason. This offseason, they went for it. And that's the biggest difference to me. And so I don't know that they're a Super Bowl team, but I expect them to win the division. I expect them to get a home playoff game. And if that happens, you're a couple wins away from the Super Bowl. I mean, you're within spitting distance of the Super Bowl. So I'm not trying to.
Wow, you were the first person to use the word Super Bowl today.
Yeah. I mean, look,
wow.
Wow. So I don't want to say I don't think the Lions are a Super Bowl team, but it's not that unreasonable that people have this belief that, wow, we're getting closer to that, I guess. Is the
Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful. And I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge. Because going against someone's what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason, and the results have him looking like
David, if you would, couple ticket texts, and I want to just bring up something. I want to see if anybody, there was a sports documentary debuted last night. I didn't get a chance to see it last night, but I am going to watch it tonight. I'm hoping it's as good as people say. Did you guys see this? The Johnny Manziel, The Untold. It's going to be on Netflix. Debuted last night.
Yeah, I didn't know it debuted last night.
People are saying it's absolutely incredible. And I'm like, do I really want to hear more from Johnny Manziel? But I
documentary or
documentary?
Like, oh, okay.
No, and the Florida
I didn't know if it was like a 6-part series.
No, it's just a documentary called Untold, and it debuted on Netflix last night. I don't know anyone who's seen it on a personal level. I've read article reviews. Does Johnny Manziel still interest anybody, or am I alone in this where I'm like, I'm going to watch this?
There's no interest from me. I was tired of him back then. I don't know. I don't really care enough about him to be like, yeah, give me a documentary. Yeah, although I did see previews of it, it does look compelling.
Oh, I mean, listen, if it helps you figure out why his career was such a disaster, I guess it's worth watching, right?
See,
no?
I think I'm going to wait to see, kind of like you guys with the quarterbacks. I was on the fence, like, do I really want to watch this? And yeah, okay.
I'm into it. For me, I'm going to give it a shot.
But the other one you talked, the Florida one? Yes.
Swamp Kings. That's August 22nd. Urban Meyer's Florida Gators.
In.
Yeah, August 22nd on that. David, ticket text. What do you got for me, buddy?
Guys, it has to be MSU. If they have a terrible year, they will be buried in the Big Ten next year. And guess who's coming to town next year? Oregon, Washington, USC, and UCLA. The Lions roster is not capable of winning anything less than 6 to 7 unless they have major injuries.
Look, I just feel like anything short of the playoffs would be a catastrophe. That's about setting a standard. It's the same standard I set. Like, look, at Michigan State, you should never win less than 8 games. No one's telling you need to win 11 every year. You have to build to that. But when you win less than 8 games at a place like MSU that's top 20 in revenue, top 20 in attendance, top 20 in viewers.
And let's face it,
I don't want to hear it.
3 of your games are handed to you.
That's right.
So you're really at that point.
When you play
win 5.
Richmond, you're not 8-4.
Right.
You're 7-4.
Yeah.
It's or when you play Rutgers. Hey, sorry if you're a Rutgers alum.
Oh
your
no, I'm
team
just talking
blows.
about most of your non-conference games. Now this year UW is different,
right? But CMU, same deal. You don't get credit for that. Right. It's the same thing with U of M. Like the non-conference, you're going to be 30-point favorites against all of them.
Right. Your spot,
those aren't even wins.
You're spotted 3 wins immediately. So much so, your coach doesn't need to be there.
Correct.
I think the Lions are under more pressure. I think Mel Tucker's already done. I think there's a chance they do anything this year. He should have been fired last year.
Hold on, real quick. Just hold on. How would you fire a man that you told me COVID's fake? Okay. COVID year was fake. He goes 11-2 in 21 and beats you. Goes 5-7 in year 2 and you want to clip him. I just want to make sure we're on the square here.
No, you heard exactly what I heard. Wow. That's the equivalent of Campbell going 8-9, and you're going to want him fired. So, yeah, that makes 0 sense. You went and you won a New Year's 6 game.
I'm happy to tell you at the end of this year, if Tuck goes 5-7 or 6-6, you can absolutely say, you know what? All things being equal, I'd fire him.
But
I have no problem if you say it. But not after. Come on, man. What are we doing?
I think that's a little bit of bias from David's fan base. Oh, he should have been fired last year. Like, you don't fire somebody after 1 year. Like, he literally just
But the pressure to perform for Dan Campbell and for Mel Tucker, if they're not the same, they're close.
Except for Campbell is going in with a whole lot more swagger into the season.
And rightfully so.
Tucker is where Campbell was at 1-6. It seems like he's starting the year off
back against the wall.
Yep.
Yeah, and it can all change. You start the year 4-1, 5-1.
Yeah, you beat
like
UW, and this is a whole different conversation.
Hell, you can lose to UW, but beat Maryland or beat Minnesota. Cut the crap.
Right.
Sorry, David. Eric in Roseville, the Lions absolutely must improve on last season to finish 8-2 last year and to improve this offseason while both Minnesota and Green Bay get worse. It would be a massive failure.
The division plays a huge role in how I feel about the Lions too.
But I do think that a lot of Lions fans need to realize one thing. Momentum does not carry
it doesn't
from
carry
season
over
to season.
That's fair. Go to Brian, 97.1. What's up, Brian?
What's up, my man? How you doing today?
Good, B. What's up?
So I just want to say about the Lions, man. So I had to give Dan Campbell at least 3 years when he first got hired in. And I say that because when Matt Patricia took over, I was all in. And then that's when COVID hit. Man, they got smacked by the Bears, and I got COVID the same day. So I realized that day, from then on, I am never being all in on somebody the first year. So with year 3 coming around, I said that, that by now they should be playoff ready. I'm expecting more. I want to see everything come together. You know what I mean? I'm tired of falling short and not getting nothing from it. I want to see us actually take the division and let's go win this. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, and look, I know on surface with 2 teams that are in different places, it's not as easy to connect the dots. But when you step away from it, it's the very same thing I'm talking about with Mel Tucker, which is reestablish you're actually worth this money, reestablish a standard. Mm-hmm. One thing. We talk about the Lions, and in the NFL, it's very rare to get blown out. The league primarily, something like 2/3 of the games are within 1 score.
Yep.
The league is designed for it. Now, college...
The witching hour.
Oh, God, where losses become wins. See, the one thing I'm not missing about fall, Scott Hansen. 7 hours, a commercial. Shut up! not a situation in Los Angeles. It's not a situation. It's a first down. Just go to the clip. But like with State, you know what Mel Tucker's got to stop? You can't have these DOA games. Dead on arrival. They go out against Maryland last year. Dead. Minnesota. Dead. Right. Ohio State. Hey, look, you're not going to beat Ohio State. Can you do me a favor? Do me a favor. Can you flirt? Can you play well for a quarter, a half? Yeah. You went to the game 2 years ago when they went 11-2. The game was over in 7 minutes. You were at Raising Cane's by 2 minutes left in the first quarter. You had left.
I have. This is true.
The witching hour. It was dipping sauce time.
This is true. Me and my frat brother Chuck was like, let's go right now.
I got a call from him, and when I didn't hear background noise, I went, oh, my God, you're in the car, aren't you?
It started off as a joke. Like, you know what, man, maybe we should just leave. And then it was like, you know what, maybe we should just leave.
In fact, we've left.
Let's just go.
Let's go to Tom, 97.1. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, Mike, how you guys doing?
Good, Tom. What do you got?
Well, the Johnny story, I found myself, it sucks you in, Mike, because it gets real deep into the where he was making money on his autograph stuff, that stuff we didn't hear about. And I just heard from a friend of mine that said that Netflix is getting a lot of grief from NFL that they want to start watching these before they air them because of what they let out on Johnny with all the money. And it's you're going to like it, my friend. You're going to like it. I think you will.
Wait, the NFL is angry?
Yes, because they got into when he went to Cleveland with all the drug testing, how they went through that to make him clean. Oh yeah, they got deep in this documentary.
See, it's super. There's also a thing
it's
how
gonna be like Playmakers 2.0.
Yeah, it hits too close to home to show you how the sausage is made. But no, all right, Tommy.
I tell you, you're gonna like it, bud. Thanks, guys.
You got it. No, like there's. You know how they'll do like leaks as something debuts? So like part of this is they gave him an iPad with the playbook on it and he never turned it on. Like he was trying to sabotage his way out of Cleveland, which made no sense. But like a lot of what goes into it, even one thing they said is Texas A&M. I thought of you because of the NIL stuff. A&M, the year he won the Heisman, got $37 million in value from him on exposure alone. Like, what would Johnny Manziel in today's NIL world be worth for 1 year at A&M? I have a number in mind that I think he'd be getting paid.
I think he would get probably at least, I would say 10 million.
10 was my number, so I'm not crazy.
I think he would Johnny Manziel would be the second highest NIL player or value ever if you could go back in time and bring in players. Only Reggie Bush would make more money.
Tim Tebow? Maybe?
No, he would donate it all. So
no, well, whether he donates it or not, I'm saying he'd have every church in America paying the freight.
You're right. And now if the portal was there, Michael Vick's not staying at Virginia Tech.
Fair. 248-539-9797. John Jansen, weight loss, it's Ideal U Health Center. If you're looking to lose 10 pounds, 100 pounds, or anywhere in between, Ideal U has got you covered. Don't wait. Go to idealu.us today. Book that free consultation and get $200. Again, it worked for John. It can work for you. And with John, he lost 63 pounds total. He lost 10 in the first 10. He's kept it off. If that sounds like a play to you, go for it. Idealu.us. They'll get you on the road to success. You can lose weight just like John did and see a big difference before MSU loses their first game. Lose weight and get a $200 Visa gift card. Idealu.us. That's Idealu.us. It's Ideal U Health Center.
Clearly believe they're going to 20. I think there's hesitancy on who it is.
Well, I think the hesitancy is it going to be Cal and Stanford, or are they going to wait to see if the ACC if there's a mass evacuation from there, because then you'd have a chance at schools like, if you wanted to dip into Florida, you've got Florida State, Miami, North Carolina, and Virginia seem like better fits as universities. But I think they're waiting to see if they want to go that route and leave 2 slots open, or if they just want to fill them right now with Cal and Stanford.
But the SEC, if the Big Ten goes to 20, I think the SEC is eventually, and I think people think it's a given that the SEC is going to just grab 4 ACC teams.
Yeah,
I do think Oklahoma State and Kansas are potential possibilities. And it's because of the rivalry with Oklahoma, Bedlam. You're keeping that, and I think a respected football program, and then Kansas from the basketball.
I think they have populated this roster with good players. They have populated this roster with professionals. There's less nonsense, and these guys can play. Dan Campbell has kind of set the tone for the culture, and Brad Holmes, who built draft boards with the Rams and did a great job without first-round picks for Les Snead, setting up picks in second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth round, and helping that team. They basically drafted well and supplemented with huge moves. Brad Holmes has come here, and he has drafted well. I fully believe that. And I think this is going to be one of those seasons where when they final 53-man roster comes out, there are going to be some painful cuts. We're going to be like, oh, I didn't think they cut him. And for the first time, I'm watching other teams play preseason games, and I usually watch for guys that I hope get cut by those teams that maybe the Lions can pick up. I think the Lions have moved past many of these teams talent-wise that they're not even going to be able to or want to pick up other teams' cast-offs because their roster's good. I think the talent is here. And, there's some prove it to it. But my God. Is there any reason that you have seen, any evidence that people should be tapping the brakes on their enthusiasm?
Look, I think the Lions are going to be really good this year. I mean, I've covered this team. I started at the Free Press in 2010, and there's been hype before. I think, coming off that 2011 season, there was a lot of hype for 2012. Just, young Matthew Stafford and Sue and Kelvin. And I don't know if I quite bought in. They didn't do anything in that offseason. This offseason, they went for it, and that's the biggest difference to me. And so I don't know that they're a Super Bowl team, but I expect them to win the division. I expect them to get a home playoff game. And if that happens, you're a couple wins away from the Super Bowl. I mean, you're within spitting distance of the Super Bowl. So I'm not trying to.
Wow, you were the first person to use the word Super Bowl today.
Yeah. I mean, look,
wow.
So I don't want to say I don't think the Lions are a Super Bowl team, but it's not that unreasonable that people have this belief that, wow, we're getting closer to that, I guess.
Here are the defensive players that were amongst the list of 10 players who stood out early in camp. 1, defensive back Brian Branch. First-round talent that dropped to the Lions in round 2. Branch has come to Allen Park with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Branch is already working himself into first-team reps with his ability to play both in the box and cover equally well. If Branch continues on his trajectory, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn to take him off the field, especially on passing downs. Okay. That would be useful.
That's very useful. And I know Gator subscribes to this, is the guys in the secondary seem to always get hurt, and they get hurt often.
Yep.
Whether it's for a play, a week, or a month, you have to have depth there. And if you have quality depth, that's huge. Because going against someone's – what happens in a game, Doug, when a starting cornerback goes out of the game and they replace him with someone off the bench? That guy he's covering immediately gets targeted by the other team. Okay, so to have Brian Branch or anybody, Jerry Jacobs, whoever it is, ready to go if they don't start, that's huge.
Also off the defense, who else has stood out? Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson. Hutchinson focused on gaining strength and polishing some movement skills this offseason. The results have him looking like
So I was wondering, 248-539-9797, real quick, who's the worst Lions quarterback in your lifetime?
Well, that's a terrific question. And
in your Lion fandom.
Unfortunately, there are many to choose from. And if how far are we going back? We just going
Your
30
life-
years?
your
My
li- your-
lifetime?
your lifetime.
Okay, all right. I gotta believe at the near the top of that list would be one Ty Detmer. Was 1-3 as a starter, threw 3 touchdowns, and that's where the positives end. 3 fumbles, and had 10 interceptions. This all being, let's go back, 1-3, 4 games.
Yeah. I mean, what was it, 6 or 7 in one game? I think he had 6 against Cleveland. That was the first game after 9/11. And he had another one that was.
I think Brad Holmes told you exactly what he's thinking about Jared Goff right there. He talks about we have to retain good players, our core players, and he names Jonah Jackson, Penei Sewell, St. Brown, and he starts to name Jared Goff, and then he stops.
You can't afford them all.
I think he was trying to tell you that he thinks that Jared Goff is part of the core here and that he's going to re-sign him.
Yeah, but David, I think he's also implying you can't keep everybody. He also didn't mention Aiden Hutchinson, who, if he has a big year,
But that's
is going to
years
be
away.
Well, that's my point. You have a couple years to make these decisions. It's why he's not making a move with an extension for Jared Goff today, because if Hutch has a Bosa-like step forward, I'll start peeling off $20-30 million. And if Sewell's going to get paid, you saw what's Andrew Thomas, the Giant, got paid. You start thinking about how quickly this cap space goes away.
Oh, no.
You have to plan for everybody, not just Goff.
I think it's easy to set up a contract for Goff after this year or even before this year to where his guarantees is gone before you ever have to think about paying Aiden Hutchinson.
Whether it's an IRS collection or audit, whether civil or criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury, you need Maurice and Jerry from Abraham and Rose. You need legitimate representation, whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes. You need Abraham and Rose. What you don't need is some tax organization with random people answering phones. Maurice and Jerry will fight for you, advocate for you, and guide you through the entire experience. And the IRS is not playing around. They hired about 1 million new agents. You don't want the IRS calling you. You do not need your issues to get worse. Save your dollars and save your headaches. Call Abraham and Rose right now. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040. So you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again.
But I just think the adding of Teddy Bridgewater, there's not just, the fact that they're getting a quality backup. I mean, their best backups in Sean Hill. It feels like it's a position that they have blown off and gotten away with not having a quality, veteran. You want somebody who can win you football games on a Sunday, not somebody who can win you a division. I mean, that's great if you have a backup that can win you a division, but guys who can win you a division typically are starters elsewhere.
It's funny. We have such fond memories of Sean Hill, the Sean Hill era.
Yep.
He was 3-7 as a starting quarterback with the Lions.
Yeah, but typically, I think people remember it as it wasn't his fault.
Well, right. I think you're right with that. I mean, because those were some really bad teams. Well, it was actually the one year in 2010. That's when he got all his starts with them when he was 3-7, and then didn't really play a whole lot the last 3 years when he was a Lion. But this is how we remember him. And
I'd like to know the people's viewpoint on another hype train that is soaring right now. This train is gathering steam, momentum. Now, I'd like to say I am guilty as being a part of it. I have said that this particular team is the largest threat to the established champion this year. The hype train is Michigan football. And it's not just, hey, they're going to be really good, or hey, they're going to beat OSU. There is the Blake Corum remark, which I'm not upset. I think Corum's earned the right to say it. He's been in school for years. He's the team's best back. He is the bell cow. And he said it's national championship or bust. I don't have a problem with it. You have the national media. Michigan. Okay, normal. But boy, we have audio today where I went, okay, timeout. Just a quick TO. And it is one of the most unbelievable things I've ever heard. But then I checked. All right, couple of programming notes for you. You missed anything? Odyssey.com rewind. We got in depth with Michigan State a little bit. A lot of pressure on Mel Tucker, and I think this year is really a window. And if he's going to have a career at MSU, you better get it right this year. Also, cash the ticket. The college cavalcade is out. We're previewing all the conferences. Those are getting up. We'll do another 2 tomorrow. So that's all there.
New addition to the 5-star zone out there too.
Of course. With what? Oregon? Did you do Oregon USC? What did you do? It was
no.
Saturday.
I talked to a Washington.
The UW writer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Washington writer.
You have this Northwestern thing. I want to take a moment and do that right now because if what you said to me is true, you're not off on the right foot here. So obviously, Northwestern, Pat Fitzgerald fired, hazing, factions. What you read was that the players basically said, if you don't hire our defensive coordinator,
right,
we're all leaving.
Right.
DC got the job. But now give the people what you got.
Multiple staffers arrived at the facility on Wednesday wearing shirts that read Cats Against the World on them, including the number 51, which was the jersey number of Pat Fitzgerald that he wore at Northwestern. So, yeah. Basically, the AD has come out and said that you guys are tone deaf, okay?
That's kind of where I was
What the heck are you doing?
It's just... Hey, you can feel that way. You can do whatever you want in private. You can't do that.
Right.
Let me read you the AD's complete statement here. I am extremely disappointed that a few members of our football program staff decided to wear Cats Against the World t-shirts. Neither I nor the university was aware that they owned or would wear these shirts today. The shirts are inappropriate, offensive, and tone deaf. Let me be crystal clear. Hazing has no place at Northwestern. We are committed to do whatever is necessary to address hazing-related issues, including thoroughly investigating any incidents or allegations of hazing or any other misconduct.
Look, you're at a point with that place. It can't be said enough. Think about this. We're sitting here. Northwestern went to Big Ten championship game. They went in 20, COVID year.
Right.
And every other year, Pat Fitzgerald was having some success. But they went 1-11 last year.
Right.
We're sitting here. Now, 5-7 is an embarrassment, but imagine MSU had gone 1-11. So Northwestern goes 1-11. Your offseason is your legendary alum and the best linebacker you've ever had getting fired amidst a hazing scandal.
Yep.
Here's where I'm at.
Oh, wait. But there's
more.
more.
There's more?
There's more.
Oh, super.
So they talked to the interim head coach, David Braun, who deflected by saying his staff has the right to their opinions. It is not my business to censor anyone's free speech.
Okay. So that leads me to what I'm about to tell you. short of a 1995 Dwayne Bates, Max Schnurr, Northwestern miracle, you burn the entire thing to the ground and start over in 24. Because it sounds like nobody gets it. They have a brand new stadium that they are going to have.
Well, just hit it. No. Right there, Mike. That's why you can't burn it down. And that's why it's 50-50, because you have some people who they put the money in the stadium because they were Fitzgerald backers.
I guess to me, what I would do, you can laugh. I would wait the year out. They're going to be bad, presumably. Let's say they go 3-9, 2-10. I call David Shaw. I pay him whatever he wants, and I need you to bring what you did at Stanford and bring it here.
No,
because I don't have another solution. You can't. It sounds like the new guy's as tone deaf as the old guy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's basically saying, yeah, you know what, maybe we should. Nah, it's not my business to
it
us
is your
or
business.
anybody.
You're the CEO.
It's free speech. They have a right to their opinion. But he's also a Fitzgerald supporter. So it's cats versus the world, or cats against the world. There's where you are. And that stadium, if you're Northwestern, maybe you don't go the way of Oregon State. Maybe we just don't build this thing, guys.
When is it supposed to be done?
I have to look at
Somebody hit the Google machine. I've seen the renderings.
Oh, it's a sweet stadium.
Lord knows we got a little PTSD in this town from renderings. We'll leave that alone. Kenny, we're still waiting on the LED roof. It's okay, buddy. But no, David, you can give a few ticket texts if you want. But I just the Northwestern thing, there are two programs in the Big Ten right now that feel pretty damn radioactive. One is Northwestern, which is obvious. The other that's not as obvious, but it just feels like a delayed execution, is Indiana. I mean, how Tom Allen has a job, I have no idea. Mass exodus. They have no talent. They play in the most brutal division in football, maybe outside the SEC West. There are just two programs that are radioactive.
And I think Indiana kind of got the pass because the basketball team started getting good again, and people didn't care about the football team.
Oh, super. David, go ahead.
Just the stadium. The construction was supposed to begin after the 2023 season, with the stadium reopening in 2026.
Yeah, because they're supposed to play with the Bears.
Correct.
Yeah.
And apparently there's been some people trying to not protest, but saying they want to delay it after the Fitzgerald situation. They may not want to use the money now.
That funding may dry up.
And that's just it, because you can't force people to not renege on their gifts, because they're not legally bound to give you gifts. I promised you $50 million. Yeah, I don't really like what you did with the coach, so no, you get nothing.
There's a lot of texts coming in giving their opinion on the Untold
Yeah, please, with Johnny Manziel.
Someone says, just watched Untold. It is fascinating.
All right, I'm in.
Another person says, I was never a Johnny Manziel fan. I thought it was pretty good. He does come across as what you think he is in the beginning, but it's definitely worthwhile.
Look, I just think it's fascinating to see what 30-year-old Johnny Manziel thinks about 20-year-old Johnny Manziel. Like, this idea that you're not allowed to change as a human being or make up for your errors, I just don't subscribe to that. Let me watch it and see. Now,
man, this is America. Whatever you were, that's what you are.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to that. So I'll give it a shot. And look, Johnny Manziel in my lifetime is one of the most fascinating college athletes I've ever encountered. He came out of nowhere, goes to Texas A&M, and is playing backyard football and wins the Heisman. Roasts Alabama, helps turn Mike Evans into a star, and A&M, in his one magical year, fundraised $500 million for the Kyle Field renovation.
Yeah.
They were selling seats at a table with Johnny Manziel at their banquet for $20,000 a seat. You know, how many number 2 jerseys did they sell?
Yeah, they did.
So, like, it's fascinating because, like, okay, it is not a direct comparative. He didn't play quarterback. It's just, but I'm saying, like, Kenneth Walker came out of nowhere for State fans. Obviously, he's not Johnny Manziel. I'm making a point, like, you rarely see somebody and you're like, who is this person? Right. Manziel? Manzel?
Where did he come from? Yeah, Yeah.
And then all of a sudden,
he's
bang,
a household name.
Heisman.
Right.
And you're doing it at A&M, and you're beating teams where you're like,
beating Bama.
Damn.
I mean, you beat Alabama, you just put the world on notice.
He had that one scramble against them. He ran 80 yards to basically throw a 15-yard touchdown.
It looked like Tecmo.
Exactly like that. Bo Jackson in
Right.
excellent condition.
He just scrambled around.
Yes. Yes, indeed. But yeah, I'm going to watch it tonight. It debuted last night on Netflix. The two I want to see is this one, Untold with Johnny Manziel, and then Swamp Kings is about Urban Meyer's last days at Florida with Aaron Hernandez, Tebow, that old group.
That's the one I'm looking forward
That's
to.
August 22nd, David. Yeah. So 2 good pieces of sports television amidst all the preseason nonsense. Go ahead.
Someone says a Manti Te'o Untold documentary was incredible. Jay and McComb.
Okay. I honestly got to a point where I did feel bad for him. I did.
Yeah.
Because I actually think he was just kind of an idiot.
Right, and then he was stuck. His teammates laughing like, they actually think this chick is real. She's not real. Oh, my goodness. You're doing interview. Yeah.
Who's going to tell him? I don't want to.
Someone says Untold is a series. The other episodes have been incredible. The one on the NBA gambling scandal was fantastic. Watch it. That's James in Rochester.
Yeah.
Oh, so Untold is a series. This is just one of the episodes of Untold.
Yeah, it's a series.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Manziel one, though, is kind of getting rave reviews. And look, I've said this to you. Like, it compared to most live games, sports TV is way better right now than live games. Now, you get to the NFL or college football, you got me. But, I mean, no disrespect. Tigers did their best. They gave us some entertainment. They're done.
Right, but it's a live drama. It's finding out what actually happened. Did it go the way that we all thought it really went down, or who was the guy behind the curtains that pulled all the strings? Okay,
I'm gonna watch it tonight. I'll give you a full review. I'll know if you're gonna like it or not. I'll tell you tomorrow. Don't waste your time. I'll take the grenade. Let me see if this is any good.
Manziel is Ned Flanders.
No, he's not. He's the opposite.
I'm kidding.
He spent like
Manziel
$6
was
million on a
maniac.
party.
He burned his sweatshirt and he's out there just
a maniac.
I just don't like him.
248-539-9797. We'll take you to Tiger Baseball at 6:10. Let's keep it somewhat timely. 97.1.